Envy. Prologue. Key West, Florida, 1988. Saltines and sardines, staples of his diet. Add a chunk of rat cheese and a kosher dill spear and you had yourself the 4 basic food groups. There simply wasn't any finer fare. That was the unshakable opinion of Hatch Walker, who had a sun-baked, wind-scoured visage that only a mother gargoyle could love. As he munched his supper, eyes that had blinked against the sting of countless squalls squinted narrowly on the horizon. This being a weeknight, the streets were relatively quiet. Tourist season was on the wane. Thank the good Lord for small favors, Hatch thought as he swigged at his can of Pepsi and belched around a harumph of scorn for tourists in general and those who flocked to Key West in particular. Unfortunately, his livelihood depended on them. Walker's marine charters and rentals got a share of the money the vacationers spent during their noisy occupation of his town. Business wasn't exactly thriving tonight, but the trade-out was that it was quiet. Peaceful, you might say, and that wasn't a bad thing. Tonight he might have closed up shop and gone home early except for that one boat he had out. He'd leased the 25-footer to some kids, if you could rightly call 20-something kids. Compared to him, they were 2 men, 1 woman, which, in Hatch's estimation, was a volatile combination under any circumstances. The kids were tan and lean, attractive and self-assured to the point of cockiness. They were locals, or at least some permanent transplants. He'd seen them around. They were already half lit when they boarded the craft just before sunset, and they carried a couple of ice chests on board with them. He had debated whether or not to lease a craft to them, but his near-empty till served to persuade him that they were not flat-out drunk. As Hatch helped the young woman into the boat, he hoped to hell she knew what she was in for. But he figured she did. He'd seen her around, too, lots of times, with lots of men. Watching the boat as it chugged out of the marina, Hatch shook his head and counted himself lucky that he'd never had a daughter with a virtue to protect. One last sardine remained in the tin. He pinched it out of the oil, laid it diagonally across a saltine, added the last bite of pickle and sliver of cheese, and put the whole thing in his mouth. Chewing with contentment, he happened to glance toward the entrance of the harbor. What he saw caused the sandwich to stick in his throat. Hell does he think he's doing? No sooner had Hatch spoken his thoughts aloud than a long blast from the approaching boat's horn nearly knocked him off his stool. Then Hatch recognized the boat as his. His! Hatch shook his fist at the young man at the wheel. The drunken fool was steering straight for the pier, kamikaze-like, when he suddenly cut the engine and spun the wheel sharply to port. Hatch had barely a second to leap out of the way before the boat crashed into the quay. The young man clambered down the steps of the cockpit and across the slippery deck. Hatch bore down on him, grabbed him by the shoulders, and flipped him over as he would a fish he was about to gut. Up till then, Hatch's focus had been on his boat, on the recklessness and speed with which it had been steered into the marina. Now he saw that the boy's face was bloody. His left eye was swollen practically shut. His T-shirt was in shreds, clinging to his lean torso like a wet rag. "Help me, God! Oh, God!" He threw Hatch's hand over his shoulder and scrambled to his feet. "They're out there," he said frantically, motioning toward the open sea. "They're in the ocean. I couldn't find them. They... Now calm down, sonny." Hatch took him by the shoulders and shook him slightly. "Now what happened out yonder? Where are your friends at?" The young man covered his face with hands that Hatch noticed were also bloody and bruised. He sobbed uncontrollably. "In the water." "Overboard?" "Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus." The interior of Hatch's office smelled of sardines, damp hemp, dead fish, and motor oil. It was uncomfortably warm and stuffy inside, as though the shack couldn't provide enough oxygen for 3 men because it was usually occupied only by 1. The kid who'd crashed his boat had heaved twice into his toilet, but Hatch figured the nausea was more from nerves and fear than the shot of brandy he'd sneaked him when no one was looking. Of course, the kid had had a lot to drink prior to the brandy, and that wasn't just an assumption. He'd admitted as much to the Coast Guard officer who was currently questioning him. The Coast Guard officer cradled a chipped coffee mug between his palms and swirled the contents. "How come you didn't use the radio to call for help?" I did. I tried. I couldn't get it to work. Fair to say you're not a seasoned sailor? Seasoned? No, sir, but this is the first time I've had any trouble. Uh-huh. Tell me about the fight. Fight? This drew a frown from the officer. Don't bullshit me now, son. Your eye's all but swollen shut. You got a bloody nose and busted lip. The young man's shoulders began to shake. His eyes streamed, but he didn't even bother trying to stem the tears or to wipe his dripping nose. Was it over the girl? The officer asked in a gentler voice. Mr. Walker here says she was a looker. A party girl? Best he could tell, she belonged to one of you? No, sir. Not exactly. What I mean is, she wasn't the reason it started. Then what was? The kid raised his head, looked over at Hatch, then back at the officer, and said earnestly, He's my best friend. The officer looked at the young man. Best friends don't fight for no reason, not even when they've had too much to drink. So I want you to come clean with me now, okay? What caused your best friend to get mad enough to start beating up on you? Silence stretched out for about 20 seconds. Then the kid mumbled a single word. The officer shook his head with misapprehension and leaned forward to hear better. Come again? Speak up, son. The young man raised his head and took a swipe at his nose with the back of his hand. He cleared his throat. Envy, he said gruffly. That's what this is all about. Envy. P. M. E. St. Ann Island, Georgia. February 2002. But there's gotta be. Maris Matherly Reed impatiently tapped her pencil against the notepad upon which she had doodled a series of triangles and a chain of loops. P-M-E, correct? Correct. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. There's no such listing. I double-checked. A call that should have taken no more than a few seconds had stretched into several minutes. Could it be an unlisted number? I don't have anything under those initials, period. Thank you for trying. Frustrated, Maris reconsidered her sketch, then scribbled over it, which brought her back to the prologue of Envy she had read that afternoon. She had discovered it among a stack of unsolicited manuscripts. They had been occupying a shelf in her office for months, collecting dust until that unspecified day when her schedule permitted her to scan them before sending the anxious authors the standard rejection letter. Imagining their crushing disappointment when they read that impersonal and transparent kiss-off, she felt that each writer deserved at least a few minutes of her time. And there was always that outside 1 in a million, once in a blue moon chance that the next Steinbeck or Faulkner or Hemingway would be mined from the slush pile. That, of course, was every book editor's pipe dream. Maris would settle for finding a bestseller. These 15 pages of prologue had definite promise. But the pages had been sent by someone totally inexperienced and untutored on how to submit a manuscript to a prospective publisher. All the standard rules had been broken. An SASC for return mailing hadn't been enclosed. It lacked a cover letter of introduction. There was no phone number, street address, post office box, or email address. Only those 3 initials and the name of an island that Maris had never heard of. How did the writer hope to sell his manuscript if he couldn't be contacted? You're not ready. Noah appeared in her open office door wearing his Armani tuxedo. Maris said, My, don't you look handsome. Glancing at her desk clock, she realized she had lost all track of time and that she was indeed running late. Her husband of 22 months closed the door behind him and advanced into her corner office. Tough day? Not all that bad, actually. Only one meeting this afternoon. Mostly I've used today to clear some space in here. She gestured toward the pile of rejected manuscripts awaiting removal. You've been reading the stuff in your slush pile? Maris, really? He chided lightly. Why bother? It's a Matherly Press policy not to buy anything that isn't submitted by an agent. That's the official company line, but since I'm a Matherly, I can bend the rules if I wish. I'm married to an anarchist, he teased, bending down to kiss the side of her neck. But if you're planning an insurrection, couldn't your cause be something that streamlines our operation, instead of one that consumes the valuable time of our publisher and senior vice president? Why bother with a slush pile when even our most junior editors don't? Because my father taught me to honor anyone who attempted to write. Even if the individual's talent is limited, his effort alone deserves some consideration. Far be it from me to dispute the venerable Daniel Matherley. Despite Noah's mild reproof, Maris intended to continue the practice of going through the slush pile. Even if it was a time-consuming and unproductive task, it was one of the principles upon which a Matherley had founded the publishing house over a century ago. "I got an advance copy of the article," Noah said. She picked up the magazine he'd carried in with him. A post-it marked a specific page. "Noah Reed is 40, but could pass for much younger," she read aloud from the article. Angling her head back, she gave him a critical look. "I agree. You don't look a day over 39. Ha, ha. Daily workouts in Matherley Press Gym on the 6th floor, one of Reed's innovations when he joined the firm 3 years ago, keeps all 6 feet of him lean and supple." Well, this writer's certainly enamored. Did you ever have a thing with her? Does she get around to mentioning your business acumen and the contributions you made to Matherley Press? Further down. Let's see. Oh, here's something. He shares the helm at Matherley Press with his father-in-law, publishing legend Daniel Matherley, who serves as chairman and CEO, and Reed's wife, Maris Matherley Reed, whom he claims has perfect selection and editorial skills. He modestly credits her with the company's reputation for publishing bestsellers. Pleased, she smiled up at him. "Did you say that?" "I only said what I know to be true." Maris read the remainder of the flattering article, then set the magazine aside. Very nice. But for all her gaga-ness, she overlooked 2 major biographical points. And they are that you're also an excellent writer. The vanquished is old news. But it should be mentioned any time your name appears in print. "What's the second thing?" he asked in the brusque tone he used whenever she brought up his one and only published novel. "She said nothing about your marvelous massage techniques." "Happy to oblige." Closing her eyes, Maris tilted her head to one side. He dug his strong thumb into a spot between her scapulas, and the tension began to dissolve. "You're in knots," he said. "Serves you right for scavenging through that heap of garbage all day." As it turns out, it might not have been wasted time. I actually found something that sparked my interest. "You're joking." "No." "Fiction or non?" "Fiction. Only a prologue, but it's intriguing. It starts, I want to hear all about it, darling, but you really should shake a leg if we're going to get there in time." He dropped a kiss on the top of her head, then tried to withdraw. But Maris reached for his hands and pulled them over her shoulders, holding them flattened against her chest. "Is tonight mandatory?" "More or less. One of our authors is receiving an award." She pulled his hands down onto her breasts. "Let's call in sick." He pulled his hands from beneath hers and headed for the door. "Tempting. Very. But we also have professional responsibilities, Maris." Their calendars were filled with breakfasts, luncheons, dinners, receptions, and cocktail parties. Noah believed it was extremely important, virtually compulsory, that they be seen as active participants with literary circles, especially since her father could no longer be involved to the extent he once had been. Recently, Daniel Matherley had slowed down. For more than 4 decades, Daniel had been a force to be reckoned with. Under his leadership, Matherley Press had set the industry standards, dictated trends, dominated the bestseller lists. However, his semi-retirement did not spell the end or even a weakening of the publishing house's viability. Noah thought it was vitally important that the book publishing community understand that. If that meant going to award dinners several times a month, that's what they would do. He checked his wristwatch. "How much time do you need? I should let the driver know when we'll be downstairs." Maris sighed with resignation. "Give me 20 minutes." He blew her a kiss before leaving. But Maris didn't plunge into her overhaul right away. Instead, she asked her assistant to place a call. She'd had another idea on how she might track down the author of Envy. Her telephone beeped. "He's on line 1, her assistant informed her. "Thanks. You don't need to wait. See you tomorrow." Maris depressed the blinking button. "Hello?"
"Yeah, Deputy Dwight Harris here."
Hello, Deputy Harris. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Maris Matherly Reed. I'm trying to reach an individual who I believe lives on St. Anne Island."
"That's in our county?"
"Georgia, correct?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he proudly replied.
"Who you looking for?"
"Someone with the initials P.M.E. Have you ever heard of anyone who goes by those initials?"
"I can't say that I have, ma'am. We talking about a man or a woman?"
"Unfortunately, I don't know."
"You don't know, huh?"
After a beat or two, the deputy asked,
"If you don't even know if it's a man or a woman, what do you want with them?"
"It's business."
"Business?"
"That's right."
"Huh."
This was going nowhere, and her allotted time was running out. "Would you mind taking down my name and number? Then if you think of something or hear of someone with these initials, I'd appreciate being notified." She thanked him, then closed her office and hurried down the hallway to the ladies' room where her cocktail dress had been hanging since she arrived for work early that morning. Although it had stopped raining a half hour earlier, the air was already so moisture-laden the rainwater couldn't evaporate. Deputy Dwight Harris alighted from the golf cart he had borrowed at the St. Anne Landing. Before starting up the pathway to the house, he removed his hat and paused, telling himself that he needed a moment to get his bearings, when what he was actually doing was second-guessing his decision to come here alone after sundown. He'd never been here before, although he knew about this house all right. Anybody who was ever on St. Anne Island had heard stories about the plantation house at the easternmost tip of the island. Typical of Carolina low-country architecture, the 2-story white-frame house was sitting on top of an aged brick basement. 6 broad steps led up to the deep veranda that extended all the way across the front of the house and wrapped around both sides. Twin chimneys acted like bookends against the steeply pitched roof. It looked pretty much like Deputy Harris had imagined it would. He hadn't counted on it looking so spooky is all. He tapped the brass knocker tentatively, then harder. Harris considered leaving and coming back some other time, preferably before the sun went down. But then he heard approaching footsteps. Seconds later, the front door was pulled open from the inside, but not by much. "Yes?" Harris peered into the crack formed by the open door. Harris couldn't see him well, and the features of his face blended into the shadows, but his voice sounded pleasant enough. "Evening, sir. I'm Deputy Dwight Harris from the sheriff's office over in Savannah." The man leaned forward slightly and glanced past him toward the golf cart parked at the end of the path. To discourage tourism and unwelcome visitors to the island, there wasn't a ferry to St. Anne from the mainland. Anyone coming here came by a boat they either owned or chartered. When they arrived, they either walked or rented a golf cart to get around the island's 9,000 acres. The golf cart wasn't as official-looking as a squad car, and Harris figured it diminished his authority a bit. To stoke his self-confidence, he hiked up his slipping gun belt. The man behind the door asked, "How can I help you, Deputy Harris?"
"First off, I apologize for disturbing you, but I got a call earlier this evening from a gal up in New York."
The man waited him out, saying nothing.
"Said she was trying to track down somebody who goes by the initials PME."
"Really?"
"Well, that's what she said. I didn't let on like the name registered with me."
A long silence ensued. "What did this lady from New York want?"
"Well, sir, I don't rightly know, just that she had business with PME."
Harris tipped his hat forward so he could scratch the back of his head.
"You PME or what?"
"Did she leave her name?"
"Huh? Oh, the lady, yeah."
Harris fished a piece of notepaper from the breast pocket of his uniform shirt, which he was embarrassed to discover was damp with sweat.
"Those are her phone numbers," Harris explained. "All of them. So I figure this business of hers must be pretty important. That's why I came out here tonight."
"Thank you very much for your trouble, Sheriff Harris."
Deputy
Harris." Then before Harris could blink, the man closed the door in his face. Good evening to you, too, he mouthed as he turned away.
Just one more picture, please, Mr. and Mrs. Reed.
Maris and Noah smiled for the photographer who was covering the literary banquet for Publishers Weekly. The Reeds had been allowed to eat their dinner in relative peace, but now that the event had concluded, they were being asked to pose for various shots. As Maris and Noah crossed the elegant lobby of the Palace Hotel, she sighed. At last, I can't wait to get into my jammies. One drink, and we'll say our goodnights. Drink? At Le Cirque. Now? I told you. No, you didn't. I'm sure I did, Maris. Between the main course and dessert, I whispered to you that Nadia had invited us to join her and one of the award recipients for a drink. I didn't know you meant tonight. Maris smiled at the doorman who held the door for her, but she was groaning with dread on the inside. She disliked Nadia Schuller intensely, and for this very reason. The book critic was meddlesome and pushy, always roping Noah and her into a commitment from which there was no graceful way out. Nadia Schuller's book chat column was syndicated in major newspapers and carried a lot of weight. In Maris's opinion, simply because Nadia had ramrodded herself into being the country's only book critic whose name was recognized by the general public. Maris held her in low regard both professionally and personally. Please, Noah, can't we decline? Just this once? We're already here. He gestured toward the restaurant across the courtyard. Tell you what, let's compromise. He pulled her around to face him and smiled affectionately. I'll make your excuses. Have the driver take you home. After one drink, I'll follow you. Half an hour max, I promise. She slid her hand inside his tuxedo jacket and stroked his chest through the stiffly starched shirt. I have a better compromise, Mr. Reed. I'll tell Nadia to take a flying leap into the East River. Then let's go home together. Those jammies I mentioned, they can be dispensed with. She took a step closer and aligned her thighs with his. What do you say? Noah, we're waiting. Nadia Schuller approached with the bearing of a military general about to address the troops, except that she was better dressed and had her phony smile in place. Tonight her arm was linked with that of a best-selling novelist who looked a little dazed, or stoned, if the gossip about him was true. They won't hold our table forever, Noah. Coming? Well... He hesitated and glanced down at Maris. What's the matter? Nadia asked in a voice as piercing as a dentist's drill. She addressed the question to Maris, automatically assuming that she was the source of the problem. Nothing's the matter, Nadia. Noah and I were having a private conversation. Oh my, have I interrupted one of those husband-wife things? The critic could have been pretty if not for her edge, which manifested itself in the brittleness of her smile and the calculation in her eyes, which seemed to miss nothing. Yes, we're having a husband and wife thing. I was telling Noah that the last thing I want to do is join you for a round of drinks, Maris said, smiling sweetly. You do look awfully tired, Nadia returned, her smile just as sweet. Noah intervened. I'm sorry, Nadia. We must decline tonight. I'm going to take my wife home and tuck her in. No, darling, Maris said. She wouldn't play the wounded wife in front of Nadia Schuller. You stay. I'll see myself home. He regarded her doubtfully. You're sure? I insist. Nadia gave the writer's arm a sharp tug. Like a sleepwalker, he fell into step beside her. You two say your goodbyes while we go claim the table. Shall I order your usual, Noah? Please. Then to Maris she called back airily. Get some rest, dear. Parker Evans stared out the window into nothingness. He couldn't see the shoreline from this vantage point, but if he concentrated, he could hear the surf. His 6 months of waiting had finally paid off. Maris Matherly Reed was trying to contact him. As recently as yesterday, Parker had come close to scratching this plan and devising another. That was yesterday. Just went to show what a difference a day could make. But it wasn't yet time to ice down the champagne. Success or failure hinged not on what he'd done up to this point, but on what he did next. It helped that he already knew the ending to this story. But between here and there, he couldn't make a single misstep. Each chapter had to be carefully thought out, with no mistakes allowed. It had to be the perfect plot. And if his resolve to finish it ever faltered, he had only to remember how fucking long it had taken him to reach this point in the saga. 6 months. Well, 6 months and 14 years. Maris groped for the ringing telephone. She squinted the lighted clock on her nightstand into focus. 5:23 in the morning. Who? Then panic brought her wide awake. Was this that dreaded, inevitable phone call notifying her that her father had suffered a coronary, stroke, fall, or worse? Anxiously, she clutched the receiver. Hello? Maris Matherly Reed? Speaking. Where do you get off screwing around with my life? She was taken completely off guard, and it took a moment for the rude question to sink in. I beg your pardon? Who is this? She sat up, switched on the lamp, and reached out to rouse Noah, but his side of the bed was empty. She gaped at the undisturbed linens. I don't appreciate you calling a sheriff, her caller said hotly. Where is Noah? She sucked in a quick breath. PME? A deputy came to my house snooping around. Who the hell do you think you are? I read your prologue and I liked it. I wanted to talk to you about it, but I had no way of contacting you. You left me no way to contact you. So I called the sheriff's office in the hope that... Send it back. Excuse me? I shouldn't have sent it. I'm glad you did. These pages intrigue me. They're compelling and well-written. If the rest of your book is as good as the prologue, I'll consider buying it for publication. It's not for sale. What do you mean? Look, I've got a southern accent, but I'm still speaking English. Which part didn't you understand? Patiently, she asked, if you didn't want your book published, why did you submit the prologue to a book publisher? Because I suffered a mental lapse, he answered, imitating her precise enunciation. I've since changed my mind. Maris took another tack. Before you decide against selling your book, a decision I think you'll regret, I'd welcome the chance to give you my professional opinion of it. I promise to be brutally honest. If I don't see any merit in it, I'll tell you. Let me decide if it's good or not. Please send me the entire manuscript. You have it. You mean the prologue is all you've got? It's not all I've got. It's all I've written. The rest of the story is in my head. Oh. That was disappointing. She'd assumed that the remainder of the book was completed, or nearly so. It hadn't occurred to her that the manuscript consisted of only those first 15 pages. I urge you to finish it. In the meantime, you're running up my long-distance bill. Goodbye. Oh, and don't send any more deputy sheriffs to my door. Maris held the dead phone to her ear for several seconds before thoughtfully hanging up. If the strange telephone call weren't enough to wake her up, then Noah's unexplained absence certainly was. Throwing off the covers, she got out of bed and was reaching for her robe when Noah strolled into the bedroom, politely covering a wide yawn with his fist. He was still dressed in his tuxedo trousers and shirt, although he had removed the studs and his shirt tail was hanging out. Did I hear the telephone ring? Yes. Was it Daniel? There's nothing wrong, I hope. She was greatly relieved to see him, but dumbfounded by his nonchalance. Noah, where in God's name have you been all night? Her tone stopped him in his tracks. Downstairs on the sofa in the den. Why? You were already asleep when I came in. I hated to disturb you. What time did you get home? He arched an eyebrow in silent disapproval of the third-degree tone of her questions. About 1, I think. His calm manner only fueled her irritation. You said you promised you'd be half an hour behind me. We had 2 rounds of drinks instead of 1. What's the big deal? The big deal is that I was awakened at 5:20-something in the morning and I was alone in bed, she exclaimed. Call me irrational, but unless I know the reason why not, I expect my husband to be sleeping beside me. If you'll recall, Noah, I tried to talk you into salvaging at least part of the evening just for us, but you chose to have drinks with Vampira and that dopehead. He removed his shirt, then unzipped his trousers and stepped out of them. Each book that dopehead writes sells over 500,000 copies in hardcover. His paperback sales are triple that. He's unhappy with his present publisher and is considering moving to another. Vampira set up the date for drinks, thinking that it would be a beneficial meeting for both parties. Indeed it was. The author agreed to let us work up a publishing proposal. We'll be hearing from his agent to discuss terms. He shrugged eloquently, then moved to the bed and sat down on the edge of it. Forgive me, my thoughtlessness. Despite his logical explanation, Maris still believed she had a right to be angry. I don't like being obligated to Nadia. I don't like being obligated to anyone. On the other hand, it's not very smart to intentionally alienate Nadia. If she likes you, she bestows favors. If she dislikes you, she can inflict serious damage. And either way, if you're a man, you get screwed. Laughing, he patted the spot beside him on the bed. Why don't you stop this nonsense, retract the talons, and simply forgive me? You know you want to. Reluctantly, she moved toward him. When she was still a distance away, he reached out far enough to take her hand and draw her down beside him on the bed. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and kissed her cheek. Didn't you say something earlier about dispensing with these jammies? Moments later, they were both down to their skin. Nibbling her neck, he asked, Who called? The telephone call that woke us up. Who was that? That can wait. Seizing the initiative, she guided his hand down her belly to the notch of her thighs. If you want to talk now, Noah, talk dirty. Daniel Matherly laid aside the manuscript pages and thoughtfully pinched his lower lip between his thumb and fingers. What do you think? Maris asked. Is it my imagination, or is it good? Taking advantage of the mild morning, they were having breakfast on the patio of Daniel's Upper East Side townhouse. While Daniel was reading the Envy prologue, Maris had helped Maxine put together their meal. Maxine, the Matherlys' housekeeper, had been practically a member of the family a full decade before Maris was born. This morning she was her cantankerous self, protesting Maris's presence in her kitchen and criticizing the way she squeezed the fresh orange juice. Maris and Daniel had eaten their egg-white omelets, grilled tomatoes, and wheat toast in silence while he finished reading the prologue. Thank you, Maxine, he said now when she came to clear away their dishes and pour refills of coffee. And yes, dear, he said to Maris, it's good. I'm glad you think so. New writer? I don't know. This wasn't a typical submission by any stretch. She explained how she had come to read the prologue and what little she had learned about the elusive author. She ended by recounting her pre-dawn telephone conversation with him. As Daniel contemplated the enigmatic author, Maris studied her father. When did he get so old? She thought with alarm. His hair had been white for almost as long as she could remember, but it had only begun to thin. Her mother, Rosemary, had been the widowed Daniel's second wife, and 15 years his junior. By the time Maris was born, he was well into middle age, but he'd remained physically active. Because he had borne the responsibility of rearing her as a single parent, he had wisely slowed down the aging process as much as it was possible to do. Only recently had the years seemed to catch up with him. To avoid aggravating an arthritic hip, he sometimes used a cane for additional support. He complained that it made him look decrepit, but his eyes were as bright and cogent as ever when he turned to her and asked, I wonder what all that was about. All what, Dad? Failing to provide a return address or telephone number? Then the telephone call this morning. His claims that the prologue was crap, etc. She considered her father's question. He wanted to be sought and found, didn't he? She knew she'd given the correct response when Daniel beamed a smile on her. And protest too loudly and too much. So what are you going to do? Try and establish some kind of professional dialogue, if that's possible to do with such a jerk. I don't fool myself into thinking it would be easy to work with this character. Do you even know his telephone number? I do now, thanks to caller ID. Ah, the miracles of advanced technology. Reaching for his speckled hand, she patted it fondly. So, you think I should pursue Envy? She asked him now. Absolutely. The author has challenged you. You, Maris Matherly Reed, can't resist a challenge. And you certainly can't resist a good book. I think that's why I'm so excited about this, Dad, she said, growing serious. In my present capacity, most of my duties have revolved around publishing. I work on the book once all the writing and editing have been done, and I love doing what I do. But I didn't realize until yesterday when I read this prologue how much I'd missed the editing process. I've missed working one-on-one with an author, helping with character development, pointing out weaknesses in the plot. God, I love that. It's the reason you chose to enter publishing, Daniel remarked. I think it would be stimulating and fun for you to return to it. I think so too, but let's not jump the gun, she said wryly. The book hasn't even been written yet. My gut instinct, which I trust implicitly, tells me that it's going to be good. It's got texture, which could be fleshed out even more. It's heavy on the southern overtones, which you know I love, like The Vanquished. Suddenly her balloon of enthusiasm burst. Yes. After a beat or two, Daniel asked, "How is Noah?" "You know how he is, Dad. You talk to him several times a day." "I was asking as a father-in-law, not as a colleague." Maris remained quiet for a time, tracing the pattern on her linen placemat with the pad of her index finger. "Noah came home very late last night," she began. Without going into detail, she gave him the gist of their argument. "We ended up lovers and friends, but I'm still upset about it." He frowned thoughtfully. "Are you thinking that Noah has reverted to the habits he had while living a bachelor's life?" Knowing the admiration and respect her father had for Noah, she was reluctant to recite a litany of complaints against him, which when spoken aloud would probably sound like whining at best and paranoia at worst. On the other hand, Maris needed to vent, and her father had always been her most trusted confidant. "In answer to your question, I'm not thinking anything that specific. I don't believe that Noah's having an affair. Not really. Something's bothering you." "What?" "Over the last few months, I don't feel like I've had Noah's full attention. I've had very little of his attention," she corrected with a rueful little laugh. "And I must assume some of the blame for that." "What are you talking about?" "I've vested Noah with an enormous amount of responsibility. He's doing not only his job, which God knows is demanding enough, but he's begun taking up the slack for me as well. I've slowed down, forcing him to accelerate. I've suggested that he hire someone to shoulder some of his duties, which is why I should have insisted that he bring someone else on board. I'll make a point to see that he does. In the meantime, I think it would be a good idea for the two of you to get away together for a few days. Bermuda, perhaps, get some sun, drink too many tropical drinks, spend a lot of time in bed." She smiled at his candor, but it was a sad smile. He'd said practically those same words last year when he'd packed them off to Aruba for a long weekend. They'd gone in the hope of returning pregnant. Although they'd made every effort to conceive and had enjoyed trying, they hadn't been successful. Maris had been greatly disappointed. For Daniel's benefit, she pretended to think over his suggestion of a tropical vacation and then said, "Actually, Dad, I was thinking of going away by myself for a while." "Another good option. To the country?" Frequently, when the city became too claustrophobic, she went to their house in rural western Massachusetts and spent long weekends catching up on paperwork and reading manuscripts. But she shook her head. "I think I'll go to Georgia." Noah took it with equanimity. "I'm all for you getting away for a few days," he told her when she announced her intention to take a trip south. "A change of scenery will do you good, but what in heaven's name is in Georgia? A new spa? An author. Remember the prologue I told you about yesterday? The one from the slush pile?" She ignored the skeptical slant of his grin. "I had difficulty locating the author, but finally did." "Difficulty?" "Long story, and we've got that meeting in 10 minutes. Suffice it to say, he's not your routine writer trying to get published. He's going to need some stroking, possibly some coaching, and a great deal of coaxing. I think a face-to-face meeting will yield more than telephone calls and faxes." Noah was listening with only one ear. Then, checking his wristwatch, he stood up and began gathering materials off his desk for the upcoming meeting. "When do you plan to leave?" "I thought I'd go tomorrow." "So soon?" "I need to know if I should get excited about this book or drop it. The only way to find out is to talk to the author." He rounded his desk and gave her a perfunctory kiss on the cheek. "Then let's go out tonight, just the two of us. I'll have Cindy make reservations. Where would you like to go?" "How about having Ty brought in? We'll eat at home for a change." "Excellent. I'll pick the wine. They were almost through his office door when he drew up short. Damn, I just remembered I have a meeting tonight. With whom? She groaned. He named an agent who represented several notable authors. Sensing her disappointment, he stepped closer and lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Maris. Do you want me to cancel? No, he's an important agent. Had I known you planned to go away, Excuse me, Mr. Reed, his assistant said from just beyond the doorway. They're waiting for you and Mrs. Matherly Reed in the conference room. We're coming. Once his assistant had withdrawn, he turned back to Maris. Duty calls. Always. Forgive me? Always. Envy, Chapter 1. Eastern State University, Tennessee, 1985. The campus was uncharacteristically quiet. The football team was playing an away game. Had the team been at home, the front door of the fraternity house would have been open. Music would have been blaring from it. It would be a raucous gathering place for the members, their dates, their parents, and their alums. But today it was practically deserted. The weather was rainy and dreary, incompatible with any sort of outdoor activity. Students were using the day to catch up on sleep, study, or laundry, things they didn't have time to do during the week. The halls of the fraternity house, smelling dankly of beer and boys, were dim and hush. A few members were gathered around the large-screen TV. It was tuned to an NCAA football game on which money was riding. Occasionally, either a cheer or a groan filtered up the staircases to the resident rooms on the second and third floors, but these sounds did little to compromise the sleepy quiet of the corridors. A quiet that was punctured by, "Rourke, you asshole!" followed immediately by a slamming door. Rourke dodged the wet towel thrown at his head and started laughing. "You found it. Whose is it?" Todd Grayson brandished a styrofoam cup that contained his toothbrush, which wouldn't have been remarkable except that the cup had been used as a spittoon. The bristles of Todd's toothbrush were steeping in the viscous brown fluid in the bottom of the cup. Rourke was reclined on the three-legged sofa beneath their sleeping lofts, which were suspended from the ceiling by short chains. "Tell me, whose spit cup is this?" Rourke was clutching his middle, laughing. "You don't want to know." Todd shot his grinning roommate a dirty look, then tossed the offensive cup into their trash can. He'd been showering in the communal bathroom down the hall when Rourke sneaked in and put his toothbrush in tobacco-laced sputum. "Don't be pissed," Rourke said as Todd rummaged in a bureau drawer for a pair of boxers. "It was a damn good joke and worth the expense of a new toothbrush. It was worth twice the expense." "Are you going to tell me whose it was?" "Don't know. Found it on a windowsill on the third floor." "I'll get you back," Todd threatened as he pulled on a T-shirt. "I mean it. You just screwed yourself, but good, buddy." Rourke merely laughed. "Didn't you have anything better to do? You've been lying on your ass all day. Got to finish this over the weekend." Rourke held up a paperback copy of The Great Gatsby. Todd snorted scornfully. "The most pussy-whipped character in the history of American fiction. Want to get something to eat?" "Sure." It wasn't much of a place, but it was an institution. Every guy on campus knew TR's because it provided two basic needs of the male collegiate: cold beer and hot pizza. Rourke ruminatively chewed his first wonderfully cheesy bite. "How you coming on your manuscript?" A novel of 70,000 words minimum was their senior project, their capstone prior to receiving a Bachelor of Arts degree. The one obstacle standing between them and graduation was the scourge of every creative writing student, Professor Hadley. Todd frowned. "Hadley's up my ass about characterization." "Specifically?" "They're cardboard cutouts," he says. "No originality, spontaneity, depth, blah, blah, blah." "He says that about everybody's characters." "Yours included?" "I haven't had my critique yet," Rourke replied. "Next Tuesday, bright and early, 8 o'clock. I'd be lucky to escape with my life." The two young men had met in a required composition class their first semester as freshmen. Love of books and the desire to write them was the foundation on which their friendship was built. They were well-rounded students, maintaining good grades in the required subjects, but excelling in the language arts. Their second semester, they pledged the same fraternity. They nursed one another's hangovers, loaned each other money during temporary financial crises, and when Rourke contracted strep throat and his temperature shot up to 103, it was Todd who rushed him to the campus infirmary. When Todd was notified of his father's sudden death, Rourke drove him home across 2 state lines and then stayed on through the funeral to lend the emotional support his friend needed. They were good-looking, each in his own way, so there was never a shortage of girls. When they weren't talking about books, chances were very good that the subject was women. If one of them got lucky and a young lady stayed over, the other bunked down in a neighboring room. They talked about women tirelessly and shamelessly, unabashedly adhering to the double standard. Only Rourke came close to having a serious relationship, and only once. He met her during his food drive. She had a beautiful smile and a slender, athletic body, but she also had a good sense of humor and laughed at his jokes. She taught him how to play chopsticks on the piano, and he persuaded her to read The Grapes of Wrath. She was a passionate kisser, but that's as far as she would go. She clung to a strict moral code founded on her religion, and she didn't intend to break it. Rourke admired her for it, but it was damn frustrating. Then she called him one night and said she had just finished reading the Steinbeck classic, and if he wasn't busy, she would like to see him. He picked her up, they went for a drive, then they parked. She had loved the classic novel and thanked him for sharing it with her. Her kisses that night were more passionate than ever. He wondered if he was falling in love. A week later, she dumped him. He was tearfully informed that she was resuming the relationship with her high school sweetheart. He was dumbfounded and not a little angry. Do I at least get to ask why? You're going to be somebody great, Rourke, famous, I know it. But I'm just a simple girl from small-town Tennessee. I'll teach elementary school for a couple of years, maybe, then become a mother and the president of the PTA. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, I'm not apologizing for it. It's the life I choose, the life I want. But it's not the life for you. At the end of the semester, she transferred to a college near her hometown, where the boyfriend was attending. Rourke wished her well and told her that her sweetheart was the luckiest bastard on the planet. She blushed, thanked him for the compliment, and said she would be watching for his name in print. That was as close as either he or Todd came to having a serious romantic entanglement. But women consumed their thoughts and fueled their lusts, and on that rainy Saturday evening, it was a girl that brought to a close their conversation about Professor Hadley's grueling, demoralizing critiques. A pair of co-eds were actually brave or brazen enough to enter the testosterone-charged sanctum of TRs just as Rourke was advising Todd to deflect Hadley's comments. After all, they're just his opinion. Todd, who was facing the door, changed the subject by saying, "Well, it's my opinion that is one hot chick." Rourke glanced over his shoulder at the 2 girls. Which one? Blue sweater? Packing Tic Tacs? That was their coded reference to evident nipple projection. She's hot, all right, Rourke agreed. Todd grinned at her, and she grinned back. Rourke said, "Hey, Christy." "Oh, Rourke, hi." Her drawl stretched the single-syllable words into roughly 3 apiece. When Rourke came back round, Todd was swearing into his beer mug. "You son of a bitch, I might have known." Rourke merely smiled and sipped his beer. Todd continued to ogle. "She's a fox. I don't remember you ever going out with her." The girls were now receiving instruction from several other customers on how to line up a pool shot. The lesson required bending over the billiard table, which provided Todd an anatomical perspective of Christy that actually caused him to moan. "Damn." "Try not to drool, okay?" Rourke admonished. "It's embarrassing." He slid from the booth and approached the laughing group. The other men eyed him resentfully when he took Christy's elbow and steered her toward the booth. "Christy, Todd, my roommate. Todd, this is Christy." Rourke ushered her into his side of the booth so that they were seated across from Todd. He signaled TR to bring another pitcher and a 3rd mug. Rourke waited through the pouring of the beer before saying to Christy, "Listen, this is a bitch, but I got a split. I left Gatsby, Daisy, and the gang waiting on me. I need to get back to him. He tilted his head toward Todd. If he gets out of line, let me know. I'll knock him round for you. She glanced flirtatiously at Todd. I can handle him just fine. It was hours later before Rourke returned to his and Todd's room. After listening at the door for several moments, he knocked tentatively. Huh? Okay if I come in? Yeah. Todd was alone in his loft, lying on his back, one bare leg and foot dangling over the side. He looked completely done in, but managed to mumble. Thanks for keeping your distance. Where have you been all this time? When did Christy leave? About 10 minutes ago. Your timing was perfect. Happy to oblige. Rourke crossed to the window and opened it. Smells like sex in here. Oh, before I forget, our favorite professor called and left you a message. Hadley? Said he has a conflict at 8, so he bumped your appointment up to 9 o'clock Tuesday morning. Fine by me, I won't have to get up so early. Todd yawned and turned toward the wall. Thanks again for Christy. She was something else. Good night. Following the meeting that she and Noah had been required to attend, Maris went home from the office alone. She had blocked out the remainder of the week for her trip to Georgia, which might be a tad optimistic considering that the author hadn't been notified of her pending visit. She had to be assertive. Having put off for as long as possible the unpleasant chore of alerting him to her arrival, she dialed the number that had appeared on her caller ID machine that morning. The telephone rang 4 times before it was answered. Yeah? This is Maris Matherly Reed? Jesus. No, Maris Matherly Reed. I'm coming to St. Anne Island to see you, she declared. I've already told you that my book isn't for sale. You also told me that there is no book. Which is it? She had trapped him. His stony silence indicated that he knew it. I'll be arriving tomorrow evening. It's your money. Could you recommend a... She was talking to a dead line. He'd hung up on her. Little did Mr. P.M.E. know that the more he balked, the more determined she became. She had just slid her suitcase from beneath the bed to begin packing when the telephone rang. She expected it to be the author. He'd probably invented some very good reasons why it was inconvenient or impossible for him to see her when she arrived tomorrow. Bracing herself for a barrage of excuses, she answered with a cheerful, "Hello." To her surprise, a man with a broad Brooklyn accent asked to speak with Noah. I'm sorry, he isn't here. Well, I gotta know what to do with this key. Key? We don't make house calls after hours, you know. Only, see, Mr. Reed give me 20 extra bucks to get it here tonight. He recited an address on West 22nd. Apartment 3B. He asked me to change out the lock yesterday, on account of he already moved some stuff in there and didn't want old keys floating around, you know. Only, I didn't bring an extra key yesterday, and he said he needed at least one extra, so I told him he'd have it tonight. I'll give you 20 more if you'll wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes. She wanted to see sooner rather than later the nice stuff that Noah had moved into an apartment in Chelsea that she knew nothing about. She wanted to learn sooner rather than later why he needed an extra apartment, and she wanted to know for whom he was having an extra key made. The locksmith was waiting for Maris in the foyer. Somehow he had managed to zip a khaki jumpsuit over a belly that extended a good 2 feet beyond his chest. You want to settle up with me or what? She looked at him quizzically, then remembered the promised $20. After paying him, she asked for the key. I gotta check it out first, he told her. It ain't as easy as people think making keys. I never leave one with the customer before seeing if it works okay. All right. There ain't no elevator, we gotta climb. He was huffing and puffing by the time they reached the 3rd level. As he approached the door, he withdrew the spare key from the pocket of his jumpsuit and slipped it into the lock. Perfect, he said as he swung open the door. Then he stood aside and motioned for Maris to go in. The light switch is there on your right. She felt for the switch and flipped it on. Surprise! The shout went up from 50 or so people, all of whom she recognized. Her mouth dropped open like a trap door. Noah separated himself from the others and came toward her, grinning from ear to ear. He embraced her tightly, then soundly kissed her mouth. "Happy anniversary, darling." But our anniversary isn't until—" "I know when it is, but you always catch on to my attempted surprises. This year I thought I'd get the jump on you. Judging by your reaction, I'd say I was successful." He looked beyond her shoulder and addressed the locksmith. "You were terrific." As it turned out, he was an actor hired to play the role. "Whose apartment is this?" That part of his dialogue was true. "It's mine." "It really is?" "You need some champagne. But Noah, you'll get a full explanation later, I promise." After seeing to her that she had a brimming flute of bubbly, he maneuvered her through the crowd to greet their guests, which included most of the editorial staff of Matherly Press. Then the crowd parted to reveal Daniel. He was seated with one hand resting on the engraved silver head of his cane, while the other was saluting her with a glass of champagne. "Dad!" "Anniversary wishes a few weeks early, sweetheart." "I can't believe you were in on this." She bent down to kiss his cheek. "This explains why Noah has been distracted lately. I feel like a fool now." "Don't," Daniel ordered, his eyebrows lowering sternly. "A fool is someone who ignores warning signs." She kissed him again quickly before being pulled away to mingle. Noah had done an outstanding job, not only of putting over the surprise, but of planning a wonderful party. Champagne was poured liberally. The music got louder as the evening progressed, and although it was a weeknight, guests stayed late. Eventually, however, they said their good nights. Daniel was the last to leave. "Age has its benefits," he told Maris and Noah at the door. "Not many, mind you, but a few. One is that you can get tipsy on a weeknight and sleep late in the morning because there's nowhere you absolutely must be." Maris hugged him exuberantly. "I love you, Dad." After another hug, she asked Daniel if he could manage the stairs all right. "I got up here, didn't I?" he growled querulously. "Sorry I asked." Even so, she motioned for Noah to accompany Daniel down. "I'll be right back, darling," he called to Maris. "I haven't given you your present yet." "There's more?" "Just wait, and no snooping." Now that the apartment was empty of guests, she could see it well for the first time. Tall windows on the far wall of the living room overlooked the rooftop garden on the next building. There were pictures on the walls, and an area rug beneath the seating arrangement of chairs and sofas, but the emphasis was on functionality and comfort. Off the living room, a closed door led to what she assumed was a bedroom. She was making her way toward that door when hands seized her around the waist. "I thought I told you not to snoop," Noah said, nuzzling her ear. "Is my present behind door number 1? Let's take a look." He walked her toward the door. "You may open it now." The room was a small cubicle, but a generous window made it appear larger. It was furnished with a desk, a leather swivel chair, and shelves only partially filled with books. It was further equipped with a telephone, computer, and printer, and a fax machine. Maris took in every detail, then turned and looked at Noah. "I know you've wondered about the late hours I've been keeping, as well as the unaccounted-for time I've spent away from home and office. I confess. I apologize for causing you to worry. I wanted this place to be completely set up before you saw it. It's taken me weeks to get it ready, months if you factor in the time I spent searching for a suitable space." "A suitable space for what?" He ducked his head in what could only be described as shyness. "Writing. That's your anniversary present. I've begun writing again." For several moments she was too stunned to speak. Then she threw herself against him. "Noah, that's wonderful!" She rained kisses over his face. He laughed and indulged her enthusiasm. Finally, he set her away, keeping her at arm's length. "Don't get carried away. I'll probably fail miserably." "You won't," she said adamantly. "Talent like yours isn't depleted by one book, Noah. It doesn't simply disappear. On the contrary, I think it ripens with age and experience." She hugged him tightly, then kissed him with more heat than she could remember feeling for a long time. As their lips clung, Noah slipped off his jacket. She slid her hands up his chest and began working on the knot of his necktie. But he moved her aside, sat down at the keyboard, and booted up the computer. I'm so anxious to get started. Now? He swiveled his chair around and looked up at her, grinning sheepishly. Do you mind? It's taken me weeks to set up my new playground, but I haven't had time to play in it. I've been toying with an idea. I'm afraid if I don't commit it to paper, it'll vanish. Do you mind if I work a while? She forced herself to smile. No, of course not. Not at all. I'll say goodbye and leave you to your work. You don't have to go, Maris. You can hang around if you like. She shook her head. I don't want to be a distraction. Besides, I need to go home and pack for my trip. She leaned on the arms of his desk chair, bringing her face down to the level of his. It was a lovely surprise party, Noah. Thank you for everything, but especially for this. I can't wait to read your next novel. Look what happened after I read the first one. 15 minutes later, Noah let himself into another apartment. It was half a block away, 77 steps to be exact, from the one where he had set up an office he planned never to use. He dropped his key onto the console table in the short entry hall and moved into the living area, where he drew up short. I started without you, Nadia said. So I see. She was lying on the sofa, one foot on the floor, naked, except for a royal blue silk robe that lay open. Her eyes were half closed. Her hand was rhythmically moving between her thighs. I'm close. You'd better hurry if you want to get in on this one. He began undressing. The surprise party was a stroke of genius. Maris is now completely diffused. Now that my wife has seen my writer's retreat, which made her positively misty, I can use it as an excuse to get away at any time of day or night. For this, definitely for this, along with the other business in which we're involved. Maris is only half the problem, though. What about Daniel? Nonchalantly, Noah pulled his belt through the loops of his trousers and lightly spanked her thigh with it. Not to worry, my dear. I'll have Matherly Press sold before either of them knows what's what. The first they hear of the pending sale will probably be when they read about it in Publishers Weekly, and then it'll be too late to stop it. I'll have Daniel's position and all the benefits that go along with it, along with 10,000 shares of Worldview stock in my portfolio, and a cool $10 million in my bank account. And the Matherlys will be left with only each other. I suppose. I really couldn't care less. The roads on St. Anne Island were banked on either side by woods that were deeper and darker than any Maris had seen. She had arrived later than anticipated. Stormy weather in Atlanta had delayed her connecting flight to Savannah for 3 hours. By the time she checked into a hotel and made arrangements for transportation to the island, the sun was setting. As she chugged along in her rented golf cart, she felt extremely vulnerable. The landing's commercial district was limited to 2 places of business, the cart rental and Terry's Bar and Grill. So read a hand-painted sign nailed above a screen door. Out front, a man, presumably Terry, was cooking meat on a large grill while sipping from his long-necked bottle of beer. Even after she drove past, she could feel his eyes boring holes in her back until she rounded a bend in the road and was no longer in sight. She had the road all to herself. It seemed the dock was the last outpost of civilization. She was beginning to think that this venture was foolhardy, that she should be sensible and retreat to the safety of her hotel room in gracious and hospitable Savannah. But then she caught her first glimpse of the house and was instantly enchanted. It was beautiful, poignantly so. Maris stepped out of the cart and followed a pathway marked by twin rows of spectacular, moss-shrouded live oaks. She climbed the steps as soundlessly as possible. Maris Matherly Reed. Startled, she jumped. Following the direction from which the unexpected voice had come, she stepped back and looked down the long veranda. A face was peering at her through one of the tall front windows. "So," he said, "you really came." "Hello." She was aware that he could see her much more clearly than she could see him, but she stood her ground. She had come this far. Finally, he said, "Come on in." She pushed open the glossy black front door and stepped into a wide foyer. He emerged from one of the rooms opening off it, wiping his hands on a stained rag. He was dressed in khaki shorts and an ordinary chambray work shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He glanced beyond her. "You came alone?" "Yes." "Mosquitoes are getting in." "No deputy sheriff along for the ride?" His voice contained a trace of admonishment. She felt an explanation was called for. "I resorted to calling the sheriff's office out of desperation. I had no idea he would conduct a search, and I apologize for any embarrassment that caused." He harumphed, but whether to accept her apology or dismiss it, she couldn't tell. He was older and less physically imposing than his telephone voice had suggested. The drawl was there, but not the brusqueness. However, he wasn't being overly friendly. His blue eyes were regarding her warily. Feeling self-conscious and wanting to divert attention away from herself, she took a quick look around. A commanding, unsupported staircase swept upward from the floor of the foyer, but the second story was dark. A dozen questions about the history of the house sprang to mind, but not wanting to press her luck at having gotten this far, she merely said, "The house is extraordinary. How long have you lived here?" "A little over a year. It was in total disrepair." "Then you've already done a lot to it." "There's still a lot to be done. In fact, I've been working on a project in the dining room. Would you like to see it?" "Very much." He smiled at her, and she smiled back. Then he turned and made his way back into the room from which he'd come. The ornately carved mantel had been stripped down to the naked wood and was being prepared for refinishing. "It's lovely. I'm sure it will be even lovelier when you're finished. Parker's expecting it to be. He's a perfectionist." "Parker?" "The owner." She dropped her hand and turned back to him. "Oh, I assumed you owned the house." He shook his head in amusement. "I only work here." "That's awfully generous of him." "Generous of who?" "Of Mr. Parker, that he opens his home to you and lets you write here." He stared at her with perplexity for a moment, then began to laugh. "Mrs. Matherly Reed, I'm afraid that you're operating under a misconception here, and it's entirely my fault. Obviously, you've mistaken me for Parker, the man who you've come to see, Parker Evans." It took a second for her to process. Then she smiled with chagrin. "Parker Evans, middle initial, M. You didn't know his name?" "He didn't tell me." He studied her for a long moment, then smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Mike Strother. Forgive me for not making that clear to you when you arrived." She smiled at him, liking the older gentleman and wondering how she could have mistaken him for the abrasive individual that she had spoken to on the telephone. "Are you the contractor in charge of the house's restoration?" "Lord, no, I'm just trying my hand at this refinishing. I've worked for Parker since long before he bought this place." "In what capacity?" "I do a little bit of everything," he explained. "I'm the chief cook and bottle washer, housekeeper, gardener, valet." "Is he a demanding taskmaster?" He chuckled. "You have no idea." "I'm looking very forward to meeting him." Mike's eyes shifted away to avoid looking directly at her. "He's not here." Although she had already gathered that, having it confirmed was not only a crushing disappointment, it was perturbing. "He knew I was coming." "Oh, he knew, Mike said, nodding. "He didn't want to be sitting around here when you arrived as though he were waiting on you, so he went out." "Out? Where?" Maris was seething. She had a lot to say to Mr. Parker Evans. He had probably known about the wild goose chase she'd been sent on. Terry, the cook, surely had. His charcoal grill had gone cold, but he was tending bar when she pulled open the squeaky screen door to his establishment and went inside. Billiard balls stopped clacking. Conversations died. The floor show was about to begin, and the angry New Yorker was the featured act. Terry was grinning at her sardonically. "I'm here to see Parker Evans," she announced. Terry planted his hairy forearms on the bar and leaned across it toward her. "Who should I say is calling?" His customers guffawed. Maris spun around and confronted the room at large. A dozen pairs of eyes were focused on her. "Isn't this rather juvenile, Mr. Evans?" No one said a word. There was little movement beyond one man glancing at another, jabbing him in the ribs and winking. Another gave her a mocking salute with his beer bottle. One sitting near a pool table idly chalked the tip of his cue. "To say nothing of rude," she continued. "I've come an awfully long way to see you."
"You can go back the same way."
The voice issued from a shadowed corner and elicited more chuckles. Not even attempting to disguise her contempt, she said, "Whoever you are, Mr. Evans, you're a damned coward." Using it as her exit line, she made a beeline for the door. As she passed a billiard table, a pool cue arched down in front of her like the arm on a toll gate. She took hold of it in a tight grip and tried to shove it out of her way, but it was unyielding. Turning her head toward the man holding it, she realized he was the one she'd noticed earlier chalking the pool cue. "I'm Parker Evans." Maris was astonished, not by his audacity or the hostile eyes that reflected the red glow of a neon sign as they glared up at her. What astonished her was the wheelchair in which he sat. The contraption was green, a cross between a golf cart and a pickup truck. Maris learned later that it was called a gator, but she had never seen one before Parker Evans nodded her toward the one parked outside Terry's Bar and Grill. He invited her to get in. Still reeling from the shock of finding him in a wheelchair, she did as he requested and climbed into the passenger seat. She kept her head averted as he used his arms to lift himself onto the driver's seat. Then he leaned down, folded his chair, and swung it up in the shallow trailer. The gator had been reconfigured for him. The brake and accelerator were hand-controlled. He handled the vehicle with an ease that comes from practice as he steered it away from Terry's and headed it toward the dock. "I can take you only as far as the ramp," he said. "It's too steep for my chair." Maris was at a complete loss. "Ramp?" "Down to the dock, where you left your boat." "I don't have a boat. I paid someone to bring me over." "He didn't wait to ferry you back?" "I didn't know how long I'd be here. I told him I'd call." He brought the gator to a stop, looking displeased that he wasn't going to shake her as soon as he thought. "Couldn't we talk for a while, Mr. Evans? I've come a very long way, without an invitation. You invited me when you sent me that prologue." He registered mild surprise over her snappishness and raised his hands in mock surrender. She took a moment to collect herself, then continued in a more conciliatory tone. "I know it's rather late in the day to be talking shop, but I promise not to take up too much of your time. Mike said he would—" "I know what Mike said. He called me at Terry's after you left the house. He's acting like a complete fool." "He didn't strike me as a fool. Anything but." "Ordinarily, no, but you've got him in a dither. He's tearing around straightening up the house, fixing supper, acting like an old maid about to receive her first gentleman caller." His eyes were shadowed, but she could tell they were moving over her. "You must have laid on the charm double thick." "I did nothing of the sort. Mike is just a nice man." He barked a harsh laugh. "Unlike me?" "I didn't say that." "Well," he drawled, "you just as well have because it's true. I'm not at all nice." Then before she could prepare herself, he reached across the space separating them, hooked his hand around the back of her neck, and yanked her forward, bringing her mouth up to his. His tongue stabbed at the seam between her lips until it forced them apart. Making angry sounds of protest, she pushed against his chest, but he didn't stop. Imperceptibly, the thrust became slower and gentler, more exploratory than invasive. His thumb stroked the underside of her chin, her cheek, and very near the corner of her lips. When he ended the deep kiss, he rubbed his lips against hers lightly before breaking contact with them, and even then they remained close, merely a breath apart. Only after he let his hands fall away did he pull back. Maris turned her head away. "It won't work, Mr. Evans," she said quietly. "I'm not going to flee in terror of you." She turned then to look at him and was surprised by the absence of smugness in his expression. He held her gaze for several seconds, then put the gator into forward motion. "Did Mike happen to mention what's for supper?" It turned out to be smoked ham sandwiches served in a casual room on the back of the house. Mike referred to it as the solarium. Fancy name for a glassed-in porch, Parker commented wryly. Maris had pretended not to notice the computer setup in one corner of the room, which was otherwise furnished with rattan pieces. After serving them, Mike sat down across the table from her, confirming what she had guessed, that he was as much a friend and companion as he was a valet, the need for which was now sadly apparent. You went to far too much trouble, Mike.
No trouble. We plan to have a late supper anyway, and I'm awfully glad to have a guest in the house. Parker isn't always the best company.
Parker shot him a sour glance.
And you're a perpetual pain in the ass.
Maris laughed. Despite the swapped insults, the affection between them was obvious. I've experienced Mr. Evans' grouchiness firsthand, Mike, but I don't take it personally. Based on my experience, and confirmed only yesterday by my father, bad temperament is often an indicator of good writing. She glanced across the table at him now. He gave her a frank, returned stare. He was undeniably attractive, although years of pain or unhappiness or disillusionment or a combination thereof had etched lines into his face, making him appear older than he probably was. His brown hair was thick and threaded with gray. Grooming it would probably be an afterthought. He was wearing 2 days' worth of stubble. Staring at her now, he seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. His eyes were issuing a challenge.
Go ahead, they seemed to say. You're dying to know why I'm in this chair, so why don't you just ask?
She wasn't going to take up that dare, not now. Not until she knew him better, or not until she got at least a verbal commitment from him that he would finish his book. Have you written any more, Mr. Evans? He looked pointedly at Mike, who took the hint.
Excuse me, I need to put some things away.
The older man got up and left the room through a connecting door. Parker looked at Maris with exasperation.
My tongue has been inside your mouth, which makes the Mr. Evans a bit ridiculous, don't you think? My name is Parker. Call me that, okay?
She swallowed, but refused to look away from him. Okay. And you can call me Maris.
I plan to.
He seemed determined to provoke her one way or the other, but she was equally determined not to let him. Propping her arms on the table, she leaned forward. You put a lot of thought and hard work into your writing, Parker. Why are you reluctant to have it read? He had the answer ready.
Fear of failure.
Understood. It's the nature of the beast. She gestured toward his bookcase. But aren't we glad that most don't submit to it?
Many do, though, don't they? He argued.
How many writers can you name who drank themselves to death? Or made it quick and blew their brains out? She thought the question over, then said, Tell me, Parker, does that require more courage or less than becoming a recluse on an out-of-the-way island? The shot struck home. For several long moments he seemed to wage a battle with himself. Then he whipped his chair up and rolled it to the work table. He booted up the computer, saying to her over his shoulder, This means nothing, understand? She nodded agreement, although she was certain that they were both lying. Whatever this was, it meant something.
I've written the first chapter. If you want to read it, I'll let you, with the understanding that I'm under no obligation to you. Whether you like the material or not, I'm making you no promises.
He removed the pages from the tray on the printer, then tapped the edges on the table to even them up before passing them to her. She grasped them, but he continued to hold them.
When I kissed you, it didn't have a damn thing to do with trying to scare you off.
Before she could respond, he released the pages and shouted for Mike.
Bring her a phone so she can call for a boat, he told the older man when he appeared in the doorway.
But it's after 11 o'clock, Mike exclaimed. You can't send her back at this time of night? Ignoring Parker's warning look, Mike declared, You'll stay here tonight, in the guest house. To avoid the parties being seen together in a public restaurant, the luncheon meeting was held in a private dining room on the 31st floor of Worldview Center. The host, seated at the head of the dining table, asked politely, More coffee, Nadia? Mr. Reed? Nadia Schuller indicated to the white-gloved waiter that she would like her cup refilled. Noah declined. Morris Bloom thanked and then dismissed the servers. As Nadia idly stirred cream into her coffee, Noah exchanged a look with her that said social hour was over and business was about to commence. In addition to Morris Bloom, 5 other representatives from Worldview were seated around the table. 6 months earlier, Nadia had arranged an introductory meeting between Bloom and Noah. Bloom hadn't been coy at that initial meeting. Rather, he had stated plainly that he wished to acquire Matherly Press for Worldview. Immediately upon adjournment of that meeting, his corporate lawyers had begun working feverishly on an acquisition proposal. This meeting was for the purpose of hearing Noah's response to it. "You've had a month to study our syllabus, Mr. Reed," Bloom said. "I'm eager to hear your impressions." Morris Bloom was whipcord thin and strikingly pale, a feature emphasized by his prematurely bald head. He wore eyeglasses with silver wire frames and dressed in conservative gray, always. The man seemed to have an innate aversion to color. He had been at the helm of the international media conglomerate since his hostile takeover 4 years ago. Only 36 at the time, he had ruthlessly ousted his predecessor along with anyone on the board of directors who adhered to what Bloom termed archaic and unenlightened mindsets. Under his leadership, WV, as it was affectionately known on the stock exchange, had expanded from its base entertainment and broadcast entities into internet commerce, satellite communications, and fiber optics technology. So what did a mammoth like Worldview want with a gnat like Matherly Press? That was the question Noah now posed to Bloom. "Because it's there," the pale CEO glibly replied. Everyone at the table laughed, including Noah. He folded his bloodless hands together on the table and assumed an earnest demeanor. "You publish books with mass appeal, moneymakers if you will, but you also publish literary works. Without question, yours is a profitable house. It's also a venerable publishing institution. It has a cachet of respectability. We'd like that for our little company." The fatuous understatement elicited a twitter from the WV group, but Noah let it pass without even a smile. Bloom seemed to take that as a sign that he would stop and let the other side talk for a while. "I've studied the proposal thoroughly," Noah began. The research was impressive. "However, before we move forward, there is a point that must be addressed. That's the purpose of this meeting." Noah plucked an invisible piece of lint off the sleeve of his suit jacket, then looked over at Bloom and said blandly, "Matherly Press isn't for sale." "To which he said," Daniel Matherly asked. "Nothing that bears repeating," his son-in-law replied. They were having drinks together in Daniel's home study. "The mongrels are closing in on us, Noah. They're mean and they have sharp teeth." Noah sipped his scotch. "Let them come. We can stave them off." Daniel smiled at his son-in-law's confidence. Everyone in the industry had become acquainted with Noah Reed a decade ago following the publication of The Vanquished. The novel, set during Reconstruction, had taken the nation by storm. But to everyone's surprise and his new fans' dismay, Noah's ambitions lay not in writing, but in publishing. He had followed every step of the publishing process on The Vanquished and had derived more enjoyment out of that than he had from writing the novel. Some of his ideas on how best to market his book had been implemented by his publisher, and they had worked. The house reasoned that Noah would be equally successful publishing other books and had hired him. His inventive marketing strategies were so successful that they were blatantly copied by other publishers. So when, to Daniel's surprise, Noah had come to him 3 years ago, boldly stating his desire to make a move, Daniel had listened with interest. For Maris's part, she was positively giddy over the possibility of working daily with the author of her favorite book. With her urging, Daniel created the job of Vice President of Business Affairs for Noah. He'd never regretted that decision. "You still agree with it, don't you?" Daniel asked him now. "With what?" "The company philosophy." He gave his father-in-law a retiring look. "From the beginning of our association, I've known how you felt about mergers, Daniel. Autonomy was the basis on which Matherly Press was founded. I knew the family mantra even before I married into it. When Maris began seeing Noah outside the office, Daniel had nursed some reservations. He had been concerned on several levels. First, their 10-year age difference bothered him, but not overly so. Secondly, Noah's business acumen wasn't the only thing on which he'd built a solid reputation. It was rumored that he was a notorious womanizer. His greatest concern, however, was Noah's personal agenda. By marrying the last eligible Matherly, his career would receive a distinct boost. Of course, when it came right down to it, it wasn't Daniel's decision to make. It was his daughter's, and Maris wanted Noah for her husband. Daniel had given the couple his blessing, but where Maris's happiness was concerned, he remained a vigilant watchdog. Yesterday, she had been a bit downcast, although the surprise party was a logical explanation for Noah's recent inattention. Thinking of his daughter now, he asked, "Have you heard from Maris?" "Not since she left this morning. She seems very excited about this writer. Speaking of, she told me about her present." "Present?" "Last night." "Oh." Noah smiled with chagrin. "She's awfully easy to please, isn't she? Your writer's cell is no small thing to her, Noah. She called from the airport this morning just prior to boarding her flight. If you'd given her a diamond ring, she couldn't have been happier. She's always wanted you to resume writing." Noah frowned. "I hope she doesn't expect too much from me. Your effort alone will make her happy. I'd like to get in a few hours of effort tonight." Noah set his empty tumbler on the end table and stood up. "Stay and have dinner with me. We'll play chess afterwards." "Tempting, Daniel, but I should use this time that Maris is away to crank out a few pages. There's only one way to write, and that's to write," he said with a smile. 2 vodka martinis hadn't dulled the edges of Nadia's nerves. They seemed to be on red alert and had been since he recounted for her his conversation with Daniel. For half an hour she'd been pacing the hardwood floor of her Chelsea apartment. "No matter how blasé he seems, I don't trust the old codger," she said. "How do you know he can't see through your act?" "Because he isn't looking." Noah's voice conveyed his impatience. "I don't mean to question your perception, Noah, but Daniel Matherly hasn't made himself into a living legend by being a dimwit, not as sharp as he used to be. Maybe, or maybe he just wants you to think so." Noah disliked being second-guessed and resented even a hint of criticism. His timetable had been in place for years. Now that the finish line was in sight, he wasn't going to sacrifice all his careful planning and strategizing to recklessness. "I don't know why you're being testy with me," Nadia said. "Morris issued the deadline today, not I." That had been the one crimp in Noah's plan that he hadn't seen coming. Throughout his cocktail hour with Daniel, he'd been only half listening to the old man's rambling speech. Instead, he'd been remembering Bloom, with his lizard-like smile, imposing on him a 2-week deadline to either fish or cut bait. "I'm well aware of Bloom's deadline," Noah told Nadia now. "I'll see that it's met." "What happens when Maris gets back?" "She'll go the way Daniel goes." "That wasn't what I was talking about." Laughing huskily, she stroked him through his trousers. "I don't like sharing you with Maris. I'm impatient to have this all to myself." "I'm rather impatient myself." He unzipped his trousers and pushed down his shorts. "You stick to doing what you do best, Nadia, and leave the problem of the Matherlys to me." Parker was at his computer. He'd been up for hours. His mind was skipping like a stone over water. He couldn't focus on the last few sentences he'd written. They now seemed a jumble of words and phrases beyond translation. And then he realized why reading and understanding his own words had suddenly become a challenge. He was nervous. Everything depended on how well she liked envy, or if she liked it at all. Agitated, he turned his wheelchair on a dime. He saw her picking her way along the path between the main house and the cottage. Originally, it had been the detached kitchen of the plantation house. Parker had converted it into a guest house. Not that he entertained a lot of guests. Nevertheless, the interior of the structure had been gutted, and he had spared no expense to have it completely and comfortably renovated. Accomplished with only one guest in mind, the one presently occupying it. Maris glanced up and saw him watching her from behind the glass panels of the solarium. She let herself in through the sliding door. "Good morning." "Hi." Her skin looked dewy. She smelled like floral-scented soap. Magnolia, maybe. She had his manuscript pages with her. "It's gorgeous here, Parker," she exclaimed a bit breathlessly. "Last night it was too dark for me to fully appreciate the property, but seeing it in daylight, I understand why you fell in love with this place." The conversation lagged for several moments, then they spoke at the same time. He said, "Your blouse is wet." She said, "I read the new pages." She looked down. A damp pattern had appeared on the front of her blouse in the exact shape of her bra. She rolled the sheets of manuscript into a tube, probably to stop herself from using them to shield her chest. "I washed out some things last night." Things. Plural. If she'd washed out things, what had been left for her to sleep in? "I guess they didn't get quite dry," she explained lamely. Their eyes connected, but only for a millisecond before she looked away. She was embarrassed, and that was good. In fact, that was excellent. He wanted to keep her rattled and off balance. Leaning forward from the wheelchair, he reached out and took the rolled pages from her. "You read 'em?" 3 times. He raised his eyebrows inquiringly. "I have some comments." His chin went up defensively. Mike appeared, but sensing that he'd walked in on a serious conversation, hesitated on the threshold. Parker waved him forward, this time grateful for the man's timing. Parker took a deep breath, blew it out, and turning to Maris where she had sat down on the rattan sofa, said, "Okay, let's get this over with." She laughed lightly. "It's not an execution, Parker." "It's not?" "Not at all." She smiled, then said quietly, "You've written a terrific outline." Mike coughed softly and stared down at his shoes. "Outline? What you have is excellent. But it skims the surface. You haven't delved deeply enough." "I see." Turning his chair around, he rolled it closer to the wall of windows and watched the shallow waves break against the sand. "I'm not in the least bit discouraged by what I've read so far," Maris said. "Quite the contrary." Parker's shoulders began to shake. He covered his mouth to trap in the sound that issued up out of his chest. Maris was instantly alarmed. "Oh, Parker, please don't." Suddenly, he spun his wheelchair around and looked at Mike, who joined in his laughter. "You win, you old son of a bitch. $50 fucking. "I told you," Mike said, chuckling. "I've got great gut instincts." Maris, who had come to her feet, divided an angry look between them. "Obviously, I'm the butt of an inside joke. Would you kindly let me in on it?" "Not exactly a joke, Maris." Mike curbed his laughter and even looked a little sheepish. "It was more like an experiment. A test." "Test?" "A few months back, we read the article about you in the publishing magazine. To me, you came across as a knowledgeable editor and publisher. But Parker said that your daddy probably commissioned your publicity department to write the piece, which explained why it was so flattering. He said that you were no doubt riding on the coattails of your daddy's reputation, that you looked too young and, inexperienced. Actually, the word I used was shallow. To know good writing from bad." She had listened without interrupting or altering her expression. Now she came around slowly to face Parker. "You tried to trap me." "Guilty. If I had gushed over how good your writing was, you would have known I was insincere. Or a lousy editor." He smiled the sly grin of a gator that had just devoured a nest of ducklings, a grin that he knew would only make her madder. "Sorry you came. Want to call the boat to take you back now?" She tossed back her damp hair. "What caused Todd's father's death?" Parker's heart gave a little flutter of gladness and relief. "Does this mean you're still interested? Did Todd take his death hard, or was he glad to see the end of him?" She pushed an armchair close to him and snatched the pages from his hands as she sat down. "Do you understand what I'm getting at?
The characters need to be fleshed out. Precisely. Where do they come from? What were their families like? We know they want to be writers, but you haven't told us why. Simply for the love of books? Or is writing a catharsis for Rourke, a way for him to vent his anger? Is it a panacea for Todd's unhappiness? From the corner of his eye, he noticed Mike leaving the room, pulling the door close behind him. She thumbed through the pages to refresh her memory on the note she had jotted in the margins. I'd like to see you expand, well, just about all of it. She glanced up at him to gauge his reaction, and when he declined to respond, she sat back with a sigh. You expected this, didn't you? You knew what I was going to say. He nodded. I skimmed the surface, just as you said. Her smile was self-deprecating. She was being a good sport and letting him off more lightly than he deserved. He said, You have every right to tell Mike and me to go fuck ourselves. My father would never have tolerated that kind of language from me. So you are a daddy's girl. Big time. He read your prologue and liked it. He encouraged me to pursue this project. He gestured toward the manuscript pages. So pursue it. Consulting her notes again, she resumed. Take your time, Parker. There's no page limit. Leave the trimming and editing to me. That's my job. You don't need to reveal all the background information in the first few chapters. It can be scattered throughout. But learn what the lives of these characters were like prior to the time they met. I already know. He tapped his temple. Up here. Excellent, but the reader can't read your mind. I understand. That's it for now. Envy, Chapter 4, 1985. That Tuesday morning, 2 days before Thanksgiving, dawned cloudy and cold. The quality of his Thanksgiving holiday depended upon the outcome of the conference. He would either spend the long weekend relaxed and comfortable in the knowledge that his work had met with his professor's approval, or foundering in the lake of misery called self-doubt. Either way, he didn't have much longer to wait. The verdict would be read soon. Checking his wristwatch, Rourke saw that he had 15 minutes to reach Hadley's office. More than enough time. Despite his conservative upbringing, he was ambiguous about the existence of a supreme being. He wasn't certain that an entity with the omniscience attributed to God would give a flip about Rourke Slade's daily trials. But today wasn't the day to reject any possible advantage, so he offered up an obscure little prayer as he crossed the portico and entered the Language Arts Building. When he arrived at office number 207, he paused to draw a deep breath. The door was standing slightly ajar. He wiped his damp palm on the leg of his jeans and knocked softly. Come in. Professor Hadley was seated behind his desk. A stack of reading matter was in his lap, which was only one of myriad surfaces in the room that was stacked with reading matter. Good morning, Professor. Mr. Slade. Was it his imagination, or did Hadley's greeting sound peremptory? The advisor's manner could never be described as friendly. Unlike some instructors, he didn't get chummy with his students. In fact, it was customary for him to treat them with barely concealed contempt. As he stepped into the cramped office, Rourke reassured himself that the curtness was a habit with Hadley and that he shouldn't take it personally. No, don't close the door, Hadley told him. Oh, sorry. Rourke reached back to catch the door, which he had been about to close. You should be. Sir? Is there something wrong with your hearing, Mr. Slade? My hearing? No, sir. You are now, he glanced at something beyond Rourke's left shoulder, 56 1/2 minutes late. Rourke turned. On the wall behind him was a clock. The shorthand was already on the 9. The minute hand was 3 dashes away from the 12. He cleared his throat. Excuse me, sir, but I'm right on time. Our meeting was scheduled for 9. 8. Originally, yes, but don't you remember calling and changing it to 9? I assure you that my memory is in perfect working order, Mr. Slade. I made no such call. Hadley glared up at him from beneath dense eyebrows. Our meeting was at 8. He was an old man.
Not until recently had Daniel Matherly thought of himself as aged. He had refused to acknowledge his elderly status far past the reasonable time to do so. Lately, however, the reflection in his mirror was tough to dispute, and his joints made an even better argument that he was definitely a graduating senior. Daniel wasn't morbidly fixated on the inevitable, but he knew that the time had come for him to address it and consider all its implications. He didn't fear dying. He did fear dying a fool. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, that a revealing word or deed or demeanor which he would have detected when he was younger and sharper, 5 years ago, even 1 year ago, was escaping him. Was this paranoia valid, or a symptom of encroaching dementia? Until they proved to be untrustworthy, he chose to trust his instincts. They were telling him that something wasn't right. Perhaps he was just overly troubled by Maris's unhappiness. She wasn't as good as she believed at concealing her feelings from him. He'd picked up signals of marital disharmony. The cause and severity of that disharmony he didn't yet know. But if it was disharmonious enough to visibly disturb Maris, it disturbed him. And then there was Noah. He wanted to trust the man both as a protege and as a son-in-law, but only if Noah deserved his trust. Grunting with effort, Daniel brought his leather desk chair upright and opened a desk drawer. He withdrew his day planner and unzipped it, then removed a business card from one of the smaller compartments. William Sutherland, the card read. No company name or address. Only that name and a telephone number engraved in crisp navy blue block letters. It was a sneaky and underhanded thing to do, but given a choice between conscience and caution, there was no choice. As he reached for the telephone, he resolved to be more watchful. He didn't want to be the last to know anything. You should stay away from it. It's ready to fall down, Mike told Maris as he took a swipe at the mantel with a piece of fine sandpaper. If it's that dilapidated, is it safe for Parker to go there alone? Of course not, but try telling him that. She nodded, shook off the solemn mood, and asked, How do I get there? It could be dangerous. I promise to run if it starts to fall down. I wasn't talking about the building. I meant you could be in danger from Parker. He doesn't like to be disturbed. I'll take my chances. The abandoned cotton gin was located right where Mike had said it would be. It was, as Mike had described, a structure on the brink of collapse. With misgiving, Maris approached the wide door which was standing open. It was cavernous and dark inside, with only an occasional stripe of sunlight shining through a separation in the vertical wooden slats that formed the walls. She blinked to adjust her eyes to the gloom. Hello? Receiving no answer, she stepped inside and took a few hesitant steps forward. Parker? Here. She jumped and flattened her hand against her lurching heart, coming about quickly. He was in a corner behind her. He remained where he was, but she could feel him looking at her and realized that she must appear only a silhouette against the square of light behind her. She advanced farther inside, but only a few steps. To fill the awkward silence, she said, This is a picturesque building, which you accidentally happened upon? Mike gave me directions. Mike talks too much. Not that much. He gives away none of your secrets. Until a few minutes ago, this building was my secret. I come here to be alone. She ignored the implication that he didn't welcome her company and took a look around. The dirt floor was littered with animal droppings and trash. She couldn't imagine why Parker chose to spend time here. Her hair had been gathered into a makeshift ponytail that subtracted at least 5 years from her appearance. Her white shirt was tied in a knot at her waist. Her khaki skirt was short enough to show a couple inches of thigh, smooth, shapely thighs that invited libidinous speculation. Maris drew in a long, slow breath. I followed you here to talk about envy. Want to sit down? She shook her head. There's nowhere to sit. He swept his arm toward the front part of the building, and her attention was drawn to a circle of bricks in the dirt floor. They were stacked 2 deep, forming an enclosure roughly 5 feet in diameter. "What's that?" "Careful," Parker warned as he quickly rolled his chair to her side. "That's an abandoned well." She peered over the rim of bricks into the darkness of the hole. "How deep is it?" "Deep enough." "For what?" After holding her gaze for a moment, he backed up, then wheeled past her. He hitched his chin toward an upended crate. "That'll do for a perch if you're not too particular." After testing the crate's sturdiness, she gingerly sat down on the rough wood. "Be careful of splinters," he warned, "although my picking them out of the backs of your thighs is a bewitching thought." "Was that thunder?" Changing the subject, Maris. "Yes." Grinning, he glanced over his shoulder toward the open door. It had grown noticeably darker outside as well as in. Overhead, the first raindrops struck the roof with fat-sounding slaps. The rain didn't cool the air much, but it had a definite effect on the atmosphere. It became closer, denser. He was aware of it, and so was Maris. Her eyes moved away from watching the rain through the open door and found his. Thunder rumbled and rain pelted the roof, but the racket only emphasized the strained silence between them. Parker rolled his chair closer to her until his knees were only inches from hers. "What did you tell your husband?" "About what?" "Being here. I assume you called him." "I did. I left word that things were going well." "Left word?" "With his secretary." "I'll call him later." "As you're going to bed?" "Possibly." "What'll you talk about?" "None of your damned business." "That good, huh? Or that bad?" She drew a deep breath and said tightly, "I'll tell him that I've discovered an extremely talented writer who—" "Please, I'm blushing." "Who is also the crudest, rudest, most obnoxious man I've ever met." He grinned. "Well, that would be the truth." Then his smile gradually faded. Giving the wheels of his chair a small push, they rolled another inch or 2 nearer to her. "I bet you won't tell him I kissed you," he said in a low voice. "I bet you omit that part." She stood up hastily, knocking the crate over backward. She tried going around him, but he moved equally fast and used his chair to block her path. "Get out of my way, Parker. I'm going back to the house now. It's raining. I won't melt." "Melt down, maybe. You're angry. Or afraid." "I'm not afraid of you." "Then sit back down." She glanced outside at the downpour, then reluctantly upturned the crate and resumed her seat on it, primly and looking pissed. "Tell me how you met your husband, Maris." "Why?" "I want to know." Gauging her expression, he expected her to clam up and refuse to continue their conversation, but she folded her arms across her middle. "Noah came to work at Matherly Press, but long before that I knew him by reputation as the brains behind a rival publishing house. When he joined us, I was thrilled at the opportunity to be working with him. Over time, however, I realized that my feelings ran much deeper than admiration for a colleague. I was in love with him. Smart move on his part. He married the boss's daughter." That irked her, so much so that Parker knew he wasn't the first to connect those 2 dots. It had crossed her mind, too, perhaps too often for comfort. "How long have you been married?" "Almost 2 years." "Children?" "No." He paused as though realigning his thoughts. "So you were seeing Noah every day at work and fell head over heels in no time." "Actually, I had had a mad crush on him even before I met him." "How's that?" "I had read his book, The Vanquished." "You know it?" "I'd read it when it came out." "So did I. About 50 times." "Are you kidding?" "No, I love it. The main character, Sawyer Bennington, became the man in my romantic fantasies." "Wasn't he a criminal of some sort?" "A thief and a murderer." "Generally considered criminal." "But his crimes were justified because of what was done to his wife and child. When he discovered their bodies, I cried buckets. I still cry every time I read it." Her expression turned dreamy and wistful. "Sawyer is such a hard man. with everybody except Charlotte. They loved so passionately, and it was the kind of love that even death couldn't destroy. When they hanged him for his crimes, he was thinking about... Her voice trailed off. Embarrassed, she gave a slight shrug. "Forgive me, Parker. I guess you can tell how much I love this novel." "So what did he follow it with?" "He didn't." Her exuberance waned considerably. Noah got very involved with publishing The Vanquished and decided that his calling was in that arena, not writing. He never wrote again, not until recently. Parker's gaze sharpened. "He's writing again?" "He set up an office specifically for that purpose. I'm very pleased." But she didn't look very pleased, or even moderately pleased. A shallow but distinct vertical line had formed between her eyebrows. He stared at her for a long moment. What was he thinking? Who, Noah? He shook his head. The hero of the book, Sawyer. You said when they hanged him he was thinking... Oh, he was thinking about the first time he saw Charlotte. She hesitated, but Parker motioned for her to continue. Noah wrote that passage so vividly, with such detail, that I could see the orchard, smell the ripening fruit, feel the heat. Sawyer had been traveling for days, remember? He comes upon Charlotte's family's farm, where he hopes to get water for himself and his horse. No one is around. The place seems deserted. But as he makes his way toward the water trough, he spots Charlotte sleeping on a pallet of quilts in the shade of a peach tree. Charlotte is the most beautiful woman Sawyer has ever seen. Her long hair was unbound. Because of the heat, she had raised her dress as high as her knees, and she's barefoot. Sawyer is a lusty young man. Seeing her bare calf and foot inflames him. She'd just as well have been naked. He should have been a gentleman and politely withdrawn the moment he saw her. Instead, he stays and gazes at her until he hears a wagon approaching. Because it was the most pivotal day of his life. He died reliving his first sight of Charlotte. For several moments after she stopped speaking, they just looked at one another. Neither was capable of or willing to dispel the mood. When he finally spoke, his voice was abnormally husky. "Do you know what made that scene so erotic?" She tilted her head inquisitively. His eyes and mind had touched what his hands and lips wanted to. He nodded and said in an even lower voice, "The strongest sexual stimulant of all. What we can't have." Maris drew in a shaky little breath and exhaled it slowly. Suddenly she stood up in the narrow space separating them. "I'm going back now. The rain has stopped." Before she could take a full step, he reached out and stopped her with his hands. They clasped her just below her waist, the heels of them pressing her hip bones, his fingers curved back toward her hips. Slowly, his eyes moved up. She was looking down at him, startled and apprehensive. "We know why I kissed you last night, Maris. To frighten me off." He frowned. "That doesn't even merit an argument. I kissed you because you braved Terry's and showed up everybody in the place, including me. I kissed you because just looking at you made me ache. I kissed you because I'm a rotten son of a bitch and your mouth looks so goddamn kissable. Simply put, I kissed you because I wanted to. But there is one question that's driving me fucking crazy." His eyes focused harder on hers, and by doing so penetrated. "Why did you kiss me back?" Maris's call came at an inopportune time, but Noah figured he had better take it to avoid her being suspicious. Even though he had a meeting scheduled in 10 minutes, he asked his assistant to put her call through. "Darling, I'm so glad to hear from you." Noah checked the sterling Tiffany clock on his desk and wondered when he could gracefully break this off. "Is the book coming along? How is it working with the author?" "He's talented, Noah. He's also opinionated, difficult at times, and impossible at others, but he's a challenge I can't resist." "So the trip has been productive?" "Yes, and unless there's something that requires me to come home, I'm going to stay here through the weekend and spoon-feed him constructive criticism and encouragement. I can tell by the enthusiasm in your voice that you're enjoying being a hands-on editor again. Very much. Are you writing?" When I can. Just remember it's a part-time job, Maris. It can't take precedence over my responsibilities here. I understand. It's just that I'm eager to read something new by my favorite author. Don't hold your breath. It might take a while and the process can't be rushed. No worry there, she laughed. I've got my hands full with this project, in addition to the other manuscripts coming due in the next few months. I'll be editing in my sleep. He liked the sound of that. If she were distracted by work, he'd be freer to devote more time to finalizing his deal with Worldview. Meanwhile, this was a perfect time for Maris to be out of town. Her absence made it more convenient for him to manipulate Daniel. The old man had to be carefully finessed. Subtlety was key. Maris's absence also allowed him more time with Nadia. I can't wait for you to read this book, Noah, Maris said, drawing him back into their conversation. The author hasn't shared with me the whole plot, she went on, but I think it's going to be good. If you think it's going to be good, then it will be. Listen, darling, I hate to cut short our conversation, but I'm due down the hall in 2 minutes. I have a meeting with Howard, and you know what a stickler he is about punctuality. Howard Bancroft was Matherly Press's chief counsel and head of the legal department. What's the meeting about? I can't recall off the top of my head. Something to do with one of our foreign licensees, I believe. I hate to get on Howard's bad side, she said, but there is something else I wanted to talk about. He had to work at keeping the impatience out of his voice. What's on your mind? Is Dad all right? Seems to be. I saw him last evening and talked to him again this morning. He came into the office? No. He called to ask if I could muddle through without him today. He wanted to end the call quickly, but he didn't want to leave her worrying over Daniel. Concern might bring her rushing back. Maris, don't worry about Daniel, he said tenderly. He's a tough old bird, stronger than we give him credit for. I'm sure you're right. It's just that when I'm not with him, my imagination gets away from me and I start worrying. Unnecessarily, I assure you. Now, forgive me, but I really must run. Noah, she added just before he disconnected, I love you. For a moment he was taken aback. Then, in the absent-minded way of a devoted but preoccupied husband, he replied, I love you too, darling. Professions of love meant nothing to him. They were sequences of words without any relevance. By contrast, Maris had an affectionate nature. She declared her love at least once a day, and while he'd become accustomed to hearing it, he still felt no connection to the sentiment. But this most recent profession gave him pause. As he breezed past Bancroft's assistant with barely a nod and entered the consul's private office, the exchange with Maris lingered on his mind. Her "I love you" had been declared with an undercurrent of desperation. He must determine what, if anything, that signified. One thing was certain. She would not be proclaiming her love for him if she knew the contents of the folder he carried into the lawyer's office with him. Hello, Howard. Sorry I'm late. He barged ahead to prevent Bancroft from remarking on his tardiness. Without invitation, he sat down on an upholstered love seat and spread his arms along the back of it, a study in nonchalance. His cavalier attitude was calculated to distract Bancroft from the business at hand, but he knew from experience that the little Jew was no pushover. Is the document ready? Noah asked, even though the reference document was lying in plain view on the lawyer's desk. It's ready, Bancroft replied. Thank you for preparing it so expediently. Noah leaned forward and reached for the document, but Bancroft laid his heavily veined and spotted hand on it. Not so fast, Noah. I'm unwilling to let you have this today. Why's that? I followed your directives and drew up the document as you requested, but its content is troubling. You're certain that Maris approves of this? I made the request on her behalf, Howard. How does she feel that such a document is necessary? You know as I do, as Maris does, that publishing isn't the gentleman's cottage industry it was a century ago. Matherly Press must be prepared for any contingency. We must be able to operate with fluidity so that if an opportunity arises, it can be immediately seized. Without Daniel's consent? Noah assumed a sad expression. Ah, Howard, that's the hitch. It breaks Maris's heart as it does mine that Daniel is getting on in years. That's a sad fact we've been forced to accept. If he should take a sudden downward turn, say a stroke that renders him incapable of making business decisions, this power of attorney guarantees a smooth transition and protects the company from being pitched into chaos. I wrote the provisos, Noah. I know their purpose. I also know that similar documents are already in place and have been for years. Should the unforeseen happen, Maris has been granted full power of attorney to make all Daniel's decisions for him, personally and professionally. I'm aware of the previous documents. This one's different. Indeed it is. It supersedes the others. It also grants you power of attorney to make Daniel's decisions for him. Noah took umbrage. Are you suggesting that I'm insinuating myself? No. Bancroft raised his hands, palm out. Both Daniel and Maris have mentioned to me the need to amend their power of attorney documents to include you. But that responsibility should fall to Mr. Stern, not to me. You're more convenient. To whom? Noah glared at him. What else do you find so troubling, Howard? Obviously frustrated, Howard ran a hand over his knobby head. It bothers me to release such an important document when it hasn't been signed and witnessed in my presence. I told Maris that I refused to sign it until she has, Noah said. I was adamant about that. She'll have her signature notarized in Georgia. When the document is returned, I'll sign it. As soon as she gets back, we'll meet with Daniel. Why not wait until Maris's return and do it all at one time? Explain to me the urgency. Noah sighed as though getting a grip on his diminished patience. Her being away is one reason Maris wanted this done with dispatch. Shit happens, Howard. Plane crashes, car accidents, sudden illness. In a worst-case scenario, she wants Matherly Press protected. Is that why the document becomes valid with your signature alone? I told Maris, and I'm telling you, I will not sign it until her signature is in place. Bancroft exchanged a long stare with him, then shook his head. I'm sorry, Noah. I've worked for the Matherlys for a long time. They rely on me always to act in their best interest. Therefore, I'm sure you understand my precaution. Unless Daniel or Maris calls me and gives me authorization, I cannot release this document to you today. Noah leveled a hard look on him. Then he grinned, and grinned wider. Well, Howard, he said with soft menace, it seems as though you suspect me of corporate subterfuge. I suspect you of no such thing, the lawyer returned blandly. That's good. I'm relieved to hear that, because I would hate for you to suspect me of duplicity. I find that despicable, don't you? Duplicity, betrayal, disloyalty to one's family, one's race. Noah held the lawyer's gaze as he picked up the folder that he'd brought in with him. Gently, he set it on the desk and slid it toward Bancroft, who stared at it with the misgivings of one who must remove the lid from a basket, knowing that a cobra was coiled inside. After a full minute of palpable silence and dread, the attorney opened the cover and began to scan the printed material inside. Who would have thought it, Howard? Noah said. Your mother fucked Nazis. Bancroft's narrow shoulders sagged forward. See, Howard, knowledge equates power. I paid your mother a visit in the nursing home where you had sequestered her. After a little arm-twisting, she confessed her shameful secret to me, and for a nominal fee, an attendant wrote it all down, word for word. Frankly, I wasn't surprised that she died just a few days later. You know the story well, Howard, but I was fascinated. See, Howard, your mother bartered her pussy for her life. Routinely. She came to like the favors she was granting and flaunted them. Ate well, drank wine, made merry with Nazis. She was the camp whore, and for that, She was despised. Now, is it any wonder she changed her name and created a fictitious history for herself when she emigrated to America? Howard Bancroft's hands were trembling so badly that when he removed his eyeglasses this time, he dropped them onto his desk. She couldn't be sure which of the camp guards was your father. She had spread her legs for so many, you see. Howard, what a nasty secret you've kept. Considering the advocate you've been for Holocaust survivors, they might regard your crusade as hypocritical. Your blood is tainted with that of a traitorous whore and an Aryan murderer. Now, you might say to me, you can't prove this. But your reaction is proof enough, isn't it? Howard Bancroft was weeping into his hands, his whole body shaking as uncontrollably as if he'd been inflicted with a palsy. No one need ever know, of course, Noah said, switching to an upbeat tone. He stood up and retrieved both his folder and the power of attorney document. However, I'm sure you understand my precaution. A copy of your mother's confession is with an attorney I retained solely for this purpose. Should anything untoward happen to me, he's under strict instructions to distribute your mother's signed statement to all the synagogues in and around the 5 boroughs. It would make for very interesting reading, don't you think? Noah crossed to the door. Although the lawyer had made no effort to move but continued to cry into his hands, Noah said, No, Howard. Don't bother seeing me out. Have a nice day. You're leaving tomorrow? In the morning, Maris replied. Nervously, her gaze moved around the solarium, never stopping directly on Parker. Mike arranged for a boat to pick me up. I have a 9:30 flight out of Savannah connecting in Atlanta to LaGuardia. Have a nice trip. His surly expression suggested he hoped she would have the trip from hell. This was the first time she'd seen Parker today. This morning she had slipped into the kitchen for a quick breakfast of cold cereal. She'd skipped lunch altogether, and then asked Mike to bring her a sandwich to the cottage for dinner. She used work as her excuse for the solitude. Before I leave, she began, I thought we should have one last discussion about the manuscript. I spent most of the day reevaluating it. Reevaluation. That's what we're calling it? Calling what? Your avoidance of me? Okay. He wanted a fight. Why disappoint him? Yes, I was avoiding you, Parker. Can you blame me? Parker rolled his chair over to the computer desk. Do you want to read what I've been working on, or what? Of course I want to read it. While the new pages were printing out, Maris moved slowly along the cramped bookcase, surveying the titles in Parker's extensive collection. You like mysteries? His head came around. If they're written well. You must think Mackenzie Roon writes well. He's okay. Just okay. You have the entire Dick Caton series. Ever read one? A few, not all. She pulled one of the books from the shelf and thumbed through it. I wish we were publishing them. They sell like hotcakes. Why do you think that is? The character of Dick Caton appeals to both men and women, and why not? He's independently wealthy. Detective work is just his hobby. He lives on a fabulous houseboat, drives fast cars, flies his own jet. He's as comfortable in a tuxedo as he is in blue jeans. And even more comfortable out of 'em. He grinned devilishly. Dick Caton is well drawn. He's charming, witty, good-looking. He's a jerk. Sometimes he is. But he's been so engagingly written that a reader forgives his flaws. And even though he's armed and dangerous and tough-talking, Dick has an underlying vulnerability because his wife's death. Right. It's referred to, but I haven't read that particular book. First of the series, he explained. Skiing accident. He challenged her to a downhill race. She crashed into a tree. Autopsy revealed she was several weeks pregnant. They hadn't known. You should read it. I definitely will. Which was your favorite of the series? Loose Change? He grimaced. Seriously? In that book, Dick came dangerously close to being a puss. But he soon reasserted himself as a real cad. By the end of the book, he was back to being the smooth operator that every man fantasizes being. Did he live up to your fantasy? Dick Caton? Your husband.
His book acted like a spark plug to your fantasy life. Did his performance in bed, does it, live up to your expectations? She faced him squarely. Parker, that is an inappropriate question. That means it doesn't. That means it's none of your business. Your curiosity over my personal life is out of line, which is precisely why I avoided being alone with you last night and all day today. What happened in the gin made me uncomfortable. I'm married. What happened in the gin? His feigned innocence infuriated her, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of showing it. You attached far too much significance to that kiss, Parker. You asked why I allowed it, and since you seem confused on that point, let me clarify. I allowed it because fighting you off would have been undignified and embarrassing for both of us. I wanted to work with you on envy. If one meaningless kiss bought me that opportunity, it was a small enough price to pay. Can't we put that juvenile episode behind us and concentrate on what brought me here in the first place? Your book and my desire to buy it. For how much? The subject of money had never been broached, and she was caught off guard by the introduction of it now. I haven't seen a complete manuscript, Parker. I won't go to contract until I have. And I won't bust my balls finishing a book that you might ultimately reject. I'm sorry, that's the way the system works. Not my system. The recently printed sheets were neatly stacked in his lap. She was itching to read them. But his jaw was squared, and he was just ornery enough to stick to his guns. We could compromise. I'm listening, he said. I would be willing to offer you a moderate advance once I see a detailed outline. No sale. I don't want to do an outline. Why? That would spoil the surprises. I'm your editor. I don't need to be surprised. Of course you do. You're a reader first and editor second. You're the first barometer of whether the book is good or it's crap. They stared at one another until he finally asked, Do you want to hear what I wrote today while you were busy avoiding me? Ignoring his sarcasm, she said, Of course I want to. Did you say hear it? I thought I would read it to you because it's very sloppy. Have a seat. She sank into the deep cushions in one of the wicker armchairs, slipped off her sandals and tucked her legs beneath her. He rolled his chair near hers. This scene takes place on the night following Rourke's snafu with Hadley. The professor rescheduled their appointment for after the Thanksgiving holiday. Rourke returns to the frat house, pulls Todd off his sleeping loft, and commences to beat the hell out of him. Some frat brothers break up the fight. Rourke inflicts no more damage than a busted lip and a bloody nose. Todd apologizes. He does? He does. He says he thought it would be a good, practical joke, but didn't think through the ramifications of screwing Rourke with Hadley. Says he hadn't counted on Hadley being so severe when Rourke turned up late. Is Todd sincere? We have no reason to believe otherwise, do we? No, I suppose not. Okay, so Rourke has accepted Todd's explanation and apology, but he's still mad as hell. He calls up the girl and makes a date with her for that evening. He tells her that he really wants to see her, that he's had a shitty day, stuff like that. He's in need of some TLC. Exactly. Scanning as he went, Parker flipped through the top several pages, letting them drift one by one to the floor at the side of his chair. Oh, I've named the girl Leslie. I like it. To paraphrase, Rourke drives him out to the lake. He parks. Leslie asks him what had happened that day to put him in such a funk. Words to that effect. Parker sent that page sailing over the armrest of the wheelchair. How does Rourke respond? The way most men respond to any emotionally charged situation. Which is? Well, depending on if we're stimulated to feel bad or good, we either want to strike something or fuck something. Maris cleared her throat. I don't suppose Rourke feels like striking something. Wasn't it you who suggested that I enhance their relationship? It was. Okay, then. They kiss, and it gets predictably slippery. Rourke opens her coat, cuddles up to her chest, gives him access to some skin. Velvety, warm, fragrant woman skin, it says here. I'll work on that. The foreplay just isn't hacking it. The guy's dying here, so he guides Leslie's hand inside his jeans, and to put it delicately, she gives him a hand job. That's putting it delicately? The huskiness of her voice brought his head up, and he looked across at her. Compared to some optional phrases, that's pretty delicate, yeah. Okay. Rourke tells her he loves her. How does Leslie respond? Ah, he said, frowning. As it turns out, the hand job is her going-away present. She dumps him. Does she break up for the reasons stated in the first draft? Yeah. Then she's being kind, isn't she? And smart. She's thinking first of him and his career. In Rourke's mind, she's being a heartless bitch. He picked up the remaining pages. Shall I? Please. The day had started off lousy, and then it had gone to pure shit. As much as he wanted to lay blame on Leslie, on Hadley, on Todd for today's miseries, Rourke acknowledged that most of the blame, if not all of it, lay squarely with him. The wisdom of her choice to return to her small-town aspirations and long-standing sweetheart didn't make it any easier to lose her now, but ending the relationship before it actually started would spare them future heartache. At least they had parted while all the memories were still sweet. Professor Hadley had been well within his rights to be perturbed. He had probably been as upset with Rourke for being duped by his roommate as he had been by the tardiness. The challenge facing Rourke now was to prove to Hadley that, all evidence pointing to the contrary, he was not an imbecile. Today had been the first cold day of the season. It was also the first day of Rourke Slade's life as an adult. Without ceremony or sacrament, he had undergone a rite of passage. After today, trust was only a word, a remote ideal that would never have a practical application in his life. For months following that Tuesday before Thanksgiving, Rourke would think about Professor Hadley and what he could learn from that embarrassing experience. He would reflect on all that he had learned from Leslie about himself as a man and a writer. But what he had learned about his best friend, Todd, he avoided thinking about altogether. When Parker finished reading the final page, he stared at the last sentence for a time, then let the sheet slip from his fingers and drift down to join the others. By now the floor around the wheelchair was littered with pages of manuscript. Quietly and without looking at Maris, he said, "That's it so far." She slowly unfolded her legs and lowered her feet to the floor. "All right, Parker. It goes against the company's policy as well as my own, but I'll give you a $10,000 advance just to finish the manuscript. When it's completed, we'll negotiate the terms of a contract. If you decline our terms and sell the book elsewhere, the $10,000 must be repaid from the first proceeds you receive from the other publisher. If you accept, that initial $10,000 will be applied to the advance we ultimately agree upon. In the meantime, I suggest you get an agent." He mulled it over for several seconds. $15,000. No first proceeds clause, and the 15 is not applicable to the advance finally agreed upon. In other words, the 15's mine no matter what. If Matherly Press can't afford to gamble $15,000, you should padlock the doors tomorrow. He was right, of course, and except for saving face, she saw no point in arguing it further. The fierce deal-making could be reserved for the final contract negotiations. Deal. As soon as I return to New York, I'll have our legal department draw up a letter of agreement. For now, we have a gentleman's agreement. She stuck out her hand. He took her hand and used it to draw her closer to him. By no stretch of the imagination are you a gentleman. She leaned even farther forward, bringing her face very close to his and whispering, "Neither are you." Laughing, he released her hand. "Got that right. Do you want to take the rest of this with you?" He indicated the pages scattered over the floor. "Please, I'd like my father to read it." "What about your husband?" "Noah usually handles the business concerns and leaves the editorial to me, but since I've become so personally involved in this book, I'm sure he'll want to read it too." Parker wheeled his chair backward so she could kneel down and gather the manuscript pages. "I'd help, but no bother. I like it this way. I've actually entertained fantasies of you on your knees in front of me. Dirty fantasies. In some states, I could be arrested. I should have you charged with sexual harassment. I'd deny it. That's the only reason I don't." She continued to gather the pages with quick, angry motions. Then she noticed the scar. He wasn't wearing socks, so his feet were bare inside a pair of Docksiders that sadly looked new and unscuffed. The scar crossed the vamp of his right foot and crawled up his ankle to disappear inside the leg of his trousers. The flesh was raised and buckled. It only gets worse from there. She looked up at him. "I'm sorry, Parker. It must have been incredibly painful. At first." He affected an indifference she knew was false, but after a few years I learned to live with it. Eventually the pain dwindled to a familiar ache. He wheeled his chair around. "I'm going to get cobbler. Want some?" With all the sheets now in hand, she came to her feet. "No thanks. I need to get to bed. I left an early wake-up call with Mike." "Right." In a matter of seconds, his attitude had turned frosty. She'd seen his scars, internal ones as well as those on his legs, and he couldn't tolerate that. He equated the scars to weakness, a limitation to his masculinity, which was ridiculous. Because with the exception of those scarred legs, Parker defined maleness. He was broad through his shoulders and chest. As she had noticed that night they met, his arms were heavily muscled. He wasn't as classically handsome as Noah. There was a distinct asymmetry to Parker's features, but the irregularities made it arresting and interesting. The square jaw, stern visage, and a head of hair over which he exercised limited control all contributed to an attractiveness that was altogether manly. A manliness from which the safest distance for a married woman was full retreat. "I'll be in touch soon, Parker." "Yeah. Goodbye, Maris." He wheeled himself into the kitchen, never looking back. Left standing alone in the empty, dim room, Maris felt awkward and a bit deflated. She didn't know what she had expected, but Parker's desertion seemed anticlimactic. She had what she'd come for, an agreement with him to finish envy. Nevertheless, she felt a bit crestfallen. Honestly, she was sad to be leaving. With its moss-laden trees that were almost as ancient as the surf, the island was otherworldly, entrancing, and seductive. And so was Parker Evans. But she shoved that thought aside. She noticed that the manuscript pages had actually grown damp within her tight grip. She had planned to return to the guest cottage and read these pages for herself, but she changed her mind. They could be read when their author wasn't in the next room entertaining fantasies about her that he could be arrested for. Before she left the solarium, she borrowed a Mackenzie Roon novel from Parker's library. She had a feeling that falling asleep was going to be difficult. The mystery would be a pleasant diversion. Dec Caton could keep her company. Parker liked coming to the Cotton Gin before the sun came up, when it was still reasonably cool and there was a light breeze coming off the ocean. He fancied the building having a soul, awakening at sunrise in the vain hope that the new day would bring life and vitality back to it. He fancied it because he could identify with it. He knew what it was like for people to shut you down, lock you up, and go away sadly shaking their heads and saying that you weren't going to be worth much to anybody ever again. By an act of will, he had given his day's purpose. He had set himself a goal. Now he was mere weeks away from achieving that goal. He came here to the emptiness of this ruin to rethink his plot and look for holes in it. He came here to check on his preparedness and to ask himself repeatedly what he could have possibly overlooked. He came to anticipate how sweet it was going to be to have his revenge, to see an end to it, to bring it to closure after 14 years. This morning he'd come here to think specifically about Maris. Within these weathered walls he had hatched the plan to get her to St. Anne Island, under his roof and under his influence. He hadn't planned on her getting under his skin. He couldn't go feeling sorry for her, though. If he was to treat Noah Reed to a taste of hell on earth,
Utilizing Noah's wife was necessary. No, he couldn't let himself get mushy over Maris Matherly Reed. He didn't want her pity. He didn't need it. And she damn well wouldn't be pitying him if she knew what was in store for... You son of a bitch. Parker spun his chair around barely in time to duck the hardcover book hurled at his head. Parker batted the book away a nanosecond before it could connect with his temple. It landed in the dirt beside his chair, sending up a puff of dust. He recognized the cover. It was the first volume of the Dick Caton series. Maris was standing just inside the open doorway. Unflappably, he asked, "You didn't like the book?" "Fuck you." "I guess not." With her hands clenched into fists that she held stiffly at her sides, she walked toward him, quoting, as she came, "At least they had parted while all the memories were still sweet." She came to a stop within a yard of his chair. "You're either a plagiarist or a consummate liar, and either way you're a son of a bitch. I believe you quoted from chapter 17, page 243. Dick is at his late wife's grave." He feigned puzzlement. "I'm not sure if one can plagiarize oneself. Can one?" "Why did you lie to me, Parker?" "I never lied about it," he countered calmly. "You never asked me if I was Mackenzie Roon." "Don't be obtuse, Parker. You lied by omission. If I hadn't wanted to be found out, I wouldn't have deliberately used that sentence in Envy, and then recommended that you read the first Dick Caton book, which was another of your games to test how sharp I am," she shouted. Impatiently, she raked her hair back. "Why did you play this ridiculous game with me, Parker? Or Mackenzie, or whatever the hell your name is?" "Parker, Mackenzie, Evans. Mackenzie was my mother's maiden name. Tickled my mom no end for me to use it. It has a nice ring. It's androgynous. It's, answer me, safe." "From what?" "Discovery." He tossed out the word like a gauntlet. "The series has been enormously popular. Why hide behind a pseudonym?" He folded his arms across his chest and gave her a pointed look. "Why do you suppose, Maris?" Her lips parted as though to speak, but then realization dawned, and her lips closed. She looked away, embarrassed. "Right. Dick Caton is every man's fantasy, every woman's too, according to you. Why would I want to dispel his dashing image by showing up at personal appearances in a wheelchair? No author photographs on the book jackets," she mused out loud. "No book signings or personal appearances. I often questioned your publisher's marketing strategy and wondered why it didn't include you. They were protecting you." "Wrong. I was protecting myself. Even my publisher doesn't know who Mackenzie Roon is. No one knows anything about Mackenzie Roon's true identity. My agent tells me the speculation has run the gamut from..." "Of course," Maris interrupted on a soft cry. "Mackenzie Roon has an agent. I know her. You didn't go through her when you submitted Envy. Why?" "She doesn't know about it." "Why?" "I wanted to write a different book. I've come clean with you, Maris. Now be truthful with me. If my agent had called you up one day and said, 'Guess what I've got? Lying on my desk as we speak is a new novel by the author of the Dick Caton series, something entirely different from the mysteries, very hush-hush, and he wants you to see it first,' you'd have creamed, right?" She blinked at the offensive expression, but she didn't want to shy away from his eyes as they bore into hers. "I wanted you to cream over Envy, Maris, but without knowing anything about me or my past successes." "Which entitled you to make a fool of me?" "No, damn it." "I sent the prologue to you unsolicited because that was the only way to guarantee an impartial reading. I wanted it to stand on its own, not on my reputation as a best-selling author. I wanted it to be good. It would have been just as good without the charade, Parker. My reaction to it would have been the same. But I would never have known for sure, would I?" He gave her time to respond, but she didn't. She couldn't. She bent down and picked up the book. "Are you going to bang me over the head with that?" She returned his peacemaking smile with a glare. "Don't you dare try to charm me, Parker." She passed the book down to him and dusted her hands. "What you did was terrifying. That wasn't the word I was going to use, but it's the correct one. When I put that prologue in the mail, I was scared shitless." "Of what? Rejection?" "Big time." He reached for Maris's hand and squeezed it hard. "Don't underestimate how important this is to me." She didn't squeeze back, but searched his eyes. "Why did you send envy to me, Parker? I know you're editor for the Mackenzie Rune books. He's very capable." "He is," he agreed solemnly. "My question stands. Why'd you choose me?" "The article in the magazine." Hopefully she wouldn't detect that he was lying. The answer seemed plausible enough to him, but she was looking at him with an intensity that was unnerving. "I liked what you said about commerce versus quality, and how the balance in publishing is in danger of shifting in favor of the former. I'm not writing this book for the money. I've got more money than I'll ever need. Dick Caton has seen to that. I'm writing envy for me." They exchanged a long and meaningful look. He was consumed with a desire to touch her. "I don't want you to leave." He hadn't known he was going to say that until he heard his own gruff voice filling the heavy silence. He hadn't made a conscious decision to speak the words, but he meant them. And he meant them for reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with his revenge on Noah Reed. "Write your book, Parker. I'll be in touch." She backed up several steps before turning and walking away from him. "Maris!" But she didn't stop, or even slow down, and she didn't look back, not even when he called her name again. "This visit is long overdue. I'm glad you were free." Nadia Schuler sent a smile across the table to her luncheon guest. As the setting for this intimate get-together, Nadia had chosen a small, cozy restaurant on Park Avenue. Its menu was unaffected. The decor was country French. Nadia thought the lace panels in the windows were a bit precious for Manhattan, but they contributed to the restaurant's friendly ambiance. And that was the note she was trying to strike with this lunch: friendliness, which was somewhat of a challenge when you were screwing your guest's husband. "Thank you for the invitation." Maris offered a strained little smile and opened her menu, a not-so-subtle hint that she was ready to get lunch underway and over with as quickly as etiquette permitted. They placed their entree orders with the waiter. As Nadia passed Maris a basket of bread, she remarked, "Tragic news about Howard Bancroft." That elicited a reaction. Maris declined the bread basket with a small shake of her head, and her eyes turned sad. "Has anyone speculated on why he killed himself?" "Nadia, Oh, this isn't for book chat." Howard Bancroft had been discovered in his car, parked half a block from his house on Long Island, with his brains blown to smithereens and a pistol in his hand. Maris shook her head with remorse. "He was such a well-loved man, especially in the Jewish community. I can't imagine what drove him to commit such a desperate act." Their main courses arrived. As they ate, they switched to a brighter topic. The book's Matherly Press had scheduled for its fall lineup. "I predict that it's going to be a very successful holiday season for us, our best ever. May I quote that in my column?" "You may." Nadia opened her ever-present notebook and asked Maris to enumerate the titles and authors she was especially excited about. After jotting them down, she laid aside her pen and took a dainty bite of grilled sea bass. "Tell me about this project you're working on in Georgia. I heard all about it from your secretary when I called to invite you to lunch." "I can't." Nadia stopped eating. "Why not?" "It's not open to discussion." "How positively fabulous. I love projects swathed in mystery." Nadia took a sip of wine, gazing at Maris over the rim of the glass. "You've just increased my curiosity about 1,000 times over." "You'll have to remain curious." "Give me something," Nadia cajoled. "Friend to friend." "You're not my friend." Nadia was taken back by Maris's tone. Suddenly, with that terse statement, they were no longer talking about the unnamed writer in Georgia. She kept her smile in place, saying, "That's true, Maris. We haven't been. But I'd like to change that. We will never be friends, Nadia." Again, Nadia was taken off guard by Maris's candor. "Why do you say that?" "Because you want to sleep with my husband." In spite of herself, Nadia was impressed. Miss Goody Two-Shoes wasn't so goody after all. Dropping all pretense, she met Maris's level gaze. "You can't wonder why. Noah is an attractive man. An attractive, married man. A distinction that has never stopped me. That's what I hear." Rather than being insulted, Nadia laughed. "Good. I love being the topic of scandalous conversation." Curbing the temptation to flaunt the affair, she asked, "Have you spoken to Noah about this?" "Yes." "And what did he say?" "That his interest in you is strictly business-related, that your column is so influential he can't risk offending you." Nadia shrugged. "There you have it. I've established myself by using people as sources of information. In turn, they use me for free publicity and promotion. Noah understands the way it works." She had managed to dance around the topic without either lying or telling the whole truth, and she hoped Maris would leave it at that. The worldview deal needed no further complications. Taking advantage of Maris's silence, she said, "I'm glad we cleared the air. Would you like a bite of sea bass?" "No, thank you. It's delicious, but I've had my fill." Actually, she was still hungry, but she pushed her plate away. One area of thigh tissue absorbed fat like a goddamn sponge despite the procedure she had undergone. She fanatically counted every calorie. Noah teased her about her rigid fitness regimen, saying she even brought it to bed with her. In fact, she counted sex and aerobic exercise. She knew precisely how many calories were burned with each active coitus. Noah knew her well. He could be the sole man on the planet to whom she might be faithful. She didn't love him any more than he loved her. Nadia admired that kind of single-minded scheming and the guts it took to carry out a bold plan. Recognizing in him a self-serving ambition that was equal to her own, she had wanted him, and she hadn't played coy. As a team, they would be unconquerable. That was why Nadia wanted to become Mrs. Noah Reed. Now, her future husband's present wife was finishing a cappuccino that she hadn't wanted. Usually, Nadia could sweet-talk or browbeat someone out of a tidbit of information that she could expand into an item for a column. But Maris had remained stubbornly mute about her secret project. Not that Nadia gave a flip about Maris's silly secret project. The purpose of this lunch had been to keep Maris derailed, unaware, and blissfully ignorant of what Nadia and Noah were doing with worldview behind her back. But Maris had tipped her hand. Noah should be warned that she might not be as malleable and naive as she looked. "Anything else, Maris?" she offered graciously. "Another cappuccino?" "No, thank you. I should get back to the office. I'm playing catch-up after being away, as I knew I would be." "Then why'd you come?" The question was out before Nadia realized she was going to ask it. But having done so, she owned up to being curious. Why had Maris accepted her invitation? "For a long time now, we've detested the sight of one another. But we always played polite," she said. "I hate phoniness, especially in myself." She looked inward for a second, then added, "Or maybe I'm just disgusted with lies and liars. In any case, I thought it was time to tell you to your face that I'm onto you." Nadia took it all in, then smiled wryly. "Fair enough." As they made their way to the entrance, she said, "You'll still feed me industry news items, won't you?" "News, not gossip." "Nadia, what a nice surprise." Nadia turned at the greeting and found herself looking into the colorless countenance of Morris Bloom, the last person on earth she would choose to bump into when Maris Matherly Reed was standing beside her. She didn't find the surprise nice at all. "How are you, Morris?" She extended her hand to him but kept her tone aloof and uninviting. "I recommend the sea bass." "And I recommend the martinis," he said, raising his frosted glass. Maris had moved to the coat check to retrieve her raincoat, so Nadia felt free to engage in a mild flirtation. It wouldn't be smart to be too aloof. "Gin or vodka?" "Vodka, straight up and extra dirty." One of her artfully waxed eyebrows arched. I like the sound of that. Join me in one? I'm afraid I can't, Morris. Rain check? I'll call. She flashed him her most promising smile. It had been mastered after years of practice and was now practically habitual. She told him to enjoy his lunch and turned away to rejoin Maris. To her consternation, the smile worked too well. Bloom trailed her, making an introduction to Maris unavoidable. As the two shook hands, Bloom said, I've long been an admirer of your publishing house. And a suitor, Maris remarked. He grinned disarmingly. So you've read the numerous letters I've written to your esteemed father, along with his replies. Do you agree with him? Wholeheartedly. While we're flattered that an entity like Worldview is interested in merging with us, we like ourselves the way we are. So your husband told me during our most recent meeting. Noah was reviewing the company's most recent shipping invoices when his wife stormed into his office and slammed the door behind her, stunning his secretary. Hello, Maris. How was your lunch? I was just introduced to Worldview's whiz kid, Morris Bloom. He told me to give you his regards. Remaining as unflappable as possible, he said, How nice of Mr. Bloom to remember me. Apparently it wasn't that much of a stretch for him, Noah, given you had a recent meeting with him. She braced herself on his desk with stiff arms and leaned toward him, her eyes flashing. What meeting is he talking about, Noah? And why wasn't I informed of it? What meeting? He stood up and came around the desk. Maris, kindly calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. All right then, I'm asking you to. Please. He reached out to take her by the shoulders, but she backed away and slung off his extended hands. He hiked his hip over the corner of his desk and placidly folded his hands on his thigh, although he would have liked to wrap them around her slender neck. Yes, I met with them, but before you go into orbit, can you be reasonable and give me an opportunity to explain? He took her fuming silence for permission to continue. Bloom's flunkies had been hounding me for months. They made nuisances of themselves until I determined that the most expedient way to handle the situation was to attend a meeting and tell Bloom to his baby's ass face that we were not interested in anything he had to offer by way of a merger. Period. End of discussion. I didn't tell you about it because you were extremely busy and didn't need any additional stress. And frankly, I hope to avoid a scene such as this. This isn't a scene, Noah. This is a private conversation between husband and wife, between business partners, two relationships that should come with an implied trust. Exactly, he said, raising his voice to match the level of hers, which is why I'm amazed, both as your husband and your business partner, by your apparent lack of trust in me. A knock on the door brought them around. Daniel was standing on the threshold, leaning heavily on his cane. I'm exercising one privilege of old age, which is to intrude when uninvited. Noah shot his cuffs. Of course you're welcome, Daniel. Maris has just returned from lunch. We were having a discussion about, I heard, from all the way down the hall. Daniel came in and closed the door. Maris is upset about the meeting you had with Worldview. She reacted with a start. You knew about it? Noah told me of his decision to meet with them. I thought it was a sound idea and was glad he was going instead of me. I don't think I could have stomached it. Why wasn't I informed? She addressed the question to both of them, but Noah answered. You were leaving for Georgia. There was no reason to bother you with it. We made a mistake in judgment, Daniel conceded. It wasn't our intention to slight you. When it comes to business, I'm not a daughter or a wife. I'm an officer of this corporation. I should have been consulted on something this major. I don't care how busy I was or what my travel plans were. I'm also mad as hell at both of you for letting me be made a fool of in front of Morris Bloom and Nadia Schuller. I apologize, Daniel said. So do I, Noah echoed. She didn't verbally accept their apologies, but Daniel took her silence as a tacit pardon. Are we still on for dinner tonight? Maxine's making pot roast. We'll see you at 7, Noah confirmed. Daniel split an uneasy glance between them and then left them alone. Maris went to the window and turned her back to the room. What's with you, Maris? Since you got back yesterday, you've been as prickly as a porcupine. If working on this project, he said, slinging out his hands as though to shake off a contagion, is going to cause a chronic case of PMS, this has nothing to do with that. Then what? Nadia. Nadia? Did she know about your meeting with Bloom? He covered his discomfiture with a short laugh. What? You think I called up our local gossip columnist and leaked the story? Folding her arms across her middle, Maris turned back to the window. Nadia's the most conniving woman I've ever met, and ordinarily she makes no secret of it. But when Bloom mentioned his meeting with you, she blanched, looking as though she'd just been exposed. She came around slowly. She knew. The look she gave him was so damned superior it enraged him. Why would I tell Nadia, Maris? She confessed. His heart knocked against his chest. It was difficult to keep his features impassive. What? Who? Confessed what? Today I had lunch with a woman who told me to my face that she wants to sleep with you. He rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. Maris, for God's sake. Nadia wants to sleep with every man. Is that what all this has been about? You let Nadia upset you? No, I was more upset over the worldview thing than I was Nadia. If you want Nadia, then you deserve her. He forced himself to smile. I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to explain both misunderstandings. These things shouldn't fester. It's bad for our marriage. He joined her where she stood and placed his arms around her. He pressed his face into her hair. I was angry when I made that ludicrous statement about chronic PMS, but it has a basis of truth, doesn't it? You're not yourself. He stroked her back. Was that little island so horrible? Not horrible at all. Different. From what? He felt her shrug. It's hard to explain. Just different. And the author? Was he as difficult to work with as you expected? More difficult than I expected. But is he worth the difficulty he put you through? I won't give up on this book, Noah. What is this literary marvel's name? I'm sworn to secrecy. Isn't he carrying the anonymity to a ludicrous degree? There's a reason. He's disabled. Are you sure your opinion of the writing hasn't been swayed by his disability? I loved the writing before I knew about his circumstances, which don't affect his talent. In spite of all the difficulty working with him imposes, I'm enjoying the work. It's going to be good for me. I'm getting to flex some editorial muscle. Over the last few years, I've become fat and lazy. A little lazy, maybe, but not fat. He slid his hands over her butt, a caress he knew she liked and which usually evoked an agreeable response. This time it was less effective. I was speaking metaphorically, Noah. I realized that. Still, he bent his head and kissed her, first on the cheek, then her mouth. She returned the kiss. Not with the fervor he sought, perhaps, but when he pulled back, she smiled up at him, assuaging his concern. If these financials didn't need my attention, he growled, I'd be tempted to lock the door and take you right here. Why don't you say damn the financials and do just that? I could be taken. He kissed her again, then purposefully set her away from him. Sorely tempting, darling, but duty's call. I understand. Tonight, after dinner with Daniel, you have a date. She kissed him quickly, then retrieved her raincoat and handbag. He blew her a kiss as she went out, then returned to his desk, confident that he had dodged a bullet. As always, Maris had been pacified with a little attention and affection, but her upset over the worldview meeting was no small matter. When he considered how close he'd come to being caught today, he wished to watch Morris Bloom slowly and agonizingly bleed to death. His desk phone rang. Before he could even speak, Cindy apologized for the interruption. I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but Miss Schuller's called 5 times and insists on being put through. Fine. Noah depressed the blinking button. Hello, Nadia, he said breezily. I understand you had quite an exciting lunch. Envy, Chapter 12, Key West, Florida, 1986. Todd Grayson's first impression of Key West was a crushing disappointment. Making the move had been nearly all he had talked about for months. But now, having arrived, having fulfilled a long-held dream, His first sight of it left him less than spiritually enraptured. He likened the place to an old whore. It looked used, seedy, a little unhealthy, and a lot tired. His and Rourke's plan had been to depart for Florida the afternoon of their college graduation. But fate intervened. A family obligation prevented Todd from leaving that day. Rourke offered to postpone leaving too, but after a rushed consultation, they agreed that he should go ahead and start looking for housing. "I'll be the scout. By the time you get there, I'll have camp set up," Rourke had said as they exchanged their dejected goodbyes. "This sucks," Todd muttered. "Big time, but hey, it's only a minor setback. I know this seems like a big deal now, but one day we'll barely remember it. You'll see." It was 6 weeks before Todd was able to set out for his relocation to the tip of the continent. As he navigated the tourist-clogged streets, following the rudimentary directions Rourke had given him, his initial disappointment began to recede and were replaced by flurries of excitement. But this flicker of encouragement didn't last. It was snuffed out when he located his newly leased domicile. Dismayed, he checked the address twice, hoping to God he'd made a wrong turn. Surely this was one of Rourke's practical jokes. Todd parked his car at the crumbling curb and got out. He followed the cracked sidewalk up to the door of the 3-story building. The cinder block exterior had been painted a flaming flamingo pink, as though the lurid hue would conceal the low-grade building material. Instead, the color announced the lack of quality. Todd opened the door and stepped into a dank vestibule with a concrete floor. 6 mailboxes, which would usually be found on the outside of a building, had been secured to the wall. Once his eyes had adjusted to the dimness, Todd read, to his distress, his and Rourke's name on one of the boxes. There were 6 apartments in all, 2 on each floor. Theirs was on the 3rd. Stepping over a puddle of unidentifiable fluid, he started upstairs. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, he was sweating. Surely the individual apartments were air-conditioned, he thought as he tried the doorknob on 3A. It was locked. He knocked, 3 times in all before Rourke answered. His suntanned face broke into a wide grin. "Hey, you made it." "No air conditioning? Are you fucking kidding me?" The heat inside the apartment was, if anything, more stifling than the unventilated vestibule and staircase. And that was only one of the many amenities the apartment lacked. As Todd surveyed it, his misgivings were realized, and then some. It was a rat hole, and that was putting it kindly. "I was in the shower." Indeed, Rourke had answered the door sopping wet. His only nod toward modesty was a hand towel clutched around his hips. "I thought maybe you'd gone homo," Todd said querulously. "Come on, you got to see this." Rourke turned and headed toward an open door that led into another room. Todd was so angry he could barely suck the stifling oxygen into his lungs. No rational person, no one who wasn't absolutely destitute and desperate, would voluntarily take shelter in this building. "Rourke, damn you!" Todd struck out after him, shouting his name. "Rourke!" "What the fuck?" The door led into a small cubicle of a room with twin beds. One was groaning under the weight of Rourke's belongings, most of which were still packed. On the other, Rourke had been sleeping, and working apparently. A computer terminal and keyboard were on the bed itself. The tower and printer were on the floor beside it. "A computer?" Todd exclaimed. "You got a PC? Is that what you spent our money on?" "My uncle gave it to me for graduation," Rourke called in a stage whisper. "Now will you shut up about that and get in here? Hurry." Todd turned toward the opening where a door should have been. Through the opening was a bathroom. What differentiated this one from the common bathroom in the fraternity house was that the one in the frat house had been cleaner and more sanitary. Tobacco spit cups, shower fungi, and unattended fixtures notwithstanding. But even more appalling than the condition of the sink and toilet was the sight of his friend, who had dropped the towel and re-entered the shower. He was standing beneath the spray and staring out an open window. "Come here, quick, before they go inside." Rourke's excitement was contagious and compelling. In spite of everything else, Todd was intrigued. He slipped off his sneakers and stepped into the shower fully clothed. Pushing Rourke away from the window, he peered through the rusty screen. On the second-floor roof of the neighboring building, 3 naked girls were sunbathing. Naked, meaning completely nude. All they had on was a glistening layer of suntan oil. In fact, while he stood there stupefied, one of the girls was languidly spreading the oil over her torso. "That one's name is Amber," Rourke whispered. Amber was rubbing her breasts now, smearing the oil over her nipples as large and red as strawberries. Todd gulped. "You know them?" "Hell yeah. To speak to and call by name. Our buildings share a parking lot. They dance at a strip joint." Which explained why they were visions of the most carnal variety. This was no trio of ordinary-looking women. They were spectacular. "The one with the shaved crotch is Starlight," Rourke informed him. "The brunette is Mary Catherine. She strips out of a nun's habit." The brunette was lying face down on her towel. Todd kissed the air. "Look at that ass." "I have," Rourke said with a chuckle. "Like a Valentine, isn't it? Frankly, I'm partial to her. She's the friendliest, too. They do this every day, except on Sundays. Saturday nights they do 3 shows, so they usually sleep all day Sunday." "Oh, man," Todd groaned. Laughing, Rourke stepped from the shower and retrieved his towel. "Well, what do you think of the apartment?" "Fucking fantastic, man. I can't think of any place I'd rather live." Mike Struther laid the manuscript pages aside. Parker had been writing, actually rewriting, since dawn, and was now anxious to hear Mike's reaction to his latest draft. He stubbornly waited as Mike thumbed through the pages a second time, making non-committal humrumping sounds and tugging thoughtfully on his lower lip. This continued for at least 10 minutes more. Parker was the first to crack. "Could you please translate those grunts into a semblance of verbiage?" Mike looked across at him as though he had forgotten he was there, which Parker knew to be a ruse. "You use the word fuck and its derivatives a lot." "That's it? That took 10 minutes of contemplation?" "You didn't go to the cotton gin today, did you?" "What's that got to do with the manuscript?" Parker said impatiently. "After months of preoccupation with that place, you haven't been back to it since she left." "So?" "So the fact that you haven't gone back to the gin has nothing to do with what happened there between you and Maris the morning she left?" Parker tilted his head back and eyed Mike down to the length of his nose. "You're as nosy as an old woman who has nothing else to do except butt into other people's business." "Maris is my business, too, Parker." Parker turned away and stared out over the ocean. "I know you feel responsible to some extent, and I admire you for having a conscience about it. That doesn't exactly absolve me from my voluntary participation." With a rueful shrug, Parker said, "No, but that's the best I can do." They lapsed into a weighty silence. Eventually, Mike picked up his reading glasses. "These young men seem to have reconciled completely," Mike remarked as he thumbed through the pages again. "I don't sense any residual hostility between them." Following the incident with Hadley, Rourke carried on as though it had never happened, Parker explained. He made a conscious decision not to let it affect their friendship. "Noble of him. Nevertheless, it's still there," Parker interrupted, completing the other man's thought. "You didn't specify or explain the family obligation that prevented Todd from leaving with Rourke. It's discussed in the next scene. Rourke extends condolences to Todd for his mother's death. She didn't want to worry him during those last few crucial months leading up to his college graduation, so she didn't tell him that she'd been diagnosed with a rampant cancer. She attended the commencement exercise, but it was an effort for her. So rather than leaving for Florida, Todd accompanied her home. He stayed with her until she died. Quite a sacrifice, especially when you consider what moving to Key West represented to him." Parker smiled sardonically. "Save the kudos. I have him saying—" "Wait, let me read it to you." He shuffled through the sheets of handwritten notes scattered across his work table until he found the one he was looking for. Todd thanks Rourke for his expression of sympathy, so on and so forth. Then he says, actually, her death was very convenient. Rourke reacts with appropriate shock. Then Todd adds, I'm only being honest. Cruelly honest, says Rourke. Todd shrugs indifferently. Maybe, but at least I'm not a hypocrite. I've got no one to think about except myself now. No one to account to. Nothing to cater to except my writing. Mike assimilated that. So the white gloves are coming off in the next segment. If by that you mean that Todd's true character will be revealed, no, not entirely. We do, however, begin to detect chinks in the facade. Professor Hadley is also resurrected in the next scene. Mike poured himself a glass of lemonade, then sat back in his chair and assumed a listening aspect. Actually, it's Todd who introduces the subject, Parker explained. He comments on how wonderful it is that they managed to turn that situation around. He says if he hadn't pulled that trick on Rourke, their present relationship with the professor might not be as solid as it is. He says Rourke should be thanking him for what he did. Parker took a breath. This conversation is to inform the reader that Professor Hadley had seen such promise in these talented young men, he's offered to continue critiquing their work even though they're no longer his students. Very generous of him, Mike noted. Parker frowned. He's not completely selfless. Wouldn't it be a star in his crown if he discovered the next generation's defining novelists? In other words, he's an opportunistic old bastard. Parker laughed. Everyone is opportunistic, Mike. Everyone. Without exception. Only the degree of one's opportunism separates him from others. How far is one willing to go to get what he wants? Mike nodded, seemingly distracted by another thought. Half a minute passed. Finally, Parker asked him what was on his mind. The pacing, the dialogue, too much narrative about the Key West apartment or not enough? She's a nice girl, Parker. Parker cursed beneath his breath. Mike was determined to talk about Maris, and when Mike got something into his head to talk about, he would continue dredging it up until it was talked about. Admit it. She's not what you expected. No, she's taller by a couple inches. He was on the receiving end of a baleful look. He spread his arms wide. What do you want me to say? That she's not the snob I thought she'd be? Okay, she's not. You expected a spoiled rich girl. A total bitch, Parker agreed. Instead, Maris was, well, you know better than I what she was like. As an afterthought, the old man said, all the same, she did make an impact, didn't she? Don't get misty, Mike, he said, a shade more harshly than he intended. She plays sensitive because she wants a book from me. A book, not income. I don't think she cares if envy makes her company a red cent. She loves your writing. Parker shrugged indifferently, but secretly he agreed. In spite of the haggling, Maris seemed much more interested in the storytelling aspects of his book than in its earning potential. She can also laugh at herself. I like that in a person. Then, looking at Parker askance, Mike added, I guess there's no need mentioning that she's beautiful. Then why'd you mention it? So you noticed. What, you think I'm blind as well as lame? Parker muttered. When Mike declined to comment one way or another, he went on. You know what? I'm glad she's attractive. Real glad. It'll make what I'm going to do all the more enjoyable. What are you going to do? You know I'll never talk over a plot until I've written at least some of it down. Guess you'll have to use your imagination. You're going to use Maris? Fucking hey. And if you don't approve of my language, cover your ears. Now, can we please end this discussion? I've got work to do. Mike calmly rifled through the manuscript pages again. At last he stood, crossed to Parker, and passed the sheets to him. It's coming along. Don't go overboard with the praise, Parker said drolly. I might get a swell head. On his way out, Mike said, You may want to rethink your motivation. My character's motivation is perfectly clear. Mike didn't even deign to turn around and address Parker face to face when he said, I wasn't referring to your characters. This is my favorite room." Maris basked in the familiar comfort of her father's home study where they were having cocktails. At the last minute, Noah had needed to consult with the contracts manager over a disputed clause, so he had urged her to go to Daniel's house ahead of him. She hadn't minded his being detained. Since her return from Georgia, she hadn't spent any time alone with her father. "I'm rather partial to this room myself," Daniel said. "I spend a lot of time in here, but I like it even more when you're sharing it with me." Maris sensed a melancholia in him tonight. "Dad, aren't you feeling well? Is something wrong?" He cited Howard Bancroft's funeral. "It's tomorrow morning." She nodded sympathetically. He was grieving his loss, naturally, but Maris wasn't entirely sure that Bancroft's suicide was the only thing weighing heavily on Daniel's mind. She reasoned that his mood might be in response to her own. She wasn't exactly a barrel of laughs tonight either. She could attribute her moodiness to two things, well, actually two people, Noah and Parker. "Maris?" She raised her head and smiled at Daniel with chagrin. "Did I drift?" "No farther than 1,000,000 miles. I'm sorry. I've got a lot on my mind." "You look like your puppy has run away from home." True, she was feeling a huge sense of loss. She'd been reluctant to pinpoint the source, but in her heart of hearts, she knew its name: Parker Evans. She resettled in her chair, and as Daniel methodically filled the bowl of his pipe, she let her gaze wander around the room. "Are you thinking about him?" Daniel asked softly, interrupting her thoughts. "Is he what has made you sad?" "Made me sad? Hardly," she said, giving her head a firm shake. "Has he made me angry? Yes. Would I like to throttle him? Definitely. He stays hidden away in that house on that island. Lovely as the house and island are, he uses them as a refuge. He adopts this lofty attitude and pretends to be above all that, but I know better. The reason he remains a recluse is because of his disability. Oh, have I told you that, Dad? He's wheelchair-bound. I didn't learn that until I got there. It took me totally by surprise, but after a while, I don't know, Dad. It's strange. When I look at him now, I don't even see the wheelchair." She paused to reflect on that, realizing how profoundly true the statement was. I suppose it's the potency of his personality that makes his disability seem not just inconsequential, but invisible. "He's the most complex individual I've ever met," she said huskily. "Extremely talented." She conjured up Parker's face and heard herself saying, "Also angry. Very angry. You can sense it in his writing. Probably he's just angry over being trapped in a wheelchair, but I sense there's something I don't know, something I've missed, like there's one more secret yet to come to light." She took a sip of wine and raised her shoulders in a helpless shrug. "That's the best way I know to answer your question." Daniel studied her thoughtfully for a long moment as he continued to pack tobacco into his pipe. When he finally spoke, it was to quietly say, "Actually, Maris, my question referred to Noah." Embarrassed, her face flushed hotly. "Oh, well," she stammered. "Yes, I wouldn't say Noah made me sad, but I was upset over his meeting with World View. I was even more upset that he chose not to tell me about it." Daniel set the pipe aside and picked up his tumbler. As he contemplated the amber contents, he asked, "Did Noah tell you that he had a meeting with Howard the afternoon he killed himself?" The manner in which he had posed the question caused her throat to constrict. This wasn't a casual inquiry. He mentioned it. It took place only a couple of hours before Howard ended his life. Maris lost all appetite for the wine. Setting the crystal stem on the end table, she wiped condensation or perspiration off her palms. What was the nature of their meeting? According to Noah, Howard needed him to sign off on the final draft of a contract between us and one of our foreign licensees. Maris waited in breathless suspension for him to continue. "Howard's secretary told me that his meeting with Noah was his last for the day, and that when he left the office he wasn't himself. I think her exact words were extremely upset." Daniel took a sip of whiskey. Of course, one event probably has nothing to do with the other. But her father didn't believe that. If he did, they wouldn't be having this conversation. Dad, do you think? Good. I see you started without me. Noah pushed open the double doors and breezed in. He bent down and kissed Maris, then smacked his lips as though tasting them. Good wine. It is, very. She got up and moved to the wet bar, trying to hide from the men and herself that her knees were wobbly. I'll pour you some. Thanks, but I'd rather have what Daniel's having. Rocks only. It's been that kind of day. Noah crossed the room to shake hands with his father-in-law, then placed his arm around Maris as she handed him a highball glass. Of course, one event probably has nothing to do with the other. She clung to her father's statement, desperate to believe it. Dinner was delicious, and the pot roast lived up to Maxine's standards of excellence. But by the time the lemon tarts were served, Daniel was yawning. As soon as Maxine removed the dessert dishes, he asked to be excused. Stay and enjoy another cup of coffee, he told his guests as he stood up. I need to say goodnight too, Dad. Today was long and strenuous. As they left the dining room, Maris held back and detained Noah. Laying her hands on his lapels, she went up on tiptoe to kiss him tenderly on the lips. Would you please stay and help Dad get to bed? He's prickly on the subject of his instability, but if you invent an excuse to walk upstairs with him, it won't appear that you're escorting him. I'd appreciate it. Consider it done, sweetheart. I'll follow your lead. At the door, she pretended to remember that she wanted to retrieve an old address book from her third-floor bedroom. I'll have to look for it. I'm not sure where I left it. Noah offered to get it for her and suggested that she go ahead of him while he searched. She wasn't sure Daniel believed their play-acting, but he went along with it. When they said their goodnights, Daniel hugged her tightly. Then he set her away from him and peered closely into her eyes as though trying to decipher the troubling thoughts behind them. I want to hear more about this new book and the complex man who's writing it. The reminder of how she'd gone on and on about Parker brought color to her cheeks again. I always value your input, Dad. I'll have a copy of the manuscript sent over by courier tomorrow. We'll get together later in the week to discuss it. Daniel moved aside and Noah stepped up to hug her. Daniel's looking a little down in the mouth tonight, he whispered. Once he's tucked in, I think I'll offer to have a bedtime brandy with him. Do, but make it a short one. I'll be waiting. Maris didn't go straight home. She had never intended to. She took a taxi downtown to the apartment in Chelsea. By the time she reached the door of the apartment, her heart was beating hard, and not because of the steep staircase. She was anxious about what she might find inside. She unlocked the door and, remembering where the light switch was, flipped it on. The air conditioning unit was humming softly, but otherwise the apartment was silent. She noted that the cushions on the sofa looked freshly plumped. Maid service? Noah hadn't mentioned retaining anyone to clean this apartment, but that didn't mean he hadn't. Back in the living room, she moved toward the office that had been given to her as a premature anniversary present and pushed open the door. In a single glance, she took it all in, then slumped dejectedly against the door jamb. She knew what a writer's work area was supposed to look like. Parker's would have cost an obsessive-compulsive years of therapy. But Noah's writing space was immaculate, although upon closer inspection, Mara saw that his computer keyboard sported a fine layer of dust. The keys had never been touched. Her heart wasn't beating fast now. In fact, it felt like a stone inside her chest as she turned off the lights and left the apartment. She exited the building and descended the front steps, lost in thought, her motions listless. Meek and mild and malleable Maris. Stupid Maris. That's what he thought of her. But he thought wrong. As she reached street level, she noticed a passenger alighting from a taxi half a block away. She hadn't expected the good fortune of finding a cab so soon and raised her hand to signal the driver. As soon as he received his fare, he drove the short distance to where Maris stood at the curb. But she was no longer looking at the taxi. Instead, she was watching the man who had alighted from it as he jogged up the steps of another brownstone, entering it with an air of familiarity, as though he belonged. She motioned the taxi driver to go on. Walking briskly, she quickly covered the distance to the other apartment building. Following the man, she climbed the stairs, but it was with amazing calm that she approached the door of apartment 2A. She rapped smartly. Nadia Schuler opened the door, and the two of them stood face to face. She was dressed for romance, wearing only a silk wrapper. Her expression was one of smug amusement as she stepped back and opened the door wider. Maris's gaze slid past her to Noah, who was coming from a connecting room, presumably a kitchen, with a drink in each hand. Upon seeing her, he stopped dead in his tracks. Maris. Don't bother apologizing or explaining. I don't want to see you again, Noah. Ever. Then she turned and jogged down the stairs, across the small lobby, down the steps and onto the sidewalk. She wasn't crying. In fact, her eyes were dry. She didn't feel angry or sad or miserable. In fact, she felt surprisingly unshackled and lighthearted. She had no sense of leaving something, but rather going towards something. She didn't get far. Noah gripped her arm from behind and roughly jerked her around. Well, well, Maris. Clever you. She struggled to pull her arms free from his grasp, but he didn't yield. I heard what you had to say, Maris, but now let me tell you how it's going to be. Our marriage has been and will remain on my terms. To underscore his point, he squeezed her arm tightly, cruelly, his fingers mashing muscle against bone. In the meantime, I'll fuck Nadia. I'll fuck whoever I want to, but you'll stay the obedient little wife, understand? Or I'll make your life and the lives of everyone dear to you a living hell, Maris. I can. You know I will. Then he released her so suddenly she staggered and fell against the iron fence that enclosed trash receptacles, painfully banging her shoulder. As he turned away from her and started back toward the brownstone he shared with Nadia, he called cheerfully, "Don't wait up." She shivered then, violently and uncontrollably. She was jolted by the fact that just now, for the first time, she had been introduced to the real Noah Reed. Noah decided to give Maris a week to simmer down. If the god of Genesis could create the cosmos in that length of time, surely a wife could come to terms with her husband's infidelity. He also set the deadline to coincide with the one that Morris Bloom had imposed on him. He was of value to Bloom only as long as he was a member of the Matherly family. Before that important meeting, he must reconcile with Maris. If within a week's time she hadn't approached him, he planned to go to her hat in hand and beg her forgiveness. He would rather choke than be penitent, but the ultimate reward would be well worth a few minutes of contrition. In the meantime, the temporary separation wasn't without its perks. While Maris wasn't speaking to him, he didn't have to listen to her harping. Nadia was another matter entirely. She continually nagged him to divorce Maris. Her persistence had become tiresome and had created a tension between them that came to a head, ironically enough, on the final day of his self-imposed deadline. They had scheduled a luncheon meeting in an outrageously expensive, trendy uptown restaurant. One of Matherly Press's best-selling authors was joining them to be interviewed by Nadia for book chat. The writer hadn't yet arrived when they ordered pre-lunch cocktails. Two other diners, which included a large number of publishing industry personnel, it appeared they were having a civil conversation about current market trends, when in fact they were arguing about their immediate future. She knows about us, so why wait? File for divorce now and get it over with. I can't leave the family until the deal with Worldview is cemented, he argued. What does one have to do with the other? That's an incredibly stupid question, Nadia. The insulting remark froze Nadia's smile into place. Be careful, Noah, she said quietly. You do not want me angry at you. Like her, he kept his smile in place, but his voice had an edge. Are you threatening me? Being the cold, heartless bastard you are, I think you recognize a threat when you hear one. Isn't it because I'm a cold, heartless bastard that you can't resist me? Seeing that the awaited writer had arrived and was being escorted to their table by the maitre d', Nadia flashed him a brilliant smile and spoke for his ears alone. Do yourself a favor, Noah, and remember that I could give you lessons on how to be heartless. Following the tedious lunch, Noah escorted her out of the restaurant and onto the sidewalk. He took her hand in what he hoped looked like a friendly handshake between two professionals, but he addressed her with a confidential pitch he knew she would understand. "If it seems like I'm dragging my feet on this divorce issue, it's because I don't want to make an error that could cost us the deal. I want it for us, Nadia. But in order to get it, we must be willing to make a few sacrifices. I can't dissolve my marriage to Maris now. It's out of the question. You understand that, don't you?" To his immense relief, she smiled up at him and looked appropriately contrite. "Of course I understand. I'm just impatient to be with you. No more than I. In fact," he said, moving a half-step nearer to her, "I want to be inside you right now." She closed her eyes and swayed slightly toward him. "Naughty you. You've made me wet. Then 6 o'clock can't come soon enough." He squeezed her hand quickly, then climbed into the back seat of the waiting car, smiling to himself. He disliked her constant nagging, but his argument with her had been stimulating and had geared him up for his showdown with Maris. Call it a rehearsal, he thought as he stepped off the elevator and pushed through the glass doors leading into the executive offices of Matherly Press. He went into Maris's office straight away, but she wasn't there. On his way out, he bumped into her assistant. "Can I help you, Mr. Reed?" "I'm looking for Maris." Her eyes were magnified by the thick lenses of her glasses as she looked at him quizzically. "She's not coming in today, Mr. Reed, remember? She's going back to Georgia." "Going back to Georgia? Since when?" Shit, this didn't fit into his timetable at all. It required all his acting skills not to give his ignorance away to the secretary. Right. He forced a smile and hoped it looked more natural than it felt. This was the worst possible time for her to play the betrayed wife and run away. He still had the document that Howard Bancroft had drawn up for him. Unless he was given no other choice, he would rather not use it. But it was there in his safe deposit box, an emergency measure to be used if it became necessary. Feeling confident and unconquerable again, he arrived at Nadia's Chelsea apartment shortly after 6 o'clock. He was in the mood for a cold drink and a cool shower, topped off by hot, aggressive sex. He was whistling as he jogged up the staircase, but when he let himself into the apartment, his whistling abruptly died. A beefy young man dressed in a tight-fitting black T-shirt and black slacks was emerging from the bedroom, strapping on his wristwatch. He then shouldered his gym bag and casually eased past Noah on his way out the door. His only acknowledgement of Noah was a negligent nod. For minutes after the young man left, Noah remained on the threshold in a slow burn. When he was finally under moderate control, he moved toward the bedroom and gave the door a gentle push. It swung back on silent hinges. Nadia was sprawled naked on the wide bed amid damp, tangled silk sheets. Seeing him, she stirred and smiled drowsily. "Noah, darling, is it 6 o'clock already? I lost all track of time." The blood vessels in his temples were pounding to the point of pain, but his voice remained calm. "Who was that man?" "Oh, you met Frankie? He's a personal trainer at my health club." "What was he doing here?" She levered herself up onto one elbow and looked at him with malice, mitigated only slightly by a sly smile. "That is an incredibly stupid question, Noah." Daniel Matherly finished reading the last page of the manuscript. As he lined the edges and stacked the pages, he said, "That's all you've got so far?" Maris nodded. "I haven't received anything from him since I returned. I've called several times to give him a pep talk, but I've spoken only to Mike, his aide. According to him, P., the author, isn't writing much these days." She hesitated before adding, "So I'm going back." "Really? When?" "I'm on my way to the airport now." "I see. I only stopped by to check on you, tell you goodbye, and to hear your opinion of what you've read so far." She had postponed her departure for a week. After catching Noah in Nadia Schuller's apartment, it was a foregone conclusion that she would return to Georgia and see Parker again. For the past 7 days, she had thought of little else. She had been terribly angry at Parker the morning she left, but the truth of the matter was she hadn't wanted to leave. She could admit that now. and every moment since her leaving, she had wanted to be with him again. Noah Reed was her past. What she needed to determine was if Parker Evans was her future. She could no longer ignore or deny her attraction to him. She wanted to be intimate with him on whatever level and by whatever means it could be achieved. Which brought her to the next hurdle she must face, informing Daniel of her split from Noah. She would postpone it for as long as possible. It would come as a double blow for him. He would be losing not only his son-in-law, but his protege. He was watching her now with his unsettling intuitiveness. "So what do you think, Dad? About the book? I think it's very good. Speaking as a publisher, I would prod the author to complete it. Then I guess I'm off." She stood up. "What does Noah think?" "He hasn't read it yet." "I wasn't referring to the manuscript, Maris. What does he think if you're going away to spend more time with his writer? I don't need his permission." He reached for her hand. "It's just that I remember well when you fell in love with a book, and then with the author." She gave him a faint smile. "This book, this author have nothing to do with Noah and our marriage. Nothing whatsoever." That was the truth. Her marriage was over, whether or not she ever saw Parker Evans again. "So Noah's agreeable to your going?" She was tempted to roll up her sleeves and show him the bruises on her arms that even a week's time hadn't faded. Instead, she looked him straight in the eye and for the first time in her life, lied to him. "Yes, he's agreeable." Plagued by guilt for lying to him, she embraced him tightly. "You're my best friend, Dad. I love you very much." "And I love you, Maris." He set her away from him so he could look into her face. "More than you could ever know." Parker answered the door. For several moments he looked at her blankly. Finally he said, "Did you forget something?" "Very cute. Thank you. Are you going to ask me in?" He hesitated as though thinking it over, then pushed his chair backward into the foyer, giving her room to step inside. "Where's Mike?" "He went to the mainland for groceries, toilet paper, stuff like that." "And left you here alone?" "I'm not helpless," he said in what amounted to a snarl. "I lived by myself before Mike came on board." Mike was away. Parker's shirt was unbuttoned and his hair was more disheveled than usual. He wheeled his chair around and rolled it into the dining room. Maris peered at Parker suspiciously, then her eyes strayed to the open decanter on the sideboard. Coming back to him, she said, "You're drunk." "Working on it." "Is this what you do now instead of write? You drink?" "You must have been talking to Mike." "When you refused to take my calls?" "He's a tattletale." "Parker, why are you doing this?" "Because I don't have any of the narcotics I used to take, and I'd have a hard time hanging myself from the chandelier." "That's not funny." "It wasn't meant to be." "You've mentioned suicide twice. It's offensive and tasteless, particularly today, since a good friend of mine blew his brains out last week." The exchange ended there. Parker averted his head, and for a time neither of them spoke. Finally, Parker said, "Mike finished the mantle." "I noticed. It's beautiful." She crossed to the fireplace and ran her fingertips over the wood satin finish. "He did an excellent job." "Be sure and tell him." "I will." "Who was your friend?" "Our corporate lawyer. I'd known him all my life. He was like an uncle to me." "I'm sorry." Speaking almost as an afterthought, she said, "Noah had a meeting with him that afternoon." "He detected nothing wrong?" "No, nothing." "What was their meeting about?" "Normal business. Why?" "Just wondering." He glanced down at her shoes. "You're dressed for New York. Why don't you change? Then you can read the segment I've been working on since you left." She smiled in surprise. "So you have been writing?" "Mike only thinks he knows everything." This couldn't have worked out more perfectly. We can speak freely. Noah was pretending a nonchalance he didn't feel. Maris went out of town again. Is this typical of her? Morris Bloom had arrived at the Reed's West Side Co-op wearing his condescending attitude like a fashion accessory. Noah had given his doorman an exorbitant tip to admit Bloom and to ensure his memory loss about it later. Now they were seated on facing sofas, Tiffany martini glasses in hand, and Maris's name had entered the conversation again. "She goes away frequently, doesn't she?" Bloom asked. "Not until recently, when she began working on a project with an author who lives on an island off the coast of Georgia." "You're sure of this?" Since Noah felt his control over his wife and his mistress had slipped lately, Bloom's insinuations smarted. "This writer is shriveled and disabled, wheelchair-bound. Passion hasn't drawn Maris to Georgia. The draw could be something more damaging than a love affair." Noah pulled the olive off the skewer with his teeth and chewed around his lazy grin. "If you're suggesting that Maris is up to some corporate subterfuge, you truly don't know her. She doesn't think as we do, Morris. She's a bookworm, a romantic, a dreamer. Head in the clouds. Trust me, she won't be springing any nasty surprises on us." "I assume she'll be surprised when Matherly Press becomes part of World View." "We'll know soon. I like the confident ring of that." Still smiling slyly, Noah set his glass on the coffee table and reached for his briefcase. With a flourish, he clicked open the latches. "Delivered on time, as promised." He passed Bloom the document prepared by Howard Bancroft. Bloom scanned the document, rapidly flipping through the pages. He was familiar enough with legal jargon to catch the gist of it. Noah waited to be congratulated. But when Bloom finished glancing over the last page, he returned the document to the coffee table. "Very nice. Now all that's needed is their signatures." Noah's inflated chest emptied like a punctured balloon. "Not necessary, Morris. Didn't you read that it's valid with your signature alone?" He chuckled as he stood up and buttoned the top button of his perfectly tailored gray suit jacket. "A problematic clause, Noah. This document, as it is now, would flag the feds. Even if it didn't, the Matherlys could raise a hue and cry, and then we'd all be screwed. I don't know about you, but when I get screwed, I like it to feel good." He winked, and Noah wanted to kill him. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a dinner date." He turned and headed for the door. Noah blinked the pulsing red lights out of his vision and followed. "Not to worry, Morris. I'll get the signatures." Bloom said, "I never worry." He opened the door, then paused and turned back to Noah. "One of their signatures would probably be sufficient, either your father-in-law's or your wife's." His grin made him look like a leering skull recently exhumed. "Call me when you have that signature. Only when you have it, all right? My time is extremely valuable, and this has taken far too long already." Then he was gone. An hour later, Noah entered Daniel's home study. Seared by Bloom's parting shot, he had deliberated for only a few minutes before deciding which Matherly to approach. Maxine answered the door and told him that Daniel was in his study. "He went in there immediately after dinner. Said he was going to read for a while before bedtime." Sure enough, when Noah went in, an open book was resting on Daniel's lap, but his head was bowed low over his chest, and for a second Noah feared the old bastard had died. That's the way his luck had been running today. "Daniel?" He raised his head. "Hello, Noah. I was just reading. Do you always snore when you read? Tell me I wasn't drooling, too. Not that I saw." "Good. Have a seat. Drink?" "No, thanks." Noah sat down on the love seat. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but Maris will call later, and I'll be required to give her a full report, right down to what you ate for dinner. Grilled sole, brown rice, and steamed vegetables. A menu she'll approve. She also put me in charge of keeping you company while she's away." Noah set his elbows on his knees and leaned forward. "What say we go to the country tomorrow for the weekend? Get in some fishing, relaxation. I could use it, God knows. I rarely go up there anymore." Before she left, I ran the idea past Maris, and it met with wholehearted approval. I think she feels guilty for not taking it to the farm more often. Noah said no more. He couldn't push too hard or the old man would become suspicious. He'd made his pitch. It was time to shut up and let Daniel make his decision. "What time tomorrow?" Noah's tension eased and he smiled. I have a breakfast meeting that would be difficult to reschedule. We could leave right after. That doesn't give Maxine much time to... Actually, Daniel, I was thinking that we could go alone. Really batch it. Lowering his voice, he said, if Maxine goes, she'll fuss over you like a mother hen. You'll be accounting to her for every drink, every fat gram. Forget puffing your pipe. She nags worse than a wife, and everything I do will be reported straight to Maris. Sometimes we men must take a stand. Hear, hear. So, are we all set? I am if you are. Great. I'll be over in the morning around 10. While Maris studied his manuscript, Parker studied her. She had kicked off her sandals when she settled into the easy chair and tucked her feet beneath her. She was focused solely on the pages lying in her lap, and he was irrationally jealous of his own work for the amount of her attention it was receiving. Before her unheralded arrival this afternoon, he'd been well on his way to getting good and trashed. He hadn't been able to write worth a crap all day. His mind had been a blank. Well, not a blank. He just wasn't able to write down what was on his mind, because all that was on his mind was Maris. He wondered now if he'd had a premonition of her arrival. Yeah, maybe he had. Because he'd been in the dining room, a room he visited only rarely. He'd been feeling sorry for himself, quaffing wild turkey as fast as he could pour it, and glumly staring out the window at nothing. Subconsciously, had he been watching for her? Pining like a grass widow searching the horizon for sight of her sailor's ship? God, had he sunk that low? But he realized now that that's exactly what he'd been doing since he'd turned her back on him and stalked out of the cotton gin. Since that morning he'd been steeping in his misery, stewing in his jealous sweat, sucking on whiskey bottles and nursing his fantasies. Torturous fantasies of her with Noah, delicious ones of her with him. She thumbed through the pages again, stopping occasionally to reread a passage. He's a remarkable character. Rourke, I mean. He's so, well, heroic. Parker grimaced. He's not too nice, is he? I don't want him coming across as a saint, or worse, a puss. He doesn't. She smiled reassurance, but he continued to frown doubtfully. Women readers aren't turned on by nice heroes any more than male readers lust after heroines who are too virtuous. There should be at least a hint, maybe even a promise of corruptibility. You don't have to worry about Rourke in that regard. He's very male. He upholds a code of honor, She glanced up and caught him silently laughing at her. What? You really get worked up over this stuff, don't you? That's my job. If you can get that turned on by a book, I'd like to know what else you have a passion for. She knew exactly what he was thinking. The F word turns me on, she said. The F word? Food. He threw back his head and laughed. It rumbled out of his chest and felt so good it startled him. She fired a fake pistol at him. Gotcha. I concede. You're hungry? Famished. Mike will never forgive me for being such a rotten host. I suppose I can put together some sort of meal, but you have to help. Lead on. They moved into the kitchen and, working side by side, assembled BLTs. They ate chips out of the bag and pickles straight from the jar. Different from what you're used to, isn't it? He asked around a mouthful. Obviously you have me confused with a pampered, spoiled brat. No, he replied honestly. You work too hard to fit that description. I try. So is that why you came back? Am I a job you left unfinished? I came back to deliver the letter of agreement, along with your signing check for $15,000. You never heard of Federal Express? She looked over at him, opened her mouth to speak, reconsidered, and began again. We had quarreled before I left. I wanted to clear the air between us. Otherwise our working relationship would... He bleated a sound like the buzzer on a TV game show. You hopped that jet plane because you wanted to see me again. Admit it, Maris. Her chin went up defiantly, and he thought she might deny it. But she surprised him. All right, yes, I did. I wanted to see you. Folding his arms on the tabletop, he leaned toward her. Why, did you and your hubby have a spat? Afterwards you thought, I'll show him, I'll trot myself down to Hicksville and have a fling with the gimp. Is that why you came back?" He figured she would storm from the room, but again he guessed wrong. She remained where she was and addressed him in a remarkably calm voice. "Tell me, Parker, why do you insist on being cruel? Does being mean to people make you feel stronger and more manly? If that's the case, then I'm truly sorry for you. Indeed, for the first time since I met you, I pity you." When she did leave the table, her pace and posture were dignified. He had accused her of using him to get to Noah, when precisely the opposite was at play. He was using her to get to Noah. Afraid she would leave before he could apologize, he backed his chair out of the kitchen. "Maris, I'll leave in the morning. I don't want you to go." She laughed softly but without humor. "You don't know what you want, Parker. Whatever the case, I shouldn't have come back. You can get back to your pathetic pastimes tomorrow after I leave." He rolled his chair directly behind her and placed his hands on either side of her waist where it flared into hips. "Don't leave." Leaning forward, he pressed his forehead into the small of her back. "I don't give a damn why you came back, Maris. I swear I don't. Even if you are here just to piss off your husband, I don't care. You're here, and I want you to be." He moved his hands around to her front where he rested them for a time on the knot of her shirt before slipping them beneath it and touching her skin. Massaging gently, he gradually drew her backward. She spoke his name plaintively, part statement, part query, part sigh of resignation. He continued to draw her backward until her knees bent, and he settled her onto his lap. He turned her, draping her legs over an armrest of his chair so that he was cradling her like an infant. She looked up at him worriedly. "Is this all right?" He stroked her cheek with his thumb, then dragged it across her lower lip. "This is perfect." It required all his willpower not to kiss her then. "Want to go for a ride?" he asked. "A ride?" "Down to the beach. I can walk. You can ride." He disengaged the brake and navigated the wheelchair down the ramp off the veranda onto a paved path that led through the woods. The paved path went as far as the sand dunes. Parker stopped and set the brake on the wheelchair. The deserted beach spread out before them. "This is an amazing place." Maris spoke in a reverential whisper, usually reserved for church. "Dense forest growing right up to the beach. And no high-rise hotels to spoil the view." Rather than appreciating the view, he was rubbing a strand of Maris's hair between his fingers, studying the texture, enjoying the feel of it. She turned her head to look at him. "What kind of narcotics?" Her expression wasn't censorious, simply interested, sympathetic maybe. He let go of her hair and lowered his hand. "Pharmaceuticals, painkillers, great big quantities of 'em, heaping handfuls. Because of your legs?" It was a long recovery. After a short pause for emphasis, he continued, "I underwent several operations. I was in the hospital for over a year, then in other facilities. I went through years of physical therapy. That's when I got hooked on prescription painkillers. When the doctors refused to prescribe anymore, I bought the pills off the street from independent vendors, drug dealers, with whom I became bosom buddies." She didn't appear to be shocked, but she might be if he told her the depths to which he had sunk in order to maintain his stash. So he summed it up. "I was a mess. But you pulled yourself out of it." "No, I got grabbed by the balls and yanked out of it." "Mike?" "Mike," he repeated, shaking his head over the miracle of it. "For reasons I will never understand, he befriended me. He appeared one day out of nowhere. Before I knew what was happening, he seized my stash and slapped me into detox. That couldn't have been pleasant. You don't want to know, believe me. When I got out, he enrolled me in more therapy, physical and emotional. Cleaned me up, installed me in an apartment outfitted for the physically challenged, asked what I intended to do with the rest of my life. When I told him I had an itch to write, he set me up with a computer. which gave you a reason to go on living. No, by then I had decided I must go on living. I had a damn good reason to, he thought darkly. Can I ask a very personal question, Parker? You can. You might regret it. Is Rourke you? He'd known she would get around to it sooner or later. She was too smart not to have pieced it together. Not entirely. Loosely based upon? Fair to say. She nodded solemnly but pried no further. Did you start writing the mystery series right away? No, I tried several genres before the Dick Caton character clicked. He was the first thing that held my interest, that took my mind off my physical limitations. When I had what I thought was a publishable story, I retained an agent, and I told her she could submit the manuscript if she swore on her life and the lives of her children never to reveal my identity to anyone. And Mackenzie Roone came to be. She touched his cheek. It was a rebirth for which we can all be grateful. I'm just sorry for the suffering you had to endure to get there. In the long run, it's going to be worth it. The moment the sentence was out, he realized he'd spoken it in present tense. He feared Maris might notice, but she had turned her head away from him and was gazing out across the surface of the water. Raindrops began to fall, creating wet dimples in the sand. Parker heard them even before he felt the sprinkles on his skin. They felt as warm and soft as tears. Parker? Remember that first day I came to the Cotton Gin? You suggested that Noah had married the boss's daughter to further his career? That yanked your chain? Yes, but only because you hit the nail on the head. She turned and looked into his face. I caught him this week with another woman. The simple statement was followed by a pause that gave him time to respond. He kept his expression neutral. I won't bore you with the sordid details. How sordid? Sufficiently sordid. Enough to send you scrambling back here? Payback time? No, I swear that's not why I'm here. Noah's affair provided me with justification for coming back, but the truth is I didn't want to leave in the first place. Then why did you go? It was a matter of conscience. What I was feeling for you frightened me. For my peace of mind, I needed to reestablish myself as a happily married woman. Ironically, I'd been back in New York only one day when I discovered that Noah had already broken our marriage vows. He's a fool. She gave him a smile for the indirect compliment, but it turned rueful. So am I. I'm a fool for not acknowledging sooner that our marriage wasn't what I wanted it to be. Nor was Noah the man I wanted him to be. He wasn't the hero of his book. And now you think of Rourke as a hero? Shaking her head, she said, I'm not confusing fact with fiction, Parker. I've outgrown that. You're real. I can touch you. She reached for his hand, studying it as she traced the veins on the back of it with her fingertips. My marriage, such as it was, is over. Behind me. I don't want to talk about Noah anymore. Fine by me. He gathered a handful of her hair, then wound it around his fist and drew her closer until their faces were inches apart. He was moderately controlled until he heard a small whimper from her. He backed off, looked down into her eyes, and recognized a desire that equaled his own. Control was abandoned. He covered her face with wild, random, artless kisses, and she was doing the same to him. Then mouths melded and tongues touched, and they kissed with carnal greed. Eventually Parker pulled back and caught his breath, then proceeded with more temperance. As they kissed, he unbuttoned the row of buttons, untied the knot at her waist, and pulled open her shirt. Her breasts were proportionately small, beautifully round, and now sprinkled with rainwater. Parker, you know it's raining. He cupped her breast and reshaped it with his hand. His thumb whisked a raindrop off the tip. He leaned down and rubbed his lips across it. As you told me once, you won't melt. Making his dream a reality, she folded her arms around his head and clutched him to her, repeating his name on ragged breaths. His hand waded through what seemed like unfurled bolts of fabric until he found skin. He slid his hand between her thighs, all the way up, to her center. He touched her through her underpants. Okay. She made a sound that he took for a yes. His fingers stroked her from within while his thumb drew circles on the outside. Soon she was thrusting her hips up against his hand. Then he felt it, that unique tension that claimed her. Involuntary, imperative. He pressed his lips against the hollow of her throat while sweet sounds vibrated from it. He remained there until the last of the aftershocks had rippled through her, and she went limp. The rain continued to fall on them, soaking their hair and clothes, but neither noticed or cared. They kissed long and deeply. He was reluctant to end it, but eventually did. We'd better get back to the house before Mike organizes a search party. He reached for the brake lever to release it, but she stopped him. What about you? This. She rocked her hips against his erection. Don't you want me to do something? He gave her a crooked smile and curved his hand around the back of her neck. When I'm inside you, I want to be concentrating on the pleasure of it, and not worrying about how I'm going to come without dumping us out of this chair. It's that earth-shaking? It will be, yes. She smiled and he kissed her quickly, then turned them around and headed for home. By the way, since I need 2 hands to drive this damn thing, you'd better button up your shirt, or Mike'll get an eyeful. The following morning, Daniel got up early. He showered and dressed quickly, then packed a few changes of clothing to take to the country before going downstairs. Maxine had been most unhappy to hear about his planned weekend without her, and had made her displeasure known. So he was very meek this morning when he asked her if it would be too much trouble for him to have his breakfast in the courtyard. "No trouble at all, Mr. Matherly. It'll take me just a few minutes to get the tray ready." "Perfect. I can use the time to make a couple of calls." He went into his study and placed the first call to a number he now had memorized. He said little during the 5-minute call. The majority of the time was spent listening. Mr. William Sutherland finally said everything he had to say and asked, "Do you want me to proceed, Mr. Matherly?" "By all means." Daniel placed the second call of the morning to Becker Howe. He wasn't surprised that even at this time of day, his call was answered by Mr. Oliver Howe himself. Howe's publishing career had been launched at approximately the same time as Daniel's, and in a similar fashion. Howe was bequeathed his company from his grandfather within months of his graduation from university. He and Daniel had remained friendly rivals through the years, and eventually their acquaintance had evolved into a grudging friendship. They held one another in the highest esteem. "Ollie, it's Daniel Matherly. I've run across an exciting proposition I thought might interest you." Daniel emerged from his study a few minutes later without the benefit of his cane. He felt invigorated. He was even rubbing his palms together as he approached Maxine. "Would you please go out and buy some bread at the kosher bakery I like?" "They don't have bread in Massachusetts?" "I know, but I'm hungry for, you know the kind, with the seeds on it." She eyed him suspiciously, and with good cause. His sudden yen for a particular bread was a ruse to get her out of the house. He had a guest coming for breakfast, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. She'd only been gone a few minutes when Daniel answered the front doorbell and invited his guest inside. "My housekeeper is out on an errand," he explained as he led the way to the courtyard. He indicated a chair at the round wrought-iron table. "Please sit. Coffee?" "Yes, thank you." Daniel poured. As he passed the cream and sugar, he said, "Thank you for coming on such short notice. I'm glad that we can speak frankly with one another because I know your time's valuable, and I'm on a tight schedule myself this morning. My son-in-law's picking me up at 10 o'clock and driving me to our house in the country. He invited me to spend some quality time alone with him while my daughter's away." Planting his elbows on the table, he clasped his hands together and looked at his guest from beneath his white eyebrows, now drawn into a steep V above the bridge of his nose. "I would stake my fortune on the probability that when Noah and I arrive at our country place, he will have in his possession a document of some sort that empowers him to conduct business for my publishing house. Over the course of the weekend, I will be pressed into signing this document." He raised his hand to stop his guest from speaking. "No, say nothing. You would do well only to listen." Following a long, thoughtful, somewhat mistrustful hesitation, Daniel was motioned to continue. Envy, Chapter 20, Key West, Florida, 1988. Todd hadn't counted on it taking this long. He was impatient to attain wealth and achieve fame, in that order. The cost of living was far higher than he and Rourke had estimated, even though they were living in veritable squalor and eating cheaply. He was bummed over his chronic shortage of legal tender. He was even more bummed over his chronic shortage of creativity. Didn't desire account for something? He balled up the written critique he had received from Professor Hadley and hurled it toward the corner of the room. Rourke walked in just as the paper ball landed on the floor several inches short of the trash can. Hadley was a hard ass. Hadley is an asshole. Don't I know it? He raked me over the coals, too. Seriously? Then left me there to smolder. So what I thought is, tonight being our night off, we should get drunk. Love to, Todd said moodily. Can't afford it. Neither can I, but being a bartender isn't without its perks. With that, Rourke brought his hand from behind his back and waggled a bottle of cheap scotch. Todd rolled off his bunk. You don't have to ask me twice. On the beach, they passed the bottle back and forth between them, toasting the sunset, then the twilight, finally the night sky. They continued to toast the heavens until individual stars began to blur and bob, and the universe became a little fuzzy around the edges. Starlight, star bright, first star, etc., etc. Make a wish, Todd. I wish Hadley's dick would shrivel to nothing and then drop off. If he's even got one, which I doubt. Which manuscript did you send him? The Vanquished? You've been working your ass off on that book. What did he say? Todd took another swig from the bottle. The plot stretches plausibility. My dialogue sucks. Hadley said, sucks? Words to that effect. He said my dialogue was crisp and well-paced, but my plot is predictable and needs punch. He looked over at Todd. Maybe we should collaborate. Shit, no sharing. I've put in a 2-year apprenticeship without any remuneration. Todd drank and belched a loud, gurgling burp. When all this hardship pays off, I want the glory to go to me, myself, and I. No offense. None taken. I don't want to collaborate with you either. I was joking. Oh. Todd flopped down onto his back in the sand. So what did Hadley really say in his notes to you? I told you. Was it the truth? Rourke sat up. Something on your mind, Todd? If so, why don't you just say it? You always downplay Hadley's critiques. I'm not going to wear a hair shirt over one man's opinion, which is all his critiques are. I don't let myself get depressed over them the way you do. Maybe. On the other hand, you might be trying to throw me off track. Rourke shook his head in bafflement. Why would I deliberately mislead you about Hadley's critiques? To get the jump on me. You can't stand the idea of my getting published before you. Oh, like you'd be thrilled if I sold a manuscript ahead of you? I'd rather have my guts ripped out through my throat. To his surprise, Rourke started to laugh. You'd rather have your guts ripped out up through your throat? Todd tried not to smile, but he lost the battle and soon he was laughing too. In the heat of the moment, not to mention my inebriation, that's all I could think of to say. I don't recommend it for your book. Point taken. Is there any coffee? Isn't there always? Parker shot Mike a dark glance as he rolled his chair across the kitchen and poured himself a fresh mug from the coffee maker. Usually you come and ask if I'd like a refill, check and see if I need anything. I didn't want to take a chance on having my head bit off. You made it plain at breakfast that Maris and I should make ourselves scarce today, and that's what we're doing. I'm working on a difficult passage. I didn't want any distractions or interruptions. He was on his way back through the connecting door when he heard Mike mutter. Parker stopped and reversed direction. "Did you say something?" Mike threw down the dish towel he'd been using and did an about-face. "I said her blouse was buttoned wrong last night when you finally saw fit to bring her in out of the rain and let me know where you were. I wouldn't have even known Maris had come back if I had noticed 2 sets of dishes in the sink and went out to check the guest house. You're a regular Sherlock Holmes. You've cooked up a plot of vengeance and you're going to act it out to the bitter end, aren't you? We've been over this." Mike glared at him. "What about Maris?" "She's integral to the plot. You're using her, aren't you, in spite of who she is, because of who she is." Mike must have sensed his unshakable resolve. His angry posture settled back into its elderly sag. "Parker, I implore you to give this up. Let go of it. Tell Maris everything, for your good as well as hers. Tell her." "Tell me what?" At the sound of her voice, the 2 men turned quickly. Evidently, she had walked into a spirited exchange, and it felt like a quarrel. "Tell me what?" she repeated. "I've written some new pages," Parker said. "They're printing out now. I'll get them." Mike gave Parker a look that was rife with meaning. But whatever the meaning was, Maris couldn't decipher it. He went into the solarium, leaving them alone. Maris couldn't account for the mood in the house, mainly because she couldn't define the mood. It had started last night when she and Parker returned from the beach. Mike, who had arrived in their absence, had been on the veranda watching for them, standing with his hands on his hips and looking perturbed. He had then hustled Parker into his bedroom at the back of the house. Feeling slightly downcast over the abrupt conclusion to the romantic evening, she had returned to the guest cottage. She couldn't figure out what they had done or hadn't done to provoke him. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel that Mike had a general idea of what they'd been doing down at the beach, and that he disapproved. She prudently remained in the guest cottage until this morning, and, although she'd lain awake for a long time halfway expecting Parker to come to her, he hadn't. This morning at breakfast, he'd been testy and irritable, more so than usual. Feeling awkward, she asked if he was happy with what he'd written that morning. "It's all right, I guess," he mumbled into his coffee mug, keeping his head down. This was silly. They were grown-ups, not adolescents. His sudden bashfulness made no sense. "Did Mike lecture you?" He looked over at her. "About the foreplay?" I was going to say about seducing a married woman. Mike is concerned for you." "Why?" "He's afraid I'll hurt you." Looking at him intently, she asked, "Will you?" "Yes." Startled by his blunt reply, she sat down at the kitchen table without breaking the eye contact they had finally established. "At least you're honest." They lapsed into a long stare that went unbroken until Mike re-entered the kitchen, bringing with him several pages of text. He handed the pages of manuscript to Maris. "I need to get back to it," Parker said, wheeling his chair toward the solarium. "Don't talk about me while I'm gone." "We've got better things to talk about," Mike retorted. Parker slammed the door shut behind him. "How does crab au gratin sound for dinner?" "Delicious." He removed a package of frozen crab meat from the freezer and set it on the countertop before turning to her. He indicated the manuscript pages she had carried in with her from the guest house. "Do you like the latest installment?" She nodded. "Todd is beginning to reveal himself as the villain." "Interesting," Mike murmured, "that you think of him as the villain. Aren't I supposed to?" "I believe that's Parker's intention, yes." "Do you read everything he writes?" "Only what he asks me to." "Which is?" He grinned at her as he reached into the cabinet for a casserole dish. "Everything he writes." "I've learned by working with writers that they like having a sounding board. Even if the sounding board never talks back, they need someone to listen to them as they process thoughts and ideas. You perform a valuable service to Parker, beyond the obvious." He asked if any of her associates at Matherly Press had read the manuscript. "To honor Parker's request for anonymity, I'm keeping it under wraps. I did share it with my father, though. He's as positive about it as I am." "Nobody else?" "No." Several times she had urged Noah to read it. Each time he had shown little interest, but in a rushed and absent-minded way had promised that he would get to it as soon as his schedule permitted. Now she knew why his schedule was so tight. Much of the time had been allocated to his mistress. Switching gears, she said, "Speaking of Dad, I should go call him again. I haven't been able to get an answer at his house this morning, and that's unusual." Before leaving, she asked Mike if there was anything she could do to help him with dinner. "I'll let you pour the wine when the time comes." She had known he would refuse her offer, as Maxine always did, but she wanted to offer anyway. "Then will you excuse me?" Collecting the new pages of manuscript, she headed for the back door. "I'm eager to curl up with the next chapter." Noah answered his ringing cell phone. "Hello?" "Where are you?" "Nadia?" "Yes, Noah. Nadia," she replied waspishly. He took a cautionary glance over his shoulder to make certain that Daniel hadn't yet made his way downstairs. The Matherleys' country house was a bit fussy and cluttered to suit his taste, but for what it was, the restored colonial had been nicely done. "I've been calling you all day," she said, "and I've been avoiding you. When I see one of your numbers on the caller ID, I let it ring. I figured that, so this time I'm calling from a friend's phone. Male or female? That depends on whether or not you're speaking to me." She was at it again, mocking him, just as she'd been when he found her swaddled in damp sheets in post-coitus bliss. He couldn't care less who she was fucking or how often. Being mocked by her, that's what had been intolerable. He'd been angry enough to kill her with his bare hands. Never guessing the malicious nature of his thoughts, Nadia still believed they were arguing over her fling with the weightlifter. "The point is that you acted like a complete ass at lunch that day, Noah. I felt it appropriate to remind you that nobody calls Nadia Schuler incredibly stupid and gets away with it. You got in your shot, and I got in mine. Now can we please move beyond this?" He was tempted to call her the obscene name that so aptly applied, and then hang up. That's what he wanted to do, but it wouldn't be smart to alienate her now. Ultimately, she would get what she had coming, but not until the worldview deal was secured. His reward for eating a small portion of crow now would be $10 million. In fact, for $10 million in control of Matherly Press, he was willing to do much worse. "Noah, please, please tell me where you are." Her voice had turned soft and conciliatory. She was even making it easy on him. It was a win-win situation, and he couldn't ask for better. Smiling to himself, he said, "I'm alone in the country house with my father-in-law. We've got business to discuss." "Ah, worldview. You're planning a coup de grace." "Precisely." He explained that Maris was out of town again and that Maxine had been left in the city. "It's just me and the old man. Fishing, male bonding. Need a cheerleader for your side? I could drive up. You could tuck me into a corner somewhere." Interesting proposition. "I'm tempted to sneak you in, but it wouldn't be prudent. Guess I'll have to be satisfied with my trusty vibrator. Do you have enough batteries? I'm never without." "Oops, I hear Daniel coming. Must go. I'll see you when I get back to the city." "Later, darling." He clicked off, then added, "Love you too, sweetheart," to a dead phone. He turned just in time to see Daniel entering the living room. "Oh, damn, that was Maris. She wouldn't let me call you to the phone, afraid she'd be interrupting a nap. Want me to get her back? She said they were about to sit down to dinner, but I can probably catch—" No. How is she?" "Working hard on the manuscript. Says it's awfully hot. The weather, not the manuscript," he added with a grin. "Misses us terribly, otherwise fine." "Then don't bother her." Daniel settled into one of the easy chairs and propped his cane beside it. "I worked up quite a thirst during my nap." Noah laughed easily as he crossed to the table that served as a bar. "Double scotch?" "God, I love the bachelor life," Daniel said as he accepted the drink from his son-in-law. What a good idea this was. Maris was glad she had changed for dinner, because for the first time since her arrival, it was being served in the formal dining room. She was wearing a gray silk dress she had bought early in the season at Bergdorf's, thinking it would be perfect for dinner out in the country. Mike had laid a beautiful table. Fragrant magnolia blossoms had been arranged in a crystal bowl in the center of the table, flanked by silver candlesticks with white tapers. "This is lovely, Mike," she remarked as he held the lie-back chair for her. Parker slid a glance toward Mike. "Can't imagine what the special occasion is." Maris raised her wine glass. "To the completion of envy." "I'll drink to that." Mike raised his glass. "It's not finished yet," Parker reminded them, but he raised his glass all the same. Parker might have disavowed that this was a special occasion, but she noticed that he had changed for dinner too. He had recently shaved. She could smell the sandalwood soap. He also seemed to be relaxed and enjoying himself. While they ate, he regaled them with the wild stories about Terry, of bar and grill fame, who was reputed to be everything from a modern-day pirate to a drug runner to a white slave trader. "I don't know or care which rumor is true, or if any of 'em are. He grilled one hell of a burger." Maris gracefully turned the conversation back to the book. "The tension mounts. I presume you mean between Rourke and Todd?" "It's becoming palpable," she said. "What I read today leads me to believe that it's soon to come to a head." "I'm giving nothing away." "A hint, please." She leaned toward Parker to make her appeal. "If you talk me through the next few scenes, I could steer you clear of any potential pitfalls and save you a lot of rewrites." Parker's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You know what that sounds like? A veiled threat." "Not at all." She flashed him a saccharine smile. "It's outright extortion." Placing his palm over the mouth of his wine glass, his strong fingers absently traced the pattern cut into the crystal. His eyes remained on her. She looked back at him with challenge. Mike pushed back his chair and stood up. "Who's ready for strawberry sorbet? I made it myself from fresh berries." Without disengaging her eyes from Parker's, she asked, "Need any help?" "No, thank you." Mike went into the kitchen through the connecting door, and it swung closed behind him. "Well, what's it to be, Mr. Parker?" "Tell you what." His eyes, which had strayed to the vicinity of her breasts, moved slowly up to her face. "We'll play a game of high-card draw." She arched her brow inquisitively. "Remember the scene in Grass Widow," he continued, "where Caton and the reluctant witness to the murder played that game?" "Vaguely," she lied. Actually, she remembered it vividly. When the book was published, that scene had created a buzz. Erotically charged was how Publishers Weekly had described it. The reluctant witness was a woman, right? Frenchy, fragile, fair, and flighty. So nicknamed because that part I remember. Pulling a serious face, she said, "My memory is a little dim on the rules of this game." "Easy. They used a standard deck of cards. They each draw a card. High card wins." "Wins what?" "If Caton won, Frenchie had to give him a clue to the murderer's identity. What if she drew the high card? Caton granted her a sexual favor." She tapped her pursed lips with her fingertip, as though stymied by the illogic. "It seems to me that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Caton would win either way." "Well, see, he made up the rules, and he's no dummy." "You expect me to play by these rules?" "I guess that depends." "On how badly I want to hear those plot twists? Or on how badly you want those sexual favors?" Daniel was holding in his hand the final handiwork of Howard Bancroft's legal career. Noah had waited until after dinner to produce it. Daniel had just finished reading the power of attorney document. He peered at Noah over his reading glasses. So there was an ulterior motive behind this weekend of togetherness. Noah expelled a puff of cigar smoke. "Not at all, Daniel. I could have presented this to you in the city, at any time. But you chose to give it to me here. Why? Because here in the country your mind is uncluttered. We can speak frankly, one man to another, son-in-law to father-in-law. He could see that the old man was still dubious. If this is a family meeting, why have you chosen to conduct it when one family member is noticeably absent? Noah took his time answering. He studied the smoldering tip of a cigar as though carefully choosing, then analyzing what he was about to say. This is an extremely delicate matter, Daniel, which is my point. Mine also. It's not an issue to spring on Maris over the telephone. Daniel picked up the document with one hand and tugged thoughtfully on his lower lip with the other. I'm not a moron, Noah. Noah's breath caught in his throat. I see the validity of such a document. He expelled that anxious breath slowly and tried to sound perfectly composed as he said, Apparently so did Howard. He authored it, which puzzles me. Daniel flipped through the document again. He paused to reread a particular clause, and even before he said anything, Noah knew which clause had snagged his attention. Until Maris signs this, I would have full power of attorney, I know. I spotted that flaw too. Why would Howard construct the document this way when he knew it would go expressly against my wishes? Not that I mistrust you, Noah, but Maris is Matherly Press and vice versa. There will never be a decision made or acted upon without her involvement and approval. Of course, Howard knew that, as do I. Noah chuckled. I think his old-world heritage sneaked in while he wasn't looking. He was thinking of Maris as a daughter and wife, not as a senior executive of a multi-million-dollar company. Anyhow, I insisted that he add the codicil on the last page, which stipulates that the document is invalid until signed by all of us. He hoped that Daniel would notice that the last page could be detached without it appearing that the document had been tampered with or altered. Noah took one final draw on his cigar, then ground out the lighted tip and left it lying in the ashtray. He slapped his thighs lightly as he stood up, officially closing his sales pitch. Speaking for myself, I'm bushed. Obviously, you need to sleep on this. I don't need to sleep on it, Daniel said abruptly. Let me sign the damn thing and get it over with. Tomorrow, I want nothing on my mind more problematic than baiting a hook. So give me a goddamn pen. Noah reluctantly produced a pen. Daniel yanked the pen from his son-in-law's hand and scrawled his signature on the appropriate line. The dinner party on St. Anne Island was moved out onto the veranda when a yellow jacket invaded the dining room. The buzzing menace appeared out of nowhere and lighted on the rim of Maris's as yet unused coffee cup. She sent up a faint squeal, ill-timed because it immediately followed Parker's statement about sexual favors. Maris rocked contentedly in the porch swing, listening to the night sounds that had been so foreign to her when she arrived and had now become so familiar. Penny for 'em, Parker said. I was wondering if I'll ever become reaccustomed to the sounds of traffic on Manhattan's streets. I've gotten used to cicadas and bullfrogs. Mike gathered their empty dessert dishes onto a tray, then carried it into the house. As soon as he was out of earshot, Parker asked, Planning on leaving us any time soon? I'll have to leave eventually, she replied softly, when your first draft of Envy is finished and you no longer need me around. 2 different things entirely, Maris. His stirring voice caused her tummy to go weightless. The front door squeaked with a homey, comforting sound as Mike rejoined them and refilled their coffee cups. He idly stirred a sugar cube into his coffee. What we need to round out this evening is a good story. If only we knew a good storyteller. Being deliberately coy, Maris looked at Parker from beneath her eyelashes. He grimaced and groaned, but he was pleased by their curiosity. Okay, I can't fight both of you. Where'd we leave off? They'd gone to the beach and killed a bottle of whiskey, Maris said, the scene still fresh in her mind. Todd accused Rourke of being less than straightforward about the critiques he had received from the professor. Didn't it strike you that he protested too much when Todd accused him of being less than honest about Hadley's critiques? Slowly, she nodded. Now that I think about it, Have they been more favorable than he let on?" Parker withdrew several sheets of folded paper from the breast pocket of his shirt. "I'll dash this off just before I quit for the day." Parker unfolded the sheets of manuscript and held them to catch the light. "Dear Mr. Slade," he read, "according to your last letter, you wish me to send future pieces of correspondence to your recently acquired post office box instead of the street address. As it makes no difference to me, I can only assume that the request arises out of an unspecified desire to convenience yourself." Parker cringed. Good God, verbose old bastard, isn't he? "Well, he does teach creative writing," Maris said. Parker ran his finger down several lines of text. "He says it's hard to break the habit of assuming a professorial role with Rourke, hard not to lecture or teach, and instead to address his comments to him as a peer. Okay, here. Not that I am your peer, Mr. Slade. Your writing has surpassed my ability to critique it. Rarely does one with my limited ability have the opportunity to work with someone as talented as you. I consider it a privilege to witness the development of a great American novelist, for that's what I believe you will ultimately become." Parker raised his index finger, letting them know that he was getting to the crux of the passage. "Your writing far surpasses that of any other student, past or present, including your friend Todd Grayson. You were christened with a rare and wonderful ability. Your friend was not. I fear that eventually this lopsided appropriation of talent will cause a breach between you. I do not wish to speak ill of your friend, but I remember Mr. Grayson's machinations which caused you to be late for an important meeting with me. I wouldn't presume to choose your friends for you, but I'll conclude by using an expression I've heard around campus. Heads up. I look forward to reading the next draft of your manuscript. In your cover letters, you never fail to apologize for taking up my time. Mr. Slade, be clear on this. It's a privilege, not an imposition. Sincerely yours, Professor Hadley." Parker refolded the pages and returned them to his shirt pocket. No one spoke for a moment. Maris had been lulled by his words and the cadence with which he'd read them. She shook off the mild daze and gave the swing a gentle push. So Todd's gut instincts were right. Rourke's reviews from Hadley were better than the ones he received. Parker nodded, and Rourke was dishonest about it. "I don't think that matters." He looked at her. Reading from the manuscript seemed to have darkened his mood. "It doesn't bother you that he deceived his friend? His motivation wasn't deception, it was kindness. Todd simply wasn't as talented as Rourke. Rourke might have sensed from the beginning that Todd lacked—" She snapped her fingers. "No, he knew it, didn't he? Of course he knew that he was better. He had to know it, or else why did he get a post office box to prevent his mail from coming to their apartment? He was afraid that Todd would intercept one of his glowing critiques from Hadley. Nothing escapes you," he said, his mood seeming to lift. "Now forget that you know it. Why? Because it becomes crucial in the next chapter or so." Mike stood and picked up the silver serving tray that held the empty carafe and coffee cups. "Before the mosquitoes carry me off, I think I'll go in." "Good idea. Good night." "Good night, Mike," Maris echoed. At the door, Mike turned and addressed Parker. "Do you want me to wait up and help?" No, I'll be fine tonight. Go on to bed." The older man hesitated, glanced at Maris, then nodded and went inside. She got up from the swing. They simply looked at one another for several moments. Then he curved an arm around her waist and pulled her closer. When at last they pulled apart, he pressed his face into the softness of her middle. "I've been craving this all day. There were times when I thought you'd forgotten about last night." He gave a soft, harsh laugh. "Not fucking hardly." He cupped her bottom in his hands, buried his face deeper into her. One hand found bare skin beneath her skirt, warmth between her thighs. Her knees turned to butter, but she pushed his hand down and stepped out of his reach. "I can't. We can't." He gulped a breath and blinked her into focus. Why not? She licked her lips, tasted him. I'm worried about my father. I've been trying to reach him all day. She gave him a quick summary of her attempts. Finally, just before dinner, I tracked our housekeeper, Maxine, to her sister's house. Anyhow, she told me that Dad had gone to our country house in western Massachusetts for the weekend, he and Noah. They insisted she stay behind. I wouldn't be worried if she were with him. I don't like the idea of his being alone. He's not. No, he was alone with Noah. What she didn't tell Parker was that Noah had assured Maxine that Maris was aware of their weekend plans, that she had sanctioned them. The loyal employee had been distraught to learn that Maris had not been consulted. Maxine had then told her that Daniel had entertained a guest for breakfast. She explained about the errand he'd sent her on. I'm sure we're worrying over nothing, Maris had said, hoping her assurances sounded sincere to the anxious housekeeper. To her own ears they rang hollow, even as she repeated them to Parker now. I'm relieved to know where he is, and I'm sure he's all right, but I'll feel better once I talk to him. Did you try contacting him at the country house? No answer. I need to check my cell, see if there's a message on it. Sort of weird that your dad would agree to spending a weekend with your estranged husband. Dad doesn't know we're separated. He registered the expected surprise. Do you think Noah plans to spring the unhappy news on him this weekend? That was my first thought, she said tightly. Or possibly to ask Dad to intervene on his behalf. He's got his position at Matherly Press to protect. Would your father intervene on Noah's behalf? Absolutely not. He knows I've been unhappy. He just doesn't know the extent of my unhappiness. Lowering her voice, she said, until I came to St. Anne Island and met you, I didn't know how unhappy I'd been. She bent down and laid a soft kiss on his lips. Sleep well. There were no messages on Maris's phone. She tried Noah's cell, but a recording informed her that the number she had called was unavailable. Terribly worried now, she dialed the house telephone. Daniel answered on the second ring. Dad, where have you been? Most recently, I've been to the bathroom. Did I forget to ask your permission? I'm sorry. It's just that I've been trying to reach you all day. This is the first time the telephone has rung. Apparently Noah didn't hang it up properly when he called in a food delivery. More likely he had left it off the hook deliberately, knowing she would want to talk to her father. Setting her enmity for Noah aside for the time being, she asked Daniel if he were all right. Why wouldn't I be? Since I hadn't talked to you, I had imagined all sorts of things. None of them good, I'll bet. But rest assured that I've had a very pleasant day. What did you do that made your day so pleasant? Nothing much. And that was the beauty of it. Where did you go for dinner? Harry's or another of your favorite spots? We ate in. I thought Noah would have told you. When? When you called this afternoon. I came downstairs just as he was hanging up. She opened her mouth but closed it without saying anything. How's the book coming? Great, actually. And the author? Still the curmudgeon? Either he's mellowing or I'm becoming accustomed to him. I don't know which. Probably a little of both. Maris sensed him hesitating. Then he said, I'm glad you heeded your instincts and went back to work with him. So am I, Dad. It was the right decision. I'm positive of that. To anyone listening, the conversation sounded innocent enough, but given the one they'd had directly before her departure from New York, she knew that her father was conveying more than he was saying. She swallowed a knot of emotion. Good night, Dad. I love you. I love you, too. Parker was bare-chested, propped against the headboard reading when Maris slipped through the door. Hello. Are you lost? She laughed nervously, a bit breathlessly. Nice try, but I think I was expected. I hoped. I even said my prayers. Then it's all right if I come in? Keeping her hands behind her back, she approached the bed. Her short nightgown was no weightier than air against her skin, and judging from the intensity with which Parker was watching her as she moved toward him, he had noticed that it wasn't very substantial. She brought her hands from behind her back. I brought you a present. He indicated the book she was now hugging to her chest. "Are you going to read me a bedtime story?" "Sort of." Nodding toward the empty side of his bed, she asked, "May I?" "Be my guest." She rounded the end of the bed and crawled onto it, then folded her legs beneath her and sat back on her heels, facing him. She turned the book toward him so he could see the title stamped in gold into the green cloth cover. "Grass Widow," he read, smiling. "A novel by my favorite author. But you've got higher standards, Miss Matherly. What do you like about this novel?" His use of her maiden name didn't escape her, but she didn't interrupt the game by acknowledging it. She opened the book. "Well, in particular, I like the scene where Dick Caton, the handsome, sexy, roguish but engaging hero, uses a card game to obtain information from the bimbo. Frenchie. Whatever. It's a provocative and involving scene. The fans certainly thought so, critics too." She pursed her lips and frowned. "However, uh-oh, here it comes. The scene has raised a few points. I'll take 'em like a man." He placed one hand behind his head and gave her a smug grin. "For instance, the language is very descriptive. Explicit. To the extreme." "Why's that bad?" "I didn't say it was bad. My problem is with its accuracy." "Accuracy?" "Right. I'm not sure that the, mating positions you've described are anatomically possible. For human beings, I mean." He snuffled a laugh and stroked his chin somberly. "I see. Could you be more specific?" "There are several examples. So what I thought," she said, pausing to clear her throat as she opened to the marked page, "is that we could act it out and see if these configurations are doable." "That's what you thought," he drawled sexily. "Yes, that's what I thought." He remained very still for several moments, gazing at her. Then slowly he removed his hand from behind his head. "As I recall, our handsome, sexy, roguish but engaging hero begins by placing his hand on Frenchie's thigh. It's a comforting gesture. Nothing more. He wants to reassure her that he poses no threat." He placed his hand on her thigh, just above her bent knee, and squeezed it lightly. "Debatable," she murmured. "The part about him posing no threat, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt." In exchange for that gesture of kindness, and despite the fact that Dick had drawn the low card, Frenchie tells him that at the time of the murder, she had heard a noise coming from the alley. Needlessly, Maris referred to the printed page. The man in the red baseball cap running from the neighboring building. "A valuable piece of information," Parker said. Our hero thanks her with a kiss. Parker framed her face between his hands. His thumbs stroked her cheekbones while his eyes touched on every feature. He followed their path with his lips. When he reached her mouth, he kissed it softly, sensually. It was several minutes before they separated, and by then Maris felt drugged. Even so, she had enough presence of mind to continue the game. "I know what comes next. Frenchie, that lucky girl, draws the high card again. Caton's pretty damn lucky himself. He gets to grant her a sexual favor." Parker curved his hands around her waist. She came up on her knees and straddled him. "If I'm remembering correctly, Caton kisses her ears, her throat, her—" But Parker was way ahead of her. He had, after all, written the scene and knew the sequence. The straps of her nightgown had been lowered before she was completely settled on him. Her breasts lay cupped in his hands, his thumbs brushing her nipples. Her sex softened and swelled, opening like a piece of fruit that had ripened beyond its ability to contain itself. Parker reached between her thighs, and when he touched her, she shuddered involuntarily. Her body closed wetly around his fingers. "Go ahead," he urged. "You know what you want to do." She began to move, rocking her hips against his hand, forcing his fingers deeper into her, responding to his subtle stroking until she was in the throes of an orgasm. Or so she thought. Until he slid beneath her and simultaneously lifted her up higher, supporting her hips with his strong hands and drawing her to his mouth. The last tether on consciousness was clipped and she soared, lost touch, spun in delirium. She rested against the headboard until her breathing had slowed. When she finally opened her eyes, she realized they were wet with tears. She lowered herself to sprawl on Parker's torso like a shipwrecked victim washed ashore. Several minutes passed. She soaked up the intimacy, realizing how bloody fabulous it was to be a woman in such intimate contact with a man. No, not a man. She'd had a man. She loved being intimate with this man. "You deviated from the book," she whispered. Without changing their position, she opened the book and pretended to read silently. "Oh, yes, I remember now. He takes her hand and guides it to his cock. That's what it says." Coming off him slowly, she resumed her original place beside him. She laid her hand on his stomach. The hair grew laterally toward a silky strip that took a downward turn at his navel. Her eyes tracked it. Her hand followed it beneath the sheet. But Parker reached down and stopped it. "This is where the fantasy ends, Maris." Her gaze swung up to his. His expression was set and hard. He wasn't kidding. In a matter of moments, he had physically withdrawn and taken a giant step backward emotionally. "I don't understand." "This isn't fiction. You pull that sheet back and you get a jolt to reality you never bargained for." She took a quick glance at his legs beneath the covering of the sheet. Smiling softly, she shook her head. "Do you think I care about your scars?" "I think you will, yeah." He looked more vulnerable than she would have believed possible. "I'm not pretty, Maris. You're beautiful." Tentatively, she leaned toward him. He didn't stop her. He groaned her name when she encircled his penis with her hand. It throbbed with life and vitality. Bridging him with her thighs, she remained poised above him while he took his penis in his own hand and rubbed the smooth head against her, baiting her desire until she had to have him inside her. Then she sank down, sheathing him slowly, her body stretching to take all of him. Daniel stood at the kitchen window eating a sandwich and staring out at the rainy night. His telephone conversation with Maris had thrust his mind into overdrive. After the call, he tried for an hour to fall asleep. Finally surrendering to his insomnia, he had come downstairs. Midnight snacks were verboten at home, but Maxine wasn't guarding the refrigerator tonight, and what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. He was glad Maris was in Georgia, away from New York. Things were about to get ugly. Although, he thought, smiling, she wouldn't be without consolation. It had been evident to him for months that she was unhappy with her husband and their marriage. It had become equally evident that the book in progress alone hadn't drawn her back to the sea island, exotic and lush as it might be. It didn't take a rocket scientist to conclude that the allure wasn't strictly the book, but the author, Parker Evans, a.k.a. Mackenzie Roon. Oh, yes, he had discovered the name of Maris's elusive author as well as his successful pen name. For several weeks he had a private investigator on retainer. Hoping that his misgivings about Noah were proved wrong, he had hired the investigator to probe into his son-in-law's past, including his life prior to the publication of The Vanquished. The last thing Daniel had expected to learn from Sutherland's initial report was novelist Mackenzie Roon's true identity. But the staggering revelation was yet to come. Parker Evans and Noah Reed had a history. They had been roommates at a university in Tennessee, and then after graduation they had lived together in Key West. There they'd had some sort of falling out, the particulars of which were still unknown. Daniel wondered if Maris was aware of their connection. Daniel doubted she knew. If she knew, she would have been reluctant to fall in love with Parker Evans. And she was. That became clearer by the day. Daniel wanted to celebrate her newfound happiness, but he would be wary of the budding romance until he knew why Parker Evans had engineered this chain of events. He'd known about Parker Evans before she returned to St. Anne. He could have stopped her. He didn't. Daniel had gambled that Maris and her heart would be safe with the writer. If his friendship with Noah had ended over a matter of honor, then Daniel must assume that Parker Evans was an honorable man. Indisputably, Noah Reed was not. Regardless of what else transpired, Noah's affiliation with the Matherleys was about to come to an end. Switching off the kitchen light, he made his way through the dark house. As he climbed the staircase, he favored his arthritic joints by leaning heavily upon the balustrade. Damn, he hated getting old. No sooner had the thought flashed through his mind than a voice came out of the darkness at the top of the stairs. "You forgot your cane. Jesus!" Daniel raised his hand to his lurching heart. In a brief glare of blue-white lightning, he saw Noah on the landing. "You startled me." "It's careless of you not to use your cane, Daniel. I'm all right." He continued up the stairs, having to put both feet on each tread before progressing to the next one. He was only 2 steps below the landing, but Noah appeared to have taken root there. He disliked having Noah looming over him, but he tried to act casually as he indicated the sheets of paper Noah was holding at his side. "Reviewing the document I signed earlier?" "No," Noah replied calmly. "This is the report on me from your private investigator, Mr. William Sutherland." More than being shocked or alarmed, Daniel was angry that his privacy had been invaded. "That was locked in a drawer in my desk at home." "Yes, I know. Interesting reading." "I thought so too," Daniel said stiffly. "Your bloodhound is good, Daniel, but he asked questions of one friend too many. According to the report, Noah, you don't have any friends." "Call my doubles tennis partner an acquaintance, then." His smile, which had been in place up to this point, vanished. "I'm curious to know only when the surveillance began." There was no reason now to play dumb or to equivocate. "I've been deliberating it for months. It commenced shortly after your premature anniversary party. Why then? It was unlike you to think so far ahead and plan a celebration, when ordinarily you rely on your secretary to buy Maris's gifts for every special occasion. So I began observing you carefully, looking beyond the obvious. That's when I began seeing you for who you really are." "How clever of you, Daniel." "No. If I'd been clever, I wouldn't have been duped at the start. You're very good at the masquerade, Noah. Exceptional. I had admired your abilities long before you came to Matherly Press. Like Maris, I was impressed by The Vanquished, and wrongly assumed that only a person with integrity could author a book of matching integrity." Noah folded his arms across his chest and smiled as he enunciated. "It's fiction, Daniel. Every word of it was tripe disguised by pretty pose. It didn't mean shit to me, except for the royalties it earned and the reviews that brought me to the attention of publishers and ultimately paved the way into your office." "Why ultimately to me?" "Because, Daniel, you were the only supremely successful publisher with a marriageable daughter, who, to my good fortune, had gone on record claiming that The Vanquished was her favorite book." Even knowing Noah's true nature, Daniel was stunned by this declaration. "You freely confess to being that callous, and then some." Noah crossed his legs at the ankles and leaned indolently against the newel post. He looked over the sheets in his hand. "I'll admit that some of this is less than flattering." Daniel wondered how much he knew. He couldn't remember what had been committed to paper and what the investigator had told him over the telephone. "I assume you're most upset over my traitorous alliance with Worldview?" Daniel chose not to disabuse him. Better to let him continue entertaining his misconceptions. "I can forgive that before I can forgive your mistreatment of Maris. She knows, by the way," he said placidly, dropping the sheets and letting them scatter. "About the affair with Nadia?" "I know." He was obviously taken aback. "She told you?" "No, but her unhappiness with you and your marriage has been apparent for some time." "She's happy enough," he said with a blasé flick of his hand. "She loves her work, more now than ever that she's working with this new author. He's handicapped, and that really appeals to her. It's important to her to feel needed." So he didn't know about Parker Evans. Daniel happily clung to that secret knowledge. Noah continued with a nonchalance that Daniel found nauseating. "Maybe I didn't cater to the nurturing aspect of Maris's personality, But your precious daughter wasn't too dissatisfied with her life, not until she caught me with Nadia. She was happy in spite of you, Noah, not because of you. You even sabotaged her chance of being truly happy. Noah snapped his fingers. You're referring to the vasectomy? Yes, Daniel said bitterly. That had been one of the most disheartening discoveries to come from Sutherland's report. I was puzzled when I first read about the vasectomy, Daniel admitted. Wouldn't a child have secured your ties to us and the Matherly fortune? And therein lay the answer. He looked Noah full in the face. You didn't want a child competing with you for a share. Noah uncrossed his ankles. You're wrong in that I'd ever settle for a measly share. Daniel snorted with contempt. Don't count your chickens yet, Noah. That document I signed tonight is worthless. Howard Bancroft would never have drawn up a... Oh, but he would, said Noah, interrupting. He did, rather than let it be circulated that his father was a Nazi officer who was personally responsible for exterminating thousands of his kindred. Daniel received that news like a punch to the gut. You used that to coerce him? So, Noah said with a slow smile, you knew about his whoring mother. Howard was my friend. Daniel practically strained the words through his clenched teeth. He confided in me years ago. I admired him for making his life into what it was instead of letting what he couldn't change defeat him. Well, it did, didn't it, in the long run? He couldn't live with the tragic truth. Daniel realized he was looking into the face of pure, unrepentant depravity. Noah's indifference to the evil he had done enraged him. Tears of godly wrath blurred his vision. You are despicable, he growled and charged up the last 2 steps. Parker was the first thing Maris saw when she opened her eyes, and nothing could have pleased her more. He was sitting in his wheelchair beside the bed, watching her while she slept. She sighed and stretched luxuriously, then sat up and drew the sheet as high as her collarbone. What time is it? Time for you to clear out, unless you want Mike to catch you in flagrante delicto. He was wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. He wouldn't be sitting here now with his legs exposed, making no attempt to cover them, if he didn't want her to see them. So she looked. And it was impossible to conceal her reaction. She stopped just short of gasping out loud, but the sudden catch in her breath couldn't have been missed, especially since he was watching her so closely. His voice sliced like a razor. I warned you that it wasn't pretty. Oh, my darling, you are terribly, horribly hurt. She slid from the bed to kneel in front of him. Shark attack was the first thing that came to mind. Parker's scars could be compared only to something that vicious. She looked up at him sorrowfully, then leaned forward and kissed one of the worst of the scars that snaked up his shin. Reaching down, he stroked her cheek. She lifted his hand to her mouth and kissed the palm. He said, now that your morbid curiosity has been satisfied, can we get in one fast fuck before breakfast? She yanked her head back. What? Did I stutter? As shocked as if he'd struck her, she stood up, reached for her nightgown and held it against her, a flimsy shield. What's the matter? Nothing except an early morning Woody that needs your attention. She shook her head in befuddlement. The coarse language wasn't that startling, but he wasn't being naughty for naughtiness' sake. He was being purposefully, hurtfully crude. Why are you acting like this? This is what I'm like, Maris. No, you're not. He gave a dismissive shrug. Okay, whatever. He pushed his chair backward, then turned it away from her and headed across the room toward the massive chifforobe against the wall. I've got something for you. He'd opened the door and removed a box. Now he spun around and faced her, grinning cruelly as he looked her up and down. I'll say this for you, Mrs. Matherly Reed. You're tight as a goddamn fist and wet as a mouth. Very nice. I wonder why your husband went out for it. Tears of mortification filled her eyes. Hastily she pulled on her nightgown, the only article of clothing available. I don't know what's the matter with you, but I won't continue this. I assume you're leaving." Not even deigning to answer, she headed for the door. "Wait." He rolled his chair over to her. "Envy. The final draft." He practically thrust the box into her hands, so she had no choice but to take it. "It's finished?" "Has been. All along. What you've been reading in installments is the polishing draft." She gaped at him. "Why, Parker? Why? What in hell has this been about? Why the lies, the games? They seemed like fun at the time." For several beats, she just stared at him, wondering at what point he had become this sarcastic stranger. Then she hurled the box as far as she could throw it. Maris stalked to the door and jerked it open. Mike was standing on the other side of it, one hand raised, about to knock. The other was holding a cordless telephone. "Maris?" There was no surprise in his voice. He had expected her to be with Parker. Her emotional state, however, seemed to alarm him. Stiffly he extended the telephone toward Maris. "For you. I hated to disturb you, but the gentleman said it was an emergency." She took the telephone from him with a shaking hand and stepped out into the hallway. Mike went into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Maris leaned against the wall and took several seconds to compose herself. Then, clearing her throat, she said, "Hello? Maris? Noah?" His voice was strangely muffled and subdued. She barely recognized it. "It's imperative that you return to New York immediately." Her dread was so absolute, it felt as though her heart had been replaced with an anvil. "It's Dad, isn't it?" "I'm afraid so, yes." "Is it bad? A stroke?" God, this is tough. You shouldn't have to hear this news over the telephone, Maris, but he's dead." She cried out. Her knees buckled and she sank to the floor. Parker was at his work table in the solarium, but he wasn't working. Instead, he was staring out at the ocean. He had been replaying in his head his last conversation with Maris, if you could call it a conversation. His stomach knotted when he recalled the horrible things he'd said to her. Her stricken expression haunted him. I stayed with Maris until they boarded her flight. Until Mike spoke, Parker hadn't heard him come into the solarium. He sat bolt upright and glanced over his shoulder toward the door. Mike was standing as stiff as a girder in his seersucker suit. "It took off on time," he added. As soon as Maris could pack her things, she and Mike had left for the mainland. She left without a word to Parker, but he hadn't expected her to tell him goodbye. He didn't deserve it. Yet there was a brave dignity about her that suggested an enviable inner strength. He would probably never see her again. He had expected that. What he hadn't expected was that it would hurt so goddamn much. His back was still to Mike. He kept his stinging eyes on the surf. Maris was worried about her father last night. Maybe she had a premonition. I wouldn't be surprised. They were very close. After Noah's call, she had been in a state of complete emotional collapse, but she'd had the wherewithal to tell Mike that her father had fallen down the stairs of their country house. She'd been told that he had died instantly of a broken neck. It had happened during the middle of the night. How was she when she left? How do you think she was, Parker? He frowned at Mike's snide comeback, but he didn't challenge it. He had asked a stupid question with an obvious answer. She probably felt like she'd been run through a thrasher. You certainly did your part. Parker came round, angry now. Obviously, you've reached a conclusion that you're just dying to share, so spit it out. The older man refused to take umbrage. I'm not going to fight with you, Parker, he said evenly. But yes, I will tell you something you need to hear. Ignoring Parker's roll of the eyes, he went on. Your body is healed, but not your soul. The damage done to it was 1,000 times worse than the injuries to your legs. Your soul is more twisted than they ever were. It's still raw and bleeding, and you snarl at anyone who extends a hand to help you heal it. That's what I've been trying to tell you for years, Mike.
he said sweetly. I'm a lost cause. You're not a lost cause. You're a coward. Mike's lined features softened and turned earnest. Parker, consign Noah Reed to God, or to the devil. Let them haggle over who's to be his judge and what his punishment is to be. Then go to Maris. If you can get her to talk to you, lay open your heart. Explain everything. Start at the beginning and tell her all of it. Tell her Noah's part. Confess yours. She may forgive you, she may not. But either way, you'll be rid of it. For the first time in 14 long years, you'll be free of everything that happened in Key West. Parker's heart was pounding hard and loudly against his eardrums, but he kept his expression passive. Good sermon, Mike. Honestly. But I'm going to stick to plan A. And throw away a chance to be happy with a woman you love? Love, he scoffed. Who said that? You did. Every time you looked at her. She's Noah's wife. Parker felt his control snap. Nothing else matters. Not how I feel about her, or how she feels about me, or even how they feel about each other. She is Noah Reed's wife, and I had her. But good. She was finger-fucked and tongue-fucked and mind-fucked by me. Mike's features surrendered to gravity and settled into an aged mask of profound disappointment. Perhaps you're right, Parker. Perhaps you are a lost cause. Your cruelty to her goes beyond reprehensible. All you care about is this revenge plot of yours. That's right. Now you're catching on. What's the next chapter? The gripping climax, of course. Mike subjected him to a long, hard stare, then turned and picked up 2 suitcases, which had been left in the kitchen and up till now out of Parker's sight. Going somewhere? Away from you. I won't be a party to this. Mike was walking out on him. Fine, go. Have a nice trip. He spun his chair around and faced his blank computer screen. A few moments later, he heard Mike leaving through the back door, and he was truly alone. Afterward, Maris could barely remember her return trip to New York. She had operated in a dreamlike state, except without the subconscious surety that it was unreal and that she would wake up soon. Noah was at LaGuardia to meet her. She wasn't happy to see him, but he relieved her of the arrival hassle at a major airport. Her baggage was reclaimed with dispatch. He had a car and driver waiting. As the limo wended its way through heavy traffic into Manhattan, he somberly filled in the details that he hadn't told her over the telephone. Daniel's body was still in Massachusetts, where the autopsy would be conducted. There could have been a contributing health factor that caused him to fall, Noah explained. Pulmonary embolism, cardiac arrest, an aneurysm that hadn't shown up during his last physical. Most probably, he told her, Daniel simply lost his balance on the dark staircase. He was solicitous, soft-spoken, obsequious. She deplored even having to breathe the same air as him and instructed the chauffeur to take her to her father's house. If she could help it, she would never return to the residence she had shared with Noah. Maris learned that a death in the family was a time-consuming event, especially if the deceased were a person of Daniel Matherly's standing. He was the last patriarch of the publishing dynasty. He was one of New York's own. His obituary made the front page of the New York Times. Local media covered his funeral. Maris endured the day-long affair with a steely determination not to crack under pressure. Dusk had fallen before the house cleared of guests. Maxine refused to retire to her room as Maris suggested, and instead began supervising the caterer's cleanup. That's when Maris approached Noah. "I want to talk to you." "Certainly, darling." His ingratiating manner set her teeth on edge. "You can drop the pretense, Noah. No one's around except Maxine, and she already knows that I've left you." She led him into her father's study. Noah pinched up the creases of his dark suit trousers and lowered himself into an easy chair. "I had hoped your second visit south had mellowed you, Maris. You're as prickly as you were before you left. Dad's death didn't change anything between us.
Nor did it change your character. You're a liar and an adulterer." She paused a beat before adding, "And possibly those are the least of your sins." His eyes sharpened. "What does that mean?" "I spoke to the authorities in Massachusetts. I questioned their ruling that Dad's death was accidental." His smile grew a little stiff, as though it had congealed. His spine straightened. "Honoring my request, they've agreed to reinvestigate. We have an appointment with Chief of Police Randall tomorrow to discuss their findings," she informed him coolly. "I suggest you be there." She and Noah drove up in separate cars. The exterior of the ivy-covered building looked more like a yarn and woolens boutique than a police station. Maris arrived a few minutes ahead of Noah. As soon as he got there, they were ushered into the chief's office. Chief Randall, a ruddy-faced man with a bad blonde comb-over, sensing her desire to cut to the chase, kept the pleasantries to a minimum and settled behind his desk. "I'm afraid I haven't got all that much more to tell you that wasn't in the initial report, Mrs. Matherly Reed. My people went over the house with a fine-tooth comb. Didn't find a thing that suggested foul play." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Noah complacently fold his hands in his lap. Chief Randall cleared his throat and looked at her sympathetically. "When a tragic accident like this occurs and someone dies, their loved ones look for reasons. I know it's hard for you to accept, but it appears that your father ran into some difficulty as he was making his way upstairs. He lost his balance and suffered a fatal fall. I'm sorry, Mrs. Matherly Reed." Maris was neither heartened nor disappointed. The findings were exactly what she had expected them to be. She gathered her handbag and stood. Reaching across the desk, she shook hands with the police chief. "I appreciate your time and effort." Once outside, Maris made a beeline for her car. Noah caught up with her before she could get in. He gripped her upper arm, pulled her around, and pushed his face close to hers. "Satisfied?" "Completely." Looking at him evenly, she said, "I'm convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that you were the difficulty Dad encountered on his way up the staircase. Your goal is glaringly apparent. I hope you haven't committed murder in the hope of securing a deal with Worldview, because if you have, my father died in vain. Beyond that, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Understand this, Noah. Matherly Press will remain autonomous, just as it always has been. Be very careful, Maris." His voice was low, but it vibrated with menace. He reached up and took a strand of her hair, winding it tightly around his index finger. To anyone passing by who happened to glance at them, it would look like an affectionate gesture. But he pulled the strand of hair taut enough to hurt. "It's you who needs to understand this," he said. "Nobody is going to prevent me from having everything I want." She laughed softly. "What are you going to do, Noah? Push me down a staircase too?" Daniel alone was responsible for his death. He lost his temper, reacted recklessly, temporarily forgot his physical limitations, and suffered the consequences. If you want to place blame, place it on him. But, he continued silkily, I'll admit that his death was very convenient. She recoiled, and, because he still had hold of her hair, the sudden movement caused a painful yank on her scalp. It was sharp enough to bring tears to her eyes, but she hardly noticed, because the yank on her memory had been even sharper. Actually, her death was very convenient. She'd read that line a dozen or more times. Parker had used that simple sentence to provide a revealing sneak peek into the dark soul of the character. Realization slammed into her. "You're Todd." Noah's chin went back. "What? Who?" Thoughts were snapping and popping in her mind like a sail in a high wind, but one thought isolated itself and became jarringly clear. This could not be a coincidence. With more ferocity than she believed herself capable of, she said, "Let go of me." "Of course, darling." He uncoiled her hair from around his finger. You're free to go, now that we understand one another." She slid into the driver's seat and started the motor. Before pulling the door closed, she said, "You have no idea how well I understand you." Envy, Chapter 22, Key West, Florida, 1988. It was one of those days when the words simply would not come. Rourke pressed his skull between his hands, squeezing it like a melon, trying to force the words out through his pores, to no avail. For the past 3 hours his cursor had been stuck in the same spot, winking at him. "Mocking little bastard," he whispered to it now. Deliberately he typed, "The grass is green. The sky is blue. See, you son of a bitch, I can write a sentence when I want to." His frustration was such that he considered shutting down for the day, taking in a movie, or going to the beach, or getting in some fishing. But that kind of retreat was easily habit-forming. "Rourke!" The door slammed 3 floors below, and Todd's running footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Lately, he had been working through the restaurant's lunch hours to earn extra money. Rourke welcomed the time Todd was out, when he was left alone in the apartment to write without the distraction that even having another warm body nearby could create. He came around in time to see Todd barging through their door. "I sold it." "Your car?" That was the first thing that popped into Rourke's head. Todd was constantly bitching about his car. "My book! I sold my book!" His cheeks were flushed, his eyes were feverishly bright, his smile was toothpaste commercial caliber. Rourke just looked at him, dumbfounded. "Did you hear what I said? I sold my manuscript!" Unsteadily, Rourke came to his feet. That's great. I didn't even know you... When did you submit it?" Todd somehow managed to look abashed while maintaining his wide grin. "I sent it on a whim about 2 months ago. Then today, just now, less than an hour ago, I got this call at work. I figured it was you or one of the babes calling." To Todd, their neighbors had collectively become the babes. "Overflowing toilet or something, you know. But instead, this guy identifies himself as an editor, says he's read my manuscript, says it blew him away. Those words, it blew me away. Says he wants to publish it. I nearly shit right there, man. Says he's willing to offer in the neighborhood of high 5 figures, but I'm sure that was only his starting point." Rourke, forcing himself to move, forcing elation into his expression, crossed the room and gave Todd a mighty hug. "Congratulations, man. You've worked hard for this. You deserve it. Thanks, Rourke." Within seconds, Todd was whooping like an air raid siren and bouncing around the apartment with the jerky, disjointed hyperactivity of a rhesus on speed. "I don't know what to do first," he said, laughing. "Call Hadley," Rourke suggested. "Hadley can go fuck himself. He didn't show any confidence in me. Why should I share my good news with him?" "I know," he said vigorously, rubbing his hands together. "A celebration. Blowout party, you and me. On me." Rourke, feeling less like celebrating than he ever had in his life, was already shaking his head. "I've got to work." "Screw work." "Easy for you to say. You've sold a book for high 5 figures with wiggle room." Todd stopped bouncing and turned toward Rourke. He treated him to several moments of hard scrutiny. "Oh, now I get it. You're pissed because I sold before you did." "No, I'm not." "Well, that's good," Todd said sarcastically. "Because if you were pissed, you might be acting like a jackass instead of my best friend on the happiest day of my life." True. He was acting like a jackass. Rank jealousy had turned him into a prick, and he was working hard toward ruining the happiest day of his best friend's life. Not that it would be any different if the situation were reversed. But since when was Todd Grayson his standard for good behavior? He plastered on a fake grin. "What the hell? I'll call in sick. What time's the party start?" Todd said to give him time to make a few arrangements, and Rourke said fine because he needed to close out his work for the day anyway. As soon as Todd flew out to run his errands, Rourke surrendered to his dejection. Uncharitably, Rourke wanted to attribute Todd's success to luck, fluky timing, a slow book market, even to an editor with lousy taste, all the while acknowledging that such thoughts were unfair. Todd had worked hard. He was a talented writer. He was dedicated to the craft. He deserved to be published. But Rourke earnestly felt that he deserved it more. Todd returned within an hour, bringing a bottle of champagne for each of them and insisting that they drink them before moving to Phase 2 of the celebration. Phase 2 included Mary Catherine. Wearing 3 postage-stamp-sized patches of electric blue fabric that passed for a bikini, Mary Catherine arrived ready to party. She got there just in time to help them polish off the champagne.
"Foul!"
she cried petulantly.
"I only got 2 swallows."
"Well, there's more where that came from, sweetheart." Todd rubbed her ass and smacked his lips, first with appreciation, then regret. He turned around and gave her a gentle push toward Rourke. "She's all yours tonight, pal. Don't say I never gave you anything. Consolation prize?" The good-natured question had only a trace of an edge. "Can you imagine a better one?" Mary Catherine looped her arms around Rourke's neck, mashed her breasts against his chest, and massaged his crotch with hers. "Fine by me. I've had a lech for you for a long time." She poked her tongue into his mouth. Courtesy of the champagne, he had a lively buzz going. He had sustained a blow to his ego, and Todd was trying to make it up to him. He'd be an asshole to decline his friend's gesture of condolence. He applied himself to kissing her. "Hey," Todd said after a few moments, "am I going to have to turn the water hose on you too?" Laughing, they clomped downstairs and piled into Todd's much-maligned car. He drove them to a marina where he had chartered a boat from an old salt named Hatch Walker. They'd leased boats from him before. His rates were the cheapest in Key West, and he got only mildly abusive if you stretched your contracted time and came in late. As soon as the rental agreement was signed, Todd jumped aboard and climbed the steps to the pilot's chair. Rourke staggered aboard, then turned to lend a hand to Mary Catherine, who managed to stumble against him as she stepped onto the deck. She gave old Hatch a gay little wave as he untied the ropes from the cleats and tossed them onto the deck. Todd slowly guided the boat out of the marina. As soon as the craft cleared the buoys, he gave it full throttle and it shot into the Atlantic. Todd had proclaimed this would be a celebration none of them would ever forget, and obviously he meant it. Rourke was surprised by his friend's extravagance. The coolers he had brought on board were stocked with brand-name liquors. The food came from a deli that had the self-confidence to call itself Epicurean Delectables. "This is a mean shrimp salad." Rourke licked spiced mayonnaise from the corners of his lips. "Let me do that." Mary Catherine straddled Rourke's lap. She had taken her role as consolation prize to heart, devoting herself entirely to entertaining him and granting his every wish. Maybe Todd had paid for her services today. So what? She was a good kid, trying to make a decent living using the assets she'd been given. Fuck writing. Fuck getting published. Fuck words that wouldn't come. Fuck Mary Catherine. That topped his things-to-do list. Definitely. He was sick to death of being such a damn Boy Scout. Nose to the grindstone all the time? For what? For freaking nothing. That's what. He was going to eat this rich food until he puked on it. He was going to get slobbery drunk. He was going to let Mary Catherine perform on him every debauched act in her extensive repertoire. He was going to have a good time tonight, if it killed him. Rourke woke up with Mary Catherine draped across him. After a bout of rowdy copulation on the small berth, they had both passed out. Thirsty and needing badly to pee, he wiggled out from under her. He was pulling on the trunks as he stumbled up the steps to the deck. Todd had a bottle of Bacardi cradled in his arms and was staring at the constellations. Hearing Rourke, he turned and smiled. "You survived." He stretched out the elastic waistband of his trunks and peered into them.
All parts present and accounted for, sir. Todd chuckled. Judging from the racket, there were times I thought I might have to come down there and rescue you. There were times when I thought you might have to. He relieved himself over the side of the craft. Todd motioned toward one of the ice chests. Help yourself to a fresh bottle. Thanks, but I'm still too wasted to stand. And jealous. Rourke used one arm to brace himself against the exterior wall of the cabin. Huh? You're jealous? Rourke shrugged. Maybe. He gave a weak grin. Okay, a little. More than a little, Rourke. Todd raised the rum bottle to his eye like a telescope and peered down the length of it at Rourke. Admit it, you thought you'd be the first to sell. Rourke's stomach was queasy. The horizon was seesawing. He was also uncomfortable with the direction the conversation had taken. Todd, I couldn't be happier. Oh, yeah, you could. If you'd sold your book today, you'd be a hell of a lot happier. So would Hadley. What was that he said about it being an honor and a privilege to review your work? You read his letter to me? Clever of you to get that post office box, but careless of you to leave his letter in the pocket of your jeans. I was short the cash to pay for a pizza delivery, raided the pockets looking for money, and pulled out a plum. You shouldn't have read my mail. You shouldn't have lied to me about Hadley's enthusiasm for your work and his lack of it for mine. What do you care what Hadley thinks of your work? I don't. Last laugh is on him and you. I've sold. You haven't. So fine, let's just drop it. No, I don't believe I will. Todd stood up slowly. He was steadier on his feet than he should have been, leaving Rourke to question if he had drunk as much as he had pretended to. He moved along the deck with a predatory, malevolent tread. What's eating you, Todd? You won. Hadley was wrong. Maybe about my writing, not about the other. Other? My character? Remember how flawed I am? Rourke's stomach heaved and he swallowed a throatful of sour bile. That's all bullshit. I didn't pay any attention to it. Well, I did. Moving sinuously only a second before, Todd now lunged at him and took a vicious swing at his head with the liquor bottle. Rourke caught it on the temple, and if it had been a sledgehammer, it couldn't have hurt any worse. He roared in pain and outrage. But he had enough wits to see the bottle arcing once again above his head. He dodged it just in time to spare himself another concussion. Instead, it shattered against the wall of the cabin, showering them with broken glass and rum. Dazed but fueled by anger, Rourke struck back. He landed a fist against Todd's mouth and felt the scrape of his teeth against his knuckles. It hurt, but it hurt Todd more. His mouth gushed blood. With feral growls, he came at Rourke, clawing and pounding.
What's going on?
Mary Catherine appeared in the open doorway of the cabin, naked except for a gold ankle bracelet. Ignored, she drunkenly staggered onto the deck and stepped on a piece of broken glass.
Ow! What the fuck is going on?
Shut up! Todd rounded on her and struck a blow that caught her at waist level. Arms windmilling, she went overboard with a scream that died as soon as she hit the water. Rourke stared at the empty space she'd left at the boat's railing and sobered instantly. She's too drunk to swim. He executed a shallow dive into the water. The salt water seared the open wounds on his face and he came up gasping. Treading water, he blinked his eyes as clear as he could get them and frantically searched the surface of the dark water for a sign of Mary Catherine. "Do you see her?" he yelled up at Todd, who was standing on the deck looking down at him, blood dripping from his chin onto his smooth chest. "Todd! Christ, do you hear me? Do you see her?" "No!" Heart-pounding, head-bursting, Rourke jackknifed beneath the surface. Although it stung like crazy, he kept his eyes open, but it didn't matter. He might just as well have been swimming through a bottle of ink. "Call the Coast Guard. I can't find her." "Oh, Jesus." He sobbed when the full impact of the situation hit him. She might be dead already. Mary Catherine. Sheila.
might have drowned because of his inability to save her. Still, he was unwilling to give up. Again and again he went down, coming up only long enough to take a deep breath before going down again, diving so deep it made his ears hurt. He struggled to the surface one last time, fearing that he wouldn't make it, afraid that he had made one foray too many. Weakly he tread water, barely able to keep himself afloat. "Todd," he called hoarsely. "Todd!" Todd appeared at the rail. Rourke's eyes had been scoured by the salt water. His vision was cloudy. "I can't find her. I can't look any more. Throw me the preserver." Exhausted, he longed to close his burning eyes, but was afraid that if he did, he would slip beneath the surface and drown before he could garner the energy to save himself. But his eyes must have closed on their own. He must have been only a heartbeat away from losing consciousness, because he was startled awake when the boat's motor roared to life. He kicked his legs and feebly moved his arms in a parody of swim strokes, but it was like trying to push jello through quicksand. But there was no need to try and swim after all. Look, Todd was bringing the boat to him. Only thing, he was running it too hot and too fast for safety. "Hey!" It was a nightmare's yell. When you open your mouth and try to scream but you can't utter a sound, and that intensifies the horror of the nightmare. "Todd," he croaked, "turn to port. I'm here. Can't you see me?" He could see him. He was looking straight at him. Rourke screamed one last time before fear sent him plunging beneath the surface. In seconds he was engulfed in churning, strangling waters. Then the terror gripped him. Terror so absolute that death seems a blessing. Terror championed only by pain. Pain that splinters the body but slays the soul. Nadia arrived at the martini bar wearing a snug black dress with a deceptively demure neckline and a cocktail hat, one of those saucy numbers with a veil that covered half her face. Very fetching. Very femme fatale. Heads turned as she made her way through the bar. When she reached Noah's table, he was inflated with pride that the most exquisite woman in the room was joining him. He embraced her warmly but circumspectly. Pecking a friendly kiss on her cheek, he whispered, "I could fuck you right here. Ever the romantic." She slid into the banquette beside him. "Martini?" "By all means." He placed their order with the waiter who had rushed to the table within seconds of Nadia's arrival, then turned to her with a smile. "You're known here. I'm known everywhere." He laughed at her conceit. "I've missed your sharp comebacks. It's been far too long since I've seen you. That silly quarrel, ancient history now." His adoring gaze moved over her face. "You look sensational. I like the veil. Thank you. It lends you a mysterious air that's incredibly sexy." Beneath the table, he pressed her thigh with his. "You're coming on awfully strong tonight. You haven't been getting any, have you?" "I've been otherwise occupied." "Yes, you have. You've been busy laying your father-in-law to rest. I'm just glad it's over. Now the rest of us can stop applauding his life and resume living our own." Their martinis arrived. They clinked glasses, sipped. Actually, it wasn't all that bad, except for having to keep Maris's hysteria at bay. My wife got the harebrained notion that I was responsible for her father's fall. He peered past the veil into Nadia's eyes. "Can you imagine that?" She raised the martini glass to her lips. "Yes, I can." The steadiness of her gaze was a bit unnerving. He deliberately mistook her meaning. Maris has always been excitable and reactionary, but this time she carried it to the extreme. At the funeral she seemed the picture of composure. True, but once it was over she lost all reason. She coerced the local police in Massachusetts to reinvestigate the fatal accident. And, naturally, they found nothing to substantiate her suspicions. I'm sure that's true. She stared out over the crowd, speaking almost to herself. If you had pushed the old gentleman down the staircase, you would be shrewd enough not to get caught. I didn't. But you're right. I would be shrewd enough not to get caught, and that's why you like me so well. She turned back to him. True. I would never become involved with a loser. I wouldn't hitch my wagon to a falling star, only to one that's ascending. We're so much alike, it's frightening. Leaning closer to her, he added confidentially, at least it should be frightening to everyone else. Complacently, he took another sip of his martini. Anyhow, Daniel's dead and buried. His smile widened. Before his accidental fall, I persuaded Daniel to sign an important power of attorney document. It enables me to sell Matherly Press to Worldview, and Maris can't do a damn thing about it. Nadia's eyes went wide with bewilderment. But Matherly Press isn't yours to sell. Nadia, there you are. Morris Bloom suddenly materialized on the other side of the table. Noah hadn't noticed his approach, and he didn't welcome the intrusion. I didn't see you at first and thought there'd be a mix-up on the time, he was saying to Nadia. Your timing couldn't be more perfect. She scooted from behind the table and, to Noah's dismay, walked into Bloom's embrace. They locked lips. When the kiss ended, she affectionately patted his necktie back into place. For all the attention they were paying him, Noah might just as well have been one of the pop art paintings on the wall. His whole body throbbed with anger. She had set him up. She had planned this little scenario. He had called her on his drive back from Massachusetts, following that pathetic attempt of Maris's to incriminate him, and had invited her to join him this evening. We're free to be seen together now, he had told her. She had named the time and place as though she couldn't wait to see him. Instead, he'd walked into a goddamn female trap. Okay, if she wanted to flaunt her new boyfriend at him, fine. It didn't change anything, except that her sex life would take a severe downward plunge. After thanking the waiter for his drink, Bloom turned to Noah. My secretary told me that you called today requesting a meeting. That's right. Daniel's death imposed a temporary postponement of our schedule. Now we're able to pick up where we left off. You're going to be very pleased by the developments that have taken place since we last spoke. What's your schedule like tomorrow? I really don't see the need for a meeting now. Now was a troubling adverb. Noah kept his features carefully schooled. Why is that? Noah and I were getting to this when you joined us, Morris, Nadia said. Apparently there's been some confusion. She gave Noah a pained look. I thought someone would have told you by now. Out of respect for Daniel, I've been sitting on this story for a week. Noah was growing uncomfortably warm inside his clothes. What story? Taking center stage, Nadia readjusted herself even closer to Bloom. Out of the blue, Daniel Matherly invited me to his house for breakfast. It was the same morning you left for the country. Who could have guessed that your retreat would end so tragically? I wish I'd had the foresight then to urge him not to go. She looked squarely at Noah and let that sink in. Noah forced himself to smile. You still haven't told me the nature of this exclusive story. Daniel appointed Maris as chairman and CEO of Matherly Press. Eyeing him closely, she ran her fingers up and down the stem of her martini glass. I'm sparing you having to read it in my column. The story runs tomorrow. She gave him a sympathetic smile. Honestly, Noah, I thought that by now you would have been officially informed. I suppose that since your marriage is over, you're no longer in the inner circle. You're only hired help. Would you like another drink, Noah? Bloom asked. No, thank you, Morris. I'm late for another appointment. If he didn't get out of here, away from Nadia, he was either going to kill her or explode. He'd rather not do either in front of witnesses. Oh, please stay, Nadia said in a cajoling voice. We've got so much to celebrate. One of Morse's fondest desires has been fulfilled. Worldview has acquired Becker Howe. You know Oliver Howe, I'm sure, because he and Daniel were old friends. In fact, it was Daniel who put Morse in contact with him. Noah was clenching his jaw so tightly it ached. How nice for you. I paid too much for it, but what the hell, he chuckled. Noah made a show of checking his wristwatch. I really hate to break up the party, but I must get on my way. Wait, that's not the only good news. Nadia thrust her left hand across the table. Morris and I are getting married next Sunday at the plaza. She beamed at Morris, then turned back to Noah. 3 o'clock. We'll be crushed if you're not there. Damn Michael Struther. Cursing his friend, former friend, it appeared, was the only fresh thought in Parker's mind. Angrily he switched off his computer, concluding another unproductive session of writing. He hadn't heard from Mike since he had announced his resignation and left the house. He hadn't composed a readable sentence since then either. He was feeling awfully sorry for himself, but the irony didn't escape him. His misery was self-imposed. Poor you. But look at it this way, Parker, he whispered to himself. The end is in sight. The last die had been cast when he sent the Envy manuscript to Noah. Everything he had done, said, or written in the past 14 years had been with this goal in mind. It all funneled down to here and now. Whatever the outcome, whether in his favor or not, it hadn't come cheaply. His need for vengeance had cost him his one true friend. Ultimately, it had cost him Maris. Maris had been essential to his plot, but he hadn't expected her to become essential to him. In the brief time she had been in his life, she had become the most important element of it. Second most important, he corrected. If she were the most important, he would leave Noah to the devil as Mike had advised, and spend the rest of his life loving her and letting himself be loved. Maris was the one plot element that might have caused him to change his outline and end the thing differently. But he couldn't have, even if he wanted to, because the revenge he sought wasn't only for himself. It was for Mary Catherine. Noah had killed her, as surely as he had killed Daniel Matherly. Parker hoped that Maris and the authorities were thoroughly investigating Matherly's death because Noah's account of it smelled to high heaven. It stank of Noah. It was doubtful they'd find anything that implicated him. He would make certain they didn't. He was gifted that way. But he had a major flaw: his intolerance for anyone getting the best of him. When Noah read the Envy manuscript, he would come south on the next flight. He'd be unable to resist. And when he got there, Parker would be waiting. 8 o'clock classes were just about to convene when Maris parked her rental car in a lot reserved for campus visitors. Although she had never been here before, she didn't need to be oriented or to ask for directions. The university campus wasn't similar to the one described in Envy. It was the one described in Envy. And it was a long way from the police station in rural Massachusetts where she had been less than 24 hours ago. With Noah's words replaying inside her head, his death was convenient. She'd driven back to New York with a sense of urgency. Using her cell phone, she had reserved her airline ticket to Nashville as she sped down the parkway, breaking every speed limit between Chief Randall's police department and the Matherly Press offices in Midtown Manhattan. She had planned to be in the office only long enough to consult briefly with her assistant and check her mail, before returning to Daniel's house to pack, then to dash to the airport in time for the late evening flight. It didn't quite go according to plan. Her appearance in the office had galvanized her assistant. "Thank God you're here. I've been trying to reach you on your cell. My battery ran out about an hour ago. Don't move." The secretary placed a call. "Tell Mr. Stern she just came in." She depressed the hold button. "He told me it was mandatory that he speak with you today, Maris." Concerning what? Did he say? No, but he's been calling since early morning. He'll be on line 2. Maris went into her office and sat down behind her desk, and it was fortunate that she'd been seated, because the news Stern had imparted was staggering. She was deeply touched to know that her father had entrusted her with the business that had been his life's work. Stern had coughed delicately, then said, "It's at your discretion whether or not to keep Mr. Reed on staff. Mr. Matherly intimated to me that having him there, even in a menial position, might be awkward for you, considering your pending divorce." So he had known. Frankly, your father no longer trusted Mr. Reed to perform in the best interest of the publishing house, the lawyer had told her. But, as I said, his continuance with the company is up to you. Following that conversation and a swift delegation of duties to her assistant, she opted to leave her car in the parking garage near the office building and take a cab to Daniel's house, where another shock had awaited her. As she was jogging up the steps of the brownstone, a limousine had pulled to the curb. Nadia Schuller alighted before the chauffeur had time to come around and open the door for her. "Hello, Maris." She was dressed in a black dress and cocktail hat that on anyone else would have looked ridiculous. "I need 1 minute of your time." "I don't have 1 minute. I'm in a hurry." "Please." "I fortified myself with 2 martinis before I came." Maris debated it for several seconds, then reluctantly agreed to hear her out. She had listened with dismay as Nadia told her about her breakfast meeting with Daniel. "I was told he'd had a mystery guest. You would have been the last person I would have guessed." "Me too. I was floored when he called and extended the invitation. But the real shocker came when he told me about this bogus document Noah was going to press him to sign. He then offered me an exclusive on your promotion. Congratulations." "Thank you. The story about the transfer of power will run in my column tomorrow. Mr. Matherly asked me to hold it for a week. I agreed. Of course, when I did, I had no idea that he wouldn't be here to read it." Maris had been further surprised to see tears in Nadia's eyes. "Your father was a gentleman, Maris, even toward me. I wish I had warned him not to go." "With Noah?" She nodded. "Maybe even more than you. I know how treacherous Noah can be. I never thought he would go so far as to commit murder. But when I heard the circumstances of Mr. Matherly's death, I wondered." "So did I. I guess all of us underestimated Noah." "I guess. By the way, he and I are history. I don't care." Nadia nodded, one woman understanding another's scorn because it was deserved. "Just before coming here, I had the pleasure of telling him about the shift of power from your father to you. I don't think he took it well. Be careful, Maris. I'm not afraid of him." Nadia looked at her closely and with admiration. "No, I don't believe you are." She ducked her head for a second, then looked bravely into Maris's face again. "I never feel guilty over anything. This was a rare exception. Thank you for listening." Maris nodded and turned toward the steps. Now, as she strolled along the paved paths of the campus, reviewing yesterday's startling events, she could hardly believe she was here. She had strong feelings of déjà vu, which wasn't surprising. She had been here before, through the pages of Parker's book. Parker's vivid narrative led her to the classroom building where Professor Hadley had his office. The second-floor corridor stretched out in front of her, long, dim, deserted, and silent. She continued all the way down the hallway to the office numbered 207. The door was standing slightly ajar, as it had been that morning Rourke approached it with his capstone manuscript inside his backpack. Her heart was thumping as hard as his as she gave the door a gentle push and it swung open. A man was seated at a desk, his back to her. "Professor Hadley?" He came around. "Hello, Maris." She sagged against the door jamb and snuffled a laugh of self-deprecation. "Mike, have a seat." He picked up a stack of books and magazines off the only other available chair and set it on the floor. He smiled at her. "I knew you'd eventually figure it out." Her eyes roved the cluttered office. "What's your position here at the university?" "Professor Emeritus." "That's an honor." He harumphed. "It's an empty title that doesn't mean a thing except that you're too damn old to do what you used to do. I get to keep the office till I die. In exchange, once each semester I give a lecture on Faulkner to a couple hundred bored young people who attend only because they're required to. I'm flattered if one of them stays awake for the duration of my lecture. Beyond that, I have no responsibilities whatsoever." Quietly, she said, "I'll bet Parker stayed awake for all your lectures. He was exceptional. In his book, he hasn't exaggerated how I felt about Rourke and his budding talent. If anything, he's minimized it. He rescued himself. Too bad he's not as fine a human being as he is a writer." Mike studied her for a moment, then reached across his desk and pulled forward a manuscript that was bound with a wide rubber band. He passed it to her. She looked down at the cover sheet and her lips curled with bitterness. "I've read it. Most of it," he corrected. "All but the final 2 chapters. Read them before you judge Parker too harshly." He stood up and made his way to the door. "I'm going for coffee. Can I bring you back something?" The morning following his disastrous martini date with Nadia, Noah took a taxi to Matherly Press, pretending, indeed believing, that he would manipulate his way through this problem and actually come out better in the long run. It was with a jaunty and optimistic air that he stepped off the elevator and walked briskly down the hallway toward his office. Even his assistant Carol was standing at attention at her desk, wringing her hands as though anxious to please him. "Coffee, please, Carol." He sailed past her and entered his office, where he came to a standstill so abruptly he might as well have walked into a glass wall. Stern? Appearance-wise, this attorney and Howard Bancroft were practically interchangeable. The same bald, pointed head bobbed, said curtly, "Mr. Reed, what the fuck are you doing in my office?" Overlooking the obscenity, Stern gestured toward the 2 men with him. "These gentlemen work as paralegals for my law firm. They have agreed to help you box up your personal items. You have 1 hour to complete the task, at which time I will relieve you of your keys to this office and your security pass into the building. I will then escort you out through the 51st Street exit." With a quick motion of his hand, he activated the paralegals. He checked his wristwatch. "The clock is ticking. I think we should begin." Carol squeezed in through the door behind him. "Excuse me, Mr. Reed? The delivery man won't release this package until you personally sign the return receipt." He rounded on her, eyes blazing. She recoiled but thrust the package at him and managed to say, "It's from Mr. Parker Evans?" Maris had just completed her read-through when Mike returned. She was sitting motionless, the manuscript pages lying in her lap. She had stared at the last line until the letters blurred. "Pain that splinters the body but slays the soul." Dazed by that line and those that had come before it, Mike's return didn't register until he nudged her shoulder. "I remembered that you enjoy tea sometimes. I hope that's all right." Nodding dumbly, she took the warm styrofoam cup from him. "This isn't the last chapter," she said. Mike frowned. "He hasn't shown the last chapter even to me. I'm not sure he's written it. It may be too painful for him to write." "More painful than this? God," she cried softly. "What happened afterward, Mike?" Noah returned to the marina. As related in the prologue, he faked hysteria, claimed that Parker had gone crazy on board the boat, abused the girl, attacked him. They fought. The girl went overboard and so did Parker. Noah tried to save them. Mary Catherine? Her body was never recovered. It was officially ruled death by drowning. What about Parker? Mike sipped his coffee before answering, a delayed tactic she saw through. Parker was found that night by sheer accident. Fishermen spotted him. The coordinates Todd had given the Coast Guard were approximate, meaning off by miles. Miles. After being in the water for hours, it was a miracle that Parker was still alive. His legs had been chewed to pieces by the blades of the outboard motor. When the fishermen first saw him, they mistook him for an animal carcass that had been used for chum. There was so much blood around him, you see. With a shaky hand, Maris set aside her tea, untasted after the first sip. For over a week, his condition was listed as critical, Mike continued. Somehow he lived. Eventually his legs were pieced back together bit by bit. He told me he underwent several operations. What was Noah doing all this time? I've given you a much abbreviated summary, Mike explained. The reconstruction of Parker's legs took years. In those first few days, the trauma doctors worked frantically just to keep him alive. Eventually, he was taken off the critical list, but he spent weeks in an ICU fighting off infection. During those weeks that Parker was fighting for his life, Noah was putting on quite a dog and pony show for the authorities. It came down to his word against Parker's. He painted Parker as a jealous, envious hothead who had got drunk and snapped, turned violent. By the time the doctors granted the investigators permission to question him, Parker had already been cast in the defensive role. Confronted with these false accusations, Parker, by his own account, played right into Noah's hands. He came across as a raving maniac, dangerous to himself and others. He was charged with involuntary manslaughter for Mary Catherine's drowning. When he was well enough to leave the hospital, he was taken to court for his arraignment. He pled no contest. "Why?" Maris exclaimed. "He wasn't guilty." "I agree with you, but Parker blamed himself for being unable to save her. Noah didn't attend Parker's sentencing, but he sent a videotape deposition. He said that he and Parker had been closer than any two brothers. But when Noah succeeded ahead of him, it did something to Parker, twisted him. Noah looked earnestly into the camera and sobbed, 'I don't understand what happened to Parker that day. He turned devious, lecherous, and murderous.' I think I'm quoting correctly." Maris took a deep breath and expelled it slowly. "So Noah went to New York in a blaze of glory because of the vanquished, and Parker went to prison." "Prison?" She lowered her head and ground her palm against her forehead. He told me once that he had spent years in rehab hospitals and other facilities. I would never have imagined he was referring to prison, because of the mitigating circumstances of his case and his physical condition. He was released after serving 22 months of an 8-year sentence. She picked up the manuscript pages in her lap and straightened them. I regret that I ever met Noah Reed. How could I not have seen what he is? Don't be too hard on yourself, Maris. Noah is like two different men occupying one body. You weren't the only one he hoodwinked. Parker lived with him too, remember? For nearly 6 years. Occasionally he saw traces of selfishness and self-absorption, but not until he was in the water that night did he realize that Noah is evil. Looking down at the pages still lying in her lap, she ran her fingers across the top sheet in something like a caress. Parker's not evil like Noah, but he's cruel. Raising her head and looking across at Mike, she said, "Why did he do this, Mike? Why did he involve me?" He eased back in his chair and focused on a corner of the ceiling as he arranged his thoughts. You see, in that damning video deposition, Noah accused Parker of lechery with Mary Catherine, so he made the accusation a reality. With me. Something like that. Parker's success with the Mackenzie Rune book should have been enough for him, but it wasn't. The best revenge he could devise was to write his and Noah's story, and write it well enough to captivate you, a respected editor, who also happens to be Noah's wife. Mike nodded somberly. I'm not justifying what he's done, Maris, but I can understand it. He wanted Noah to know what it felt like to be deceived and betrayed to the nth degree. So Parker tricked you into coming to him. You both betrayed Noah by sleeping. Oh, my God. She reached out and gripped Mike's sleeve. I've just figured out his plot. She wet her lips, spoke hurriedly. Earlier, you quoted Noah from his videotape deposition. He claimed that Parker had turned devious, lecherous, and murderous, Mike finished. Maris rattled off her racing thoughts. Parker's done everything Noah accused him of, except... She looked at Mike with alarm. Considering all the pain and resentment, bitterness and anger that had been simmering inside him for the past 14 years, perhaps he was capable of murder. She surged to her feet. We've got to stop him. But at the door, she drew herself up short. She had panicked unnecessarily. Clasping her hands, she bowed her head over them as though in prayer. Thank God. Coming back around, she said to Mike, we're not too late. Noah doesn't know that the writer I've been working with is Parker. He hasn't read Envy. Mike dragged his hands down his face, groaning. Oh, no. Noah, fresh off a chartered boat from the mainland, entered Terry's Bar and Grill with a condescending attitude that immediately catapulted him to the top of the endangered species list. He approached the bar and addressed Terry with a rude, "Hey." Terry, who happened to be uncapping a long neck at the time, sent the bottle of beer sliding down the bar toward one of his regulars, ignoring Noah. "Didn't you hear me?" Terry shifted a gnawed matchstick from one corner of his mouth to the other. "I heard you. People want to talk to me, they talk to me proper. Now get the fuck out of my place. I think you've already worn out your welcome, Noah." At the sound of his voice, Noah spun around. Parker grinned up at him. Record time, too. Noah gave Parker in his wheelchair a long, slow once-over. "She told me you were a cripple. She told me you were a prick," Parker returned, keeping his smile in place. "But then I already knew that." Noah laughed. "Right back to our usual banter, aren't we? I didn't realize how much I'd missed it. Funny, I haven't missed it at all. Want a beer?" Noah glanced at Terry. "I think I'll pass." Parker motioned with his head for Noah to follow him outside. Every eye in the bar was on them as they left through the screen door and went out into the sweltering heat. Parker led him to the gator. "Climb in." How quaint. He settled into the bright yellow seat. You don't see many of these on Park Avenue. Using his arms, Parker raised himself into the driver's seat, then reached down for his wheelchair, folded it, and placed it in the trailer. As he clicked on the ignition, he said, "Noah, you've grown into a regular Yankee snob. You've just grown old. Pain and suffering will do that to you." For the next 5 minutes they rode in silence. Noah showed a marked lack of interest in the island. Parker, on the other hand, returned the waves of people they happened to pass along the way. After one lady called out a greeting from her front porch, Noah turned to him. "What are you, the local celebrity?" "Only cripple on the island." "I see. And the only professional writer they know. You haven't sold this book of yours yet." "No, but Mackenzie Roon books sell like rubbers in a whorehouse." Finally. He'd finally got an honest reaction out of Noah. He laughed at his stunned expression. "You didn't know? Well, surprise." The sun had sunk below the tree line by the time they reached the derelict cotton gin. The gathering dusk made it appear even more forlorn than it did in full daylight. Parker reached into the trailer for his wheelchair and swung it to the ground. "It's not the homestead, but it's an interesting building. As long as you're here, you just as well get a taste of local history." He wheeled his chair into the gin, leaving Noah no choice except to follow. Like a tour guide with a rehearsed spiel, Parker pointed out certain aspects of the gin. Noah tired of the monologue and interrupted Parker in mid-sentence. "I read your book." Parker slowly brought his wheelchair around to face him. "Of course you did, Noah. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't. When did you receive it?" "This morning." Quick response. Every anxious writer's dream. "Cut the bullshit, Parker." Noah's voice cracked across the stillness like a whip. "I assume this Envy is the manuscript that Maris has been raving about?" "The very one. She's easily impressed by melodrama. Wrong. She's a good editor. A schoolgirl playing dress-up. She's a classy lady." "Jesus," Noah snickered. "You fucked her, haven't you?" Parker clenched his jaw and refused to answer, which caused Noah to laugh. "You always did have a soft spot for the ladies. Of course I know why you had a burning desire to get Maris in bed. You wanted to cuckold me. You went to a hell of a lot of trouble to do it, so I hope you weren't too disappointed. She's not exactly a firecracker in the sack, is she?" He looked pointedly at Parker's lap. "Or maybe you're pitifully grateful for any kind of sexual activity, even Maris's stilted efforts." Parker wished very badly to kill him then. He wanted to watch him die, slowly and in agony and feeling the flames of hell licking at his ankles. Seemingly oblivious to the murderous impulses he was fostering, Noah continued nonchalantly. "Not that I'm complaining about Maris, you understand. She's certainly proved herself useful. In the furtherance of your career." "That's right." He took a step closer. "And you must know, Parker, that I won't let anything or anyone rob me of all that I've achieved. This book of yours will never be published. Actually, Noah, I didn't write it for publication. I wrote it to get you here, on my turf, so that I could be watching your face when you die, just like you were watching me from the pilot's wheel of the boat that night." Noah snorted. "What? You're going to run me down with your wheelchair?" Parker merely smiled and withdrew a small transistor from his shirt pocket. "Oh, I see. You're going to beat me to death with a remote control." "I own this building," Parker said conversationally. "I like it. Good atmosphere. But some folks think it's a hazard to kids who might wander in here, that abandoned well and all." He hitched his thumb in that direction. "So I've decided to do my fellow islanders a favor and destroy it." He depressed one of the rubberized buttons on the transistor. Out of the shadows in a far corner came a loud pop followed by a spark. Startled, Noah spun around and watched as a flame leaped up against the weathered wood. Parker gave his chair a hard push toward him. Noah, sensing the motion, turned and lunged at him. But Parker's arm and chest muscles were exceptionally well developed, from years of having to rely on them. He staved off many of Noah's slugs and had enough upper body strength to keep himself in his chair. His real advantage, however, was in knowing how Noah fought. Noah fought dirty. Noah fought to win, and he didn't care how he won. When Noah began pushing him backward toward the open well, Parker wasn't surprised. His efforts became defensive. Sensing that Parker was weakening, Noah fought even harder. Then, at precisely the right instant, Parker jammed down the brake lever of his wheelchair. It bit into the rubber wheel and brought the chair to a jarring stop. Noah hadn't expected it. Inertia propelled him forward. His Gucci shoes caught the low rim of the well, tripping him. He groped at air. Then he stepped into nothingness. His startled cry was a hellish echo of Mary Catherine's scream as she fell backward over the railing of the boat. Parker's breathing was harsh and loud. He wiped his bloody nose on his shirt sleeve. "You son of a bitch," Noah shouted at him. "So the fall didn't kill you? Get me out of here!" "Ah, don't be such a baby, Noah. It's not nearly as deep as the Atlantic. To the best of my knowledge, there are no saltwater carnivores in there. Don't know about snakes, though," he added in an intentional afterthought. Parker set off another of the charges. "There are 12 more like that, Noah. But long before I've set all of them off, you'll already be choking. Smoke inhalation doesn't have quite the drama of ocean water flooding your lungs or being eaten by a shark, but it's pretty damn effective, wouldn't you say? Ooh, you're scaring me, Parker. You expect me to believe that you would let me die down here. Why wouldn't you believe it? I'm a killer. You said so yourself. Remember? You were sentencing me to prison. Since I did the time, I think it's only fair that I commit the crime." Noah was silent for a moment, then said, "I think my ankle's broken." "You're breaking my heart." "You won't get away with this," Noah said in a new tone of voice. "Oh, I think I will. Everyone inside Terry's heard your cruel remark. They know your wife's been living under my roof for a couple weeks. They'll figure you came down here from Yankee land to bust my ass. But to them, I'm the poor cripple man who lives down the lane. Now who do you think they're going to believe? Who do you think they'll choose to believe?" He depressed a button and another charge sparked. By now, flames were eating the wood on the outside walls in 2 places, working their way up toward the loft. "Stop this, Parker," Noah cried. "No." "For God's sake." "For God's sake? Don't you mean for your sake, Noah?" Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, I got an old boy who lives on the island to set these charges for me. I sent out notices that I was going to burn the place down. Not much flame, lots of smoke. By now the smell of it was strong. "Parker, don't do this," Noah sobbed. "Please, don't let me die. What can I say?" Parker stared down at him, his features turning hard, all traces of humor vanishing. "Say you're sorry." Noah stopped sobbing but remained stubbornly silent. "If you want to get out of here alive, Noah, admit that you knocked Mary Catherine overboard and did nothing. Fucking nothing to try and save her." Noah hesitated. Parker placed his hand on the wheels of his chair and started to turn it around. "See ya." "Wait. All right. What happened to Mary Catherine was my fault." "And me. You deliberately ran that boat over me." "Yes. Say it." "I deliberately ran that boat over you." "Why?" I was trying to kill you and make it look like an accident. I wanted you out of the way." "Of your career?" "That's right. Was that also why you killed Daniel Matherly?" "Damn you." "You did kill him, didn't you?" Parker shouted at him. "Admit it, or you suffocate, you son of a bitch." "All right. Say it." Desperate now, Noah relented. "I pushed him. I didn't have to, but I did. Just to make sure." Parker coughed on smoke. "You are an abomination, Noah. A miserable human being. A murderer. He shook his head regretfully. But you're not worth killing. Parker wheeled his chair backward. He was out of sight only for the amount of time it took him to retrieve the rope he had stashed earlier in preparation of this moment. He dangled it above the well where Noah could see it. He threaded the rope down to Noah, who grasped it frantically. "Make a few loops around your chest and tie it tightly," Parker instructed. "Okay," Noah called when he was done. "Pull me up." Parker backed away, pulling the rope taut. "Okay, but easy does it. Don't," he was about to say yank, but it was too late. In his panic to be rescued, Noah had pulled sharply on the rope. Parker wasn't braced for it. He was jerked forward out of the wheelchair, landing on the packed dirt floor. "God damn it!" "What? What's happening, Parker?" For several seconds, Parker lay there with his forehead resting on the floor. He took several deep breaths. Then, using his forearms to pull him along, he inched his way over to the rim of the well and peered down into it. "You pulled me out of my chair." The smoke grew thicker by the second. "Parker, you've got to get me out of here." "Can't help you, buddy. I'm a cripple, remember?" He laughed. "I realize that you're panicked, Noah, and that your mind is preoccupied with surviving, but I hope you're thinking clearly enough to grasp the irony of this situation. Think about it. I'm your only hope of salvation, but I'm powerless to save you because of the injuries you inflicted on me. That's rich, isn't it? It's a kind of built-in irony that Professor Strother loved." At the mention of their mentor's name, the distance between them seemed to shrink. Their eyes made a connection that was almost audible. Parker spoke softly. "You have one more sin to confess, don't you, Noah?" "I had to be first, Parker. I had to be." Professor Strother hadn't heard from either of us for more than a year. He didn't realize you'd sold The Vanquished until he saw it in his local bookstore. He purchased a copy. He was curious to read how you had finalized your manuscript. Now, imagine Professor Strother's surprise when he settled into his reading chair, adjusted his lamp, opened his copy of The Vanquished by Noah Reed, and read the first page of my book. My book, Noah. "It was that letter," Noah shouted back at him. "Strother always favoring you. He thought your manuscript was so fucking fine. I thought I'd test it, get a second opinion. And when it sold, you had to get rid of me. Immediately. That day. That was the plan. Bet you shit when I turned up alive." It gave me pause, but I didn't panic. I hurriedly put your book into my computer and mine into yours. You couldn't have proven your claims to the authorities because by then I had painted you unstable and violent. Strother always gave you credit for clever plotting. Our dear professor was another concern, but I figured that if he ever came forward and tried to expose me, you'd think of a way to worm your way out. I always have. Until now. At least I'll die knowing that you're right behind me. You think so? You can't crawl along on your belly fast enough to get out of here now, Parker. No, but I can walk fast enough. Then, as Noah watched with mounting disbelief, Parker struggled to his knees and then stood up. "It's a Mackenzie rune trademark, Noah," Parker said, smiling down at him. "Save one final plot twist for the very, very end." "I'll kill you, Parker. I'll see you in hell. You all right, Mr. Evans?" Deputy Sheriff Dwight Harris rushed through the door, accompanied by 2 other deputies. "Exhausted," Parker told him. "Otherwise okay." He depressed a button on the remote control and the flames immediately died. "Fire truck's outside. We were getting worried." "I was getting a little worried myself," Parker said. "Those smoke machines are killers." Deputy Harris glanced at the scorched walls. "So you got it?" "Every incriminating word." Parker pulled out his shirt tail and removed a cassette tape recorder clipped to the waistband of his pants. "Thanks for setting this up, Deputy Harris. No thanks necessary. I appreciate your calling me. It'll probably be the only elaborate sting of my career."
The two shook hands. Noah had continued to shout obscenities, but the deputy hadn't acknowledged him until now.
"I'm anxious to meet your guest here, Mr. Evans. Let's haul him up out of there,"
Harris said, motioning to the other two deputies who were standing by with ropes. Parker turned away, symbolically leaving Noah to the devil, as Mike had urged him to. He was taken aback, but not really shocked, to see his old friend standing just beyond the ginn's wide door. Mike always seemed to be there when he'd most needed him. Maris was standing with him. Deputy Harris noticed his hesitation and sidled up beside him.
"They were tearing up the road in a golf cart. Intercepted them before they could barge in here and ruin the whole thing. They were worried about you."
"Afraid Noah would kill me?"
"No, sir. Afraid you would kill him."
Parker smiled. "Wonder where they got that idea." Shuffling across the dirt floor in a stiff-legged, awkward gait, his legacy of Noah's treachery, he slowly made his way outside. Mike went to fetch his chair. Maris continued to stand stone still, staring at him. "You thought I was paralyzed?" She nodded. "I figured. Thought it best to let you go on thinking that. For this to work, I needed Noah to think that, too. I ride whenever I can. This is about the best I can do. Will ever do." A tear rolled down her cheek. "It doesn't matter. It never did." Parker was stroking Maris's back in the aftermath of lovemaking. "Maris, that morning..." "Shh. I understand now why you had to be so wretched. You do. You had to get rid of me before you could bring Noah here." He tipped her chin up so he could see her face. "But you know I used you to get to him. Your original plan was probably to have him catch us like this." He glanced down the length of their entwined bodies. "Yeah, but that changed when you fell in love with me. You couldn't bring yourself to subject me to an ugly scene like that, so you hurt me in order to protect me. You made certain I would leave." He stroked her cheek. "You're so smart, you amaze me." "So am I right?" "As rain. Especially about me falling in love with you." He lifted her face toward his and kissed her in a way that left no room for doubt. "There's one thing I can't figure out," she said when the kiss finally ended. "I know we promised not to talk about this tonight, but I'd like to have one point clarified." "Okay, one point, and then I want to do some more of what we were doing." "I promise," she said, smiling. "Mike discovered that The Vanquished was actually your book with Noah's title on it?" "Right. It took him almost a year to track me down. By then the paperback edition had already come out." "Why didn't Mike expose Noah then?" "Because I threatened never to write another word. If he did, that would clinch it. I was in piss-poor condition, Maris. An ex-con who looked like a beggar and was living like one. When Mike found me, I was weak, wasted, addicted to pills." He shook his head stubbornly. "I refused to confront Noah in such a reduced state when he was the book world's crowned prince. I wanted to challenge him as an equal, when I had the credentials to back up my claim that he'd stolen my book. I knew it might take years, but I was willing to wait." Now that he had answered her question, she eased herself on top of him and opened her thighs. With a grunt of satisfaction, he pressed himself inside her, began to stroke with the barest upward motion of his hips. You are incredibly talented, Mr. Evans." "Yeah, and I can write a fairly decent book, too." Later, they lay facing each other, their heads sharing the pillow. He was tracing her fragile collarbone when she said, "I recognized you the first time you kissed me, the night we met." His finger fell still in the hollow just beneath her shoulder. He raised his eyes to her,
What? When you kissed me, it was so familiar. It was as though you had kissed me like that 1,000 times. Adoringly, she touched every feature of his face. I have loved you for so long, Parker. For years. From the day I first read The Vanquished. He swallowed hard. When you talked about it with such passion, God, my heart nearly burst. Can you imagine how hard it was for me not to tell you that I was the author? That it was me, not Noah, you'd fallen in love with? Why didn't you tell me? I couldn't. Not then. Not yet. Besides, I was afraid I wouldn't live up to your expectations. She ran her fingers through his hair. You surpassed them, Parker. You created my fantasies. Now you're fulfilling them. They kissed long and deeply. When they finally pulled apart, she asked him what his original title had been, and he told her. And she told him that she liked it much better.